The way things are going right now, I think it's time for us to
release all the powers.
Yeah. I think we should first of all give them a hint of Abido Shaker. The country now right now. I think it's time to shaking things up. What do you think about Abido Shaker?
It's a spiritual. You know that we're no more collecting rights from transformer. We're taking light directed from high tension. 2024, watch out. And I will let you know and declare you what we're going to use to end all this mess. I'm a warlord. I'm a Daboski. Baose.
Epidemic.
Pandemic. Pandemonium. Catastrophe. Cataclysm. Ufonia.
Okay now.
We never start. Wallahi, dollar now is 1,005 baht. We will go to 2,005. I mean, we will know. I'm not a boaster, I will tell you the truth. We will know between these three tribes who is the strongest. Check people, they kill how many million people. They still survive, spread all over the globe. They still build houses all over the globe. Show me one Yoruba man that built a house in Onitsha. No, you see, they talk truth to the pain.
Tí ó bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀. Wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré ó dẹ̀ gbà àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀ mi tọrọ gàrí mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀ ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Akọbi
ayandaba 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 ati ayandaba 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 wana ayandaba 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 Subramia, baby Subramia, Suku Sunu baby Subramia, Suku Sunu baby Subramia, Suku Sunu baby Subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Karatuba Dodri Tukuma Tukutuba Dodri Demo, Eguma Wego. chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimo obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo
it is a free one be free
ayandaba Sunu baby subaramia Sunu baby subaramia
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Yeah, dear Gugama. Okwitara karami nguru ma amiga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia Soko sunu baby subaramia
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna togabu.
And there it is, right there. So there it is, right there. So, pardon me. So there it is, right there. Here I am, right here. There you are, wherever you are. And that means here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another session with your friendly neighborhood. One man went to mow. Pardon me. I don't know. It's now. I don't actually have a cough. It's nervous energy. You say, but you do this every day. Well, every day I am always nervous at the start. So that clears that up. So yes, good day to you was where I was starting, and seasonal greetings, especially to our northern listeners, followers, subscribers. I hope the Ramadan period is going exactly how you wish and pray for. So all of that good stuff, all of that funky stuff. So all of that. So the usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. We're always canvassing for new voices. You'll be that new voice of the day. So let me send the hyperlink again. If there's one thing that I delight in the most is hearing a new voice coming to, especially a delightful voice. If there's one thing I delight in the most is having a champion new voice come in, because that just expands the place. Remember when Prince Daddy joined us? That sort of or do you remember when Larry? When he joined us, but he doesn't turn up often enough. For all of those elegant names, Fatai. All of these people, so when voices of that quality come through, it always enriches the conversation. So come enrich the conversation with your dulcet tones. So come enrich the conversation with your dulcet tones. We're always on the lookout for new talent. So you'll be that discovery of the day. Remember when Folaka even popped in a few sessions ago? So we're especially canvassing for female voices. It's not a boys club, women are welcome. Ajale Koko especially likes women, so he always delights. Is it an early start for you? I'm not quite sure. everybody's telling me it's an early. It's 11 p.m. where I am, so I'm not quite sure how it's an early start for anyone. But if it's an early start for you, all more to the delight. So if it's an early start from you, all more to the delight. Yeah, so let me just run through again. Click on like, click on subscribe. And I'm not saying that just as a matter of patter cake, space filler utterances. I'm actually inviting you to take an action. They call it a call to action. That's sort of is it in marketing or whatever it is? They call it a call to action. You know, because people might be willing, but they are not of the fault until you direct them that this is what they need to do. So if you are willing, but you are not of the fault, and you're happy to be directed, then let me direct you then in the direction of that like button. Give it a swift click, and then having done that, if the subscription button is showing red on your screen, quickly correct that as well with another click, and with that you have fulfilled all righteousness. Click on like and subscribe. That rather long-winded essay right there. So do that, and the hyperlink that says StreamYard, of course, invites you into the studio. I've already labeled that, and the $sign at the bottom of the screen, we're encouraging that as well. So that invites you to empty the contents of your wallet into mine. So if you click on that, that's what you see that on the screen with you're saying welcome one man and all. That's what he did to click on that $sign and donate to the platform. So we have an anticipation of at least 5 people doing that in the course of every session. So Ayo kicks it off. So 4 more people to join in minimum. So let's do all that. So where are we starting from today? Let's start. There's a whole raft of everything that we're going to go through. So just lean in, sit back, get that chocolate and that biscuit, relax into whatever favorite chair you like to relax into, and just let's take you. And I was going to say let's take you for a ride, but that's not quite our intention. Come join us on the ride is probably a better way to put it. But whatever it is, you know what my intentions are. So let's just launch straight into it, and then we kick it off with this one. So we kick it off with this one. So thank you, Ayo, for that. Anybody that wants to join Ayo, the $sign at the bottom of the screen. So all that. So let's kick it off with this one. So yes, we kick it off with this one. There's a raft of so many things to go through. A lot of them, I'll only give you the headline. Some of them I'll give you a bit of a read through. Some of them I'll read them in totality, just because there's so much content to share. Atiku returns to Nigeria for PDP NEC meeting. So this now tells you this just from this headline, we can safely conclude that Atiku's name is going to be on a ballot box in a polling station near you 2027 February. So actually, let me quickly check how old is this guy. Let me check. How old is Atiku Abubakar? Okay. Right, he purports to be 77 now. So in 3 years' time, he'll be 80, 81. And then he will still straddle those podiums up and down the country, inviting you that your future belongs in his hands. So there it is right there, the ridiculousness of it. Atiku returns to Nigeria for PDP NEC meeting. So the headline piece, of course, Swam and Bukola Saraki, both the leading proponents in that space, both the leading candidates in that space. Remember, we brought Segun Showunmi on this platform, but I'm not quite sure how much of a mention is being mentioned in this particular cycle. His ambition, of course, is to be the chairman of PDP. Atiku returns to Nigeria for PDP NEC meeting. So let's quickly run through. Former vice president and presidential candidate of the party in the 2023 elections, Atiku Abubakar, has returned to Nigeria after a vacation abroad. So I'm not quite sure what constitutes a vacation. This guy has not set foot in Nigeria since the Supreme Court verdict. So he's come to Nigeria on vacation rather than returning to Nigeria from vacation, because of course we know that he's the Waziri of Abu Dhabi. former vice president and presidential candidate of the party in the 2023 elections, Atiku Abubakar, has returned to Nigeria after a vacation abroad. Correspondents learned that Atiku, who had been out of the country for weeks, returned to Abuja in the early hours of today, Tuesday. According to correspondents, Atiku returned to the country to attend the much-anticipated National Executive Meeting of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Atiku, let's take that from the top again. I don't quite like the flow of that. Right. Former vice president and presidential candidate of the party in the 2023 elections, Atiku Abubakar, has returned to Nigeria after a vacation abroad. Correspondents learned that Atiku, who had been out of the country for weeks, returned to Abuja in the early hours of today, Tuesday. According to correspondents, Atiku returned to the country to attend the much-anticipated National Executive Committee meeting of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Atiku, who is regarded as the de facto leader of the party, being the presidential candidate in the last election, is expected to spearhead other meetings ahead of the NEC meeting. Recall that the National Working Committee of the PDP had fixed the NEC meeting for April the 18th, having refused to hold the meeting for over a year. The NEC, the second most influential decision-making organ of the party after the NWC, is expected to meet every quarter as stipulated by the party's constitution. The NEC meeting is anticipated to tackle several pressing issues that have hindered the party's unity and progress since 2023 general elections. So on the table of that meeting, of course, we have the anticipation that, of course, the next chairman of the party has, I'm not quite sure that they've had, I don't even know, somebody that does political discussions every single day. I couldn't tell you for certain who the chairman of the PDP is, but I know for certain that he's not the substantive chairman. So since Oyecha, I don't think they've really had a chairman. So that issue on the front burner of whatever meeting they're having. But probably topmost higher than that is the question of Yemson Wike, what they're going to do with him. I suspect all of those spaces to be tackled. The NEC, the second most influential decision-making organ of the party after the NWC, is expected to meet every quarter as stipulated by the party's constitution. The NEC meeting is anticipated to tackle several pressing issues that have hindered the party's unity and progress since the 2023 general elections. Top of the agenda is the resolution of persistent internal discord, consideration of disciplinary measures for members engaged in anti-party activities. So is the consideration then that Wike's appointment into Tinubu's administration, is it the consideration that that is an anti-party activity? Top of the agenda is the resolution of persistent internal discord, consideration of disciplinary measures for members engaged in anti-party activities, and deliberations on the leadership dynamics within the party. Speculation is rife that the NEC will address grievances, including the action of certain members, like the FCT minister, who openly declared non-support for Atiku in the election, which has sparked calls for accountability. So as I said, and I hadn't even pre-read that, but of course, they couldn't have that meeting without Wike being at the front burner of it. So Wike at the front burner of that. So let's go quickly from that, because that nicely segues to this one. So let's segue to it. PDP chair Saraki Soswam to succeed Ayu, and that ends with a question mark. Top gear consultations begin. So now, it's quite a curious one, of course, because whoever emerges as the chairman of the PDP, it gives us a good indication of their direction of travel for 2027. So whoever emerges as chairman, because of the way the zoning structures traditionally work, although a lot of things went out of skew in 2023, but because of the ways party structures naturally work in Nigeria, whoever becomes the chairman, then the opposing region then gets the candidature. So if the chairman comes from the south, then the candidate of the party almost likely to be seated to the north. But if Saraki becomes the chairman of the party, where does that place all that? So that's really the contention. And where does that place his ambition also of being president of Nigeria? I think he's pretty much given up on that. So I think he's pretty much given up on that. PDP chair Saraki Soswam to succeed Ayu. Top gear consultation begins. So when you hear top gear consultation begins, that usually tells you that they've started rolling out the bullion vans again, and the dollars are starting. I wonder if this will affect the value of the naira at these PDP conventions, because the dollars will start to move around again. So it says, following the truncated tenure of Dr. Iyochia Ayu, the former national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, names like Bukola Saraki, former Senate president, and Senator Gabriel Soswam are emerging as favorites and potential replacements. This is as the North Central Caucus of the PDP has started consultations amongst party leaders to produce a national chairman for the zone. As reliably gathered from sources, consultation amongst party leaders from the zone are in top gear. One of the sources told correspondents that there is an expectation from the zone to announce its choice before the PDP's next National Executive Committee meeting. Also, party leaders from the zone were said to have met in Abuja recently to fine-tune strategies to speak with one voice. The said meeting was said to have been attended by the party executives from across the 6 states, including the Federal Capital Territory, that make up the North Central Zone, as well as selected elected representatives. During the meeting, it was agreed that the North Central should serve out what is left of Ayu's tenure. So what is left of Ayu's tenure is the thing. I'm not quite sure that Ayu barely completed a year, but whoever emerges as the chairman now is certain to run the 2027 election. So it'll give us a good indication of their direction of travel. Governor Caleb Muftwang, as revealed by sources who attended, Governor Caleb Muswang, as revealed by sources who attended the meeting, is expected to convene a meeting of the zonal caucus to put final touches to the strategy on how it can be achieved. So the source stated, with the litigations over the 2023 elections now over, we expect the party leadership to do the needful to reposition our party for better performance. Ayu's time as chairman has effectively ended, and we in the North Central have put our heads together and agreed that his replacement should come from amongst us, because the position which was zoned to us in 2023 still subsists. The constitution of our great party makes it so. We have been holding meetings on this issue. If you recall, our state chairman met here in Abuja after a meeting with the NWC on Wednesday. So that's essentially what it is. I'm not quite sure. This one says, it says, Wike wins as court finally sacks suspended PDP chairman Iyochia Ayu as party member. So I'm not quite sure if this is an old story, but there it is. So there it is. It'll be interesting to see who actually emerges as the. It'll be interesting to see who actually emerges as the PDP chairman, because of course that will give us an indication to so many things. So let's go on from there to this one. You made Kaduna ungovernable with debt. Atiku's ex-aide, Boalad, knocks El Rufai. So they are really circling around the El Rufai space at the moment. I think the APC are about to. I think they're about to inflict some damage on El Rufai. you can see the smoke signals with the you remember that Ubasani, the governor. You remember that Ubasani, the governor of Kaduna State, was a handpick of El Rufai, but nevertheless, he's thrown him under the bus to tell us that he left the state with a debt close to $600 million with nothing to show for it. So the governor of that state, Ubasani, and El Rufai's son, Bello Rufai, they've been in a back and forth on Twitter for the last few days. So now comes Daniel Bwala to weigh into that space. And then if you add to it the fact that El Rufai is fraternizing with SDP and reaching out to Peter Obi in some form as well, then you can see that the knives are out and the vultures are circling. The knives out and the vultures circling. You made Kaduna ungovernable with debt. Atiku's ex-aide, Bwala, knocks El Rufai. Former spokesperson of Atiku Okowa presidential candidate Daniel Bwala has accused ex-governor of Kaduna State Nasir El Rufai of making the state ungovernable. Bwala said El Rufai made Kaduna ungovernable through the debt burden of $587 million and 85 billion naira he left. Governor Ubasani of Kaduna State claimed to have inherited a huge debt burden of $587 million, 85 billion naira, and 115 contractual liabilities from the El Rufai administration. Speaking at a town hall meeting over the weekend in Kaduna, Sani said the huge debt profile has made it difficult for him to pay workers' salary. Reacting, Bwala prayed that God will help Governor Uba find ways of governing the state. Posting on X, Bwala wrote, "There are two ways a bad leader can make a state ungovernable. One is to promote or allow insecurity to thrive, which El Rufai, of course, did, it says there are two ways a bad leader can make a state ungovernable. One is to promote or allow insecurity to thrive, and the other is to leave a debt burden beyond the state's comprehension. With a debt burden of $587 million, 85 billion naira, and 115 contractual liabilities, the past administration of Kaduna State has made the state ungovernable. May God help Governor Sani find ways to govern Kaduna State." Shocking. A former governor is reported to have left a debt of $587 million, etc., etc. In the same state, it was reported that there are over 2,000 unfenced schools, despite the Save the School program. Any unfenced school is a breeding ground for kidnapping of school children. What more can be more crime against humanity than this? I do hope the EFCC will start doing pre-match exercise now. So apparently they want to send the EFCC after it's going to be an ugly mess, the battle between it's going to be an ugly mess, the battle between El Rufai and the APC space. So an ugly mess, the battle between El Rufai and the APC space. Let me take you to this. This one is just a clip. You know all these improvements that they say they have been doing on a third mainland bridge. This is what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. This almost looks like something from the abroad or something. So look at that. So these are cyclists now enjoying now this new bridge. Watch this. All right, so that's what that looks like. So I couldn't really play you much of it because I didn't want the music in the background. So that's enough. I think you get the gist of that. So I think you get the gist of that. So let me go from there to this one. Let me go to, where am I going? No, not that one. let me go from there to, all right, let me go from there to this one. Dangote plans 1 million liter diesel sale to each marketer. So now it's now a fully fledged operational business, the Dangote refinery. The petroleum has now been refined. In this instance, crude, the first item refined, and he's now selling it to the public. The $20 billion worth Dangote petroleum refinery, the $20 billion worth Dangote petroleum refinery has commenced the sale of automotive gas oil, popularly known as diesel, to oil marketers nationwide. Dealers and officials of the plant confirmed this on Tuesday, as it was gathered that the refinery commenced diesel sales last week. They started pumping out diesel to marketers since last week. They also promised to sell aviation fuel soon. Some of my members confirmed this to me after making a purchase. The national president, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Abubakar Megandi, told correspondents. He said the move by Dangote would lead to a crash in diesel prices as the commodity rose to as high as 1,700 to the liter recently. The price of diesel is going to fall because of the release of product by Dangote refinery. In fact, it is already coming down in Lagos. A senior management official of the firm confirmed the sale of diesels to marketers, as the source noted that premium motor spirits, popularly known as petrol, would be released to the market soon. So this is it now. So nobody is making any noise about this anymore. All you just notice now is that they have quietened down the noise making about how Nigeria is about to collapse. So they're running out of arguments to make. This is what I'm saying. Because the Naira is strengthening up. So you notice now that we're not hearing all the wildlings making all that noise that they were making. So the Naira is starting to settle down. The petrol is starting to come down. Food prices starting to come down. Prices of commodities starting to come down. So they're running out of room they're running out of things to rile about, the naysayers that want the country to collapse. So yes, Dangote Adenuga Rabiu Otedola makes Forbes 2024 billionaire list. So yes, they lost and regained their fortune in the course of the skittishness within the currency market. Despite the economic challenges facing Nigeria, Forbes has listed Nigerian businessmen Aliko Dangote, Mike Adenuga, Abdul Samad Rabiu, and Femi Otedola as the top richest Nigerians in 2024. Dangote's fortune rose to 13.4 billion, Adenuga 6.7, Rabiu and Otedola 5.2 and 1.4 respectively. So yes, because I know that Otedola only barely makes it into that billionaire list. So 1.4 billion naira is a pauper amongst rich men. Right, Aliko Dangote is the richest man in Africa and the richest black man in the world. He has an estimated net worth of 13.4 billion naira in 2024. So there it is. Where does it actually feature in the overall rich list? I suspect it will be in further down the list actually, because just some fintech billionaire, some 20-something-year-old kid will probably double his money and change. All right, so that's sufficient enough. I think you get the gist of that. Let me take you to this one. Right, Naira defense to cost CBN 1.01 trillion in interest rate from Q1. NTB auction. So I'm not quite sure. So what, you know, those T-bills that they have been selling to cash in some money. So when the receipts come in, the interest, essentially, what the interest that they'll be paying on those T-bills is going to cost the nation in excess of ₦1 trillion. But the uptake on those T-bills were so strong, were so aggressive, that the international community actually has faith in the Nigerian system to insulate that debt. So yes, I think that's enough of that. I played you a couple of clips. Plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on. So plenty of room in the studio. Let me play you this clip first with this final confession now by Asari Dokubo. Watch this.
I'm Ediabali today. Ediabali is an Igbo man. He's from Obom in Abang. He's from Obom in Abang. From there, his family went to Bosi in Anambra State before they came to New Calabar. He's an Igbo man. I am Ediabali. So when somebody says Igbo, no, I am, yes. The name I answered today, the stool on which I sit today, which was created as one of the first working houses to be created, in fact, among the first 5 to be created in Calabar land. Ediabali became the richest man of his time. He's an Igbo man, 100%. And he never denied being an Igbo man. So I, his worthy descendant, will not deny. I have my disagreement with Igbo, but I cannot. So also is bricks. So also is asphalt.
All right. We never thought we'll see the day, but it looks as though that's Asari Dokubo conceding that he is an Igbo man. I never thought I'd hear those words. So now, remember the story we did yesterday? This chap, this Anambra-born estate developer that claimed that Yemsen Wike has sent her bulldozers onto his project to destroy all the houses that he was building, shouting that why were these properties given to an Igbo man? You remember all that. So we can now respond. Remember, we were somewhat confused about that storyline, but Wike comes out now to expand on that space. So let's hear now Wike's right to reply.
Talking about infrastructure a little bit, and from the private sector's perspective, over the weekend, we got a report that a private developer was accusing the FCT administration, and in fact yourself, of ignoring 2 existing court orders, and then went into his property and demolished.
Well, you see, the problem in this country, that is impunity. I've been doing it before. I'll continue to do it, and nothing will happen. Criminals are criminals. They may come in different ways. I've never seen like land grabbing in this FCT. I came in, so many petitions. So many petitions. One company called Praco. 5 and petitions. Different owners of properties. So I summoned a meeting of all of them. They came with their lawyers, senior advocates. And I said, look, what is this? Company A presented their own. Company B presented their own view. Company C, Company D, Company E. I said, okay, I'm going to seek for advice from external solicitors. I'm not going to take from inside out because the legal secretariat and land department have been so compromised. So I saw the views of very senior lawyers. 2 of them wrote to be different opinions, but arriving at the same
Sorry, let's carry on.
Ethnic Jugoist, not to be different opinions, but arriving at the same thing. First of all, what happened? This land, this so-called ethnic Jugoist, talk about, was allocated when there was no minister. The minister left May 29th.
Are you hearing all that? Are you hearing all that? So this guy now claims he has all the C of O's and the E of F's and all of the documentations required for that piece of land. But what Wike is telling us here is that there wasn't even a minister in situation to have issued all of those documentations he claimed he had at the period he claimed he got them. So this is it.
2023. By June, the land are allocated by Director of Lands.
No, but he said he got approvals from the former FCT minister.
If I tell you so many things, it is not as they, you see, these are the things they are clever by half. When one met us, okay, company B, this, don't do anything again until we're able to take a final decision. Do you know what happened? These guys, thinking they're too smart, went on, started fencing, and then they allocated the land to people to buy. How did I know? A lady came and said, look, Honorable Minister, I want you to advise me. There's a place I want to buy land. I said, where are you buying land? He said, so area. I said, hey, no, we're having a problem with the person. Don't. Another time the lady came back. It's a friend of mine, came back. So look, you're telling people are buying buildings. Say what? Now I was going to commission the biggest water park at Sunrise. So I passed, it was the same area. I said, what is going on? Then I commissioned the water park. And then, do you know that for me to commission that water park, it was a Friday. On a Thursday, this same company called Praco and their allies have gone to court, stopping me from commissioning the water park project. And align with the LCT lawyer. You see how fraudulent these guys can be? Unfortunately, they didn't get the injunction. I drove from that place, came back, and called the general counsel. Come, who is doing this case for FCT? He said an external lawyer. External lawyer? Call the external lawyer. Get us our file back. How can you go and compromise with a plaintiff against us? I mean, I've never seen people who are so fraudulent in life. What they do here, they sue you, they sue me as FCT minister. I'm not aware of the suit.
Because he claimed that there are two subsisting court positions.
Hold on. Look, you know these guys, they think we're PDP Anambra State. That is their job. They have court judgments in their pocket. These are people, that's how they keep PDP in Anambra State. They can produce court orders, judgments overnight. And I told them, you are wasting time.
So there was no court injunction.
I have told you who served me. Who served me any court injunction? In any case, we all agreed nobody should do anything. And then you are still thinking that you are clever. Begin to sell the land. Okay, let me just tell you. What is investment? You ask government that to give you land for mass housing. It's not correct. Where are you building housing? The houses. You're not selling the land to individuals who are not building the houses. So what is the benefit of government? What they do, they tell government, look, we need 300 hectares. We are willing to develop massive. They will not do anything. They become land speculators and then make money. It's so embarrassing. I got a text from these so-called land grabbers. They call them, one of them says the Linus, Sokachuku, and this. You know what they told me in the text? Nicholas. No, Linus. There's one Linus, there's one Nicholas.
All right, that's enough of that. But that just gives you the backdrop of actually what happened there. So nothing to do with who gave this land to an Igbo man, as that guy was trying to ethnic whistle. Is more him trying to use sharp practice to get land. There is this other one. This is one of the headline pieces. It's about this very dark man and his travails. He's now come out of the prison cells to now tell us what happened. So let's watch about 5 minutes of this, and then we cap it at that, and then we kick the session on. But let's hear from this. I never even knew he was a Batty boy, but there it is. So let's hear from this guy.
So this I went to DK on, they feel as if now she get power pass. All right, so if you remember, before I enter.
Hold on.
All right, so it is time to give you gist about what happened in the police station, because this I went to DK on, they feel as if now she get power pass. All right, so if you remember, before I entered the police station, I made a video and I said, "I'll just in case anything." So immediately I entered the station with my lawyers. A lot of police were telling my lawyers that why would I make such video, you know? So when I met the person that was in charge of our case, that was the first thing he said. He said, "Why would I make a video like that?" You know, and I told him, I said, "Me, I don't feel safe with the police because of my past experience." And then the guy said, "Look at this station. Does this place look like one of those places where you have the experience?" I said, "No." He said, "This is the police station. We are your friends. We are not here to do all those things. Do we look hungry to you?" To be very honest, I looked at them. This one's not big boys police. You don't understand? So I sat down. Then they brought out the petition. Now, the petition against me is a class action, Tonto DK, Iyabo Ojo, and Sam Clef. What is written on the petition is this. They say I threatened to buy one of them, say I go send this to them, say I say they chop public money, and say I defame their character based on the Yabojo and the daughter package. As I look I bust laugh. So I bust laugh now. They now said they'll start playing the videos, then I'll be defending myself. I said, okay, no problem. So they brought out all the videos and then we're playing it. If we play it, they ask me a question, I write down. Next thing, Tonto Dike and Iyabo Ojo just came behind me. They just came on, they just entered from behind me. So immediately as they entered now, I looked at them, I just smiled. Next thing, Tonto Dike sat behind me. Iyabo Ojo sat by my right-hand side. So as Tonto Dike sat behind me, I stood up. The police said, what's up? What happened? I said, enemy cannot sit behind me. He said, come on, continue writing what you're writing. We are here. I said, bros, no verse, I no go write anything. This lady cannot sit behind me. He said, but there are a lot of... I said, bros, I be a dope boy. Juju they fly, science they fly. Maybe person no can go pour something for my body. Then someone now said, that she should move. Tonto Dike can't move. As Tonto Dike move now, I can't continue the write. Then they now said the Oga on top is free now, that we should go up with the case. We can't reach up, my lawyer, Tonto Dike lawyer, Iyabo Ojo, their lawyer, all of us, we went up. As we got up now, then they now presented the case to Oga. Then I said, he said that we had public funds. He said, me and my dad, we used to do that. He even said he was going to buy one of our friends that is going to chop his head, Sam Clef. The man said, did you say that? I said, sir, everything they just said here is false, apart from the one I said, Iyabo Ojo and daughter does this all. The man now said, okay, so why would you say something like that? I said, sir, it is because it was out of position. She said, my father knock animal, ewure, and he gave birth to me, meaning my parents are both animals. The man said, did you say that? She said, yes, that I first of all called them, failed that dress, and da. Me, I say, I no call anybody name. The man said, okay. The man now looked at Tonto. First of all, when Tonto entered, he said, Tonto Ayabo, he said, you look like a Nollywood actress. She said, no, I am a politician. In my head, I said, woo. Then Ayabo just said, yes, I'm a Nollywood actress. So moving on, the man now said, do you know this guy? Asked Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike said, me, know this thing. Now I tell her, say, your mother is a thing. She says, your mother is a thing. Then she said, I said, you are. She looked me. The man said, shut up. She can't say. The man said, okay. So do you know him before now? Yabo said no. To be very honest, to be fair to Yabo in this case, Yabo was not talking plenty. Tonto Dike was just shaking body up and down. The man now said, so you want to say something? That is Yabo. Yabo now said, sir, all I need is the evidence that me and my daughter does with men. Me, from my head, I say, you two, you go provide evidence how my parents stay behind at the end of the day. The man now said, okay, that's this thing, did he see? It did not come to you people. Like the man can like tell them, say, you people put threats to life. You people put a lot of things. You understand? So this guy, has he ever come to you people before directly, send you messages and all that? Say, no, none of that happened. Now the man can say, it is something, the man now said, it is something that you people can settle since nobody have gone physical, and it is, you people can figure it out so that you don't go physical outside this. I beg to differ, sir. The man now said, I heard that you would get the brief of everything. Then the man said, he said he's going to chop our friend's head. And I said, then I asked,
all right, it's a bit of a nonsense. I don't think I can bear too much of that anymore. So apology for that. I thought there was some substance to it, but if you want to talk about it, we can talk about it. But there's a bunch of idiots really doing idiotic things. So a bunch of idiots doing idiotic things. Let's just play the Kegite music, start the session, and then see how it flows. Still plenty of room in the Still plenty of room on the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on. But first, the Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, a bit of a technical glitch there. Hopefully, people can still hear me. Joining us are Ajanle Koko. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. Thomas is in the house. Good to have you, Thomas. And Pansat joins us. Good to have you, Pansat. So good to have you, gentlemen. So hopefully everybody can hear me. Let's kick it off then with Pansat to start off. Pansat. You ready to go?
Yeah, I was born ready to go.
Oh, all right, Rick.
How's everybody in the platform? Both those on the panel and those in the comment section. So I'm ready to go. I want to first start it off with, by the way, what does it mean in Yoruba, Oduleo? Because we have the same thing in Igbo land. What does it mean when it says in that song, Oduleo? What does that mean?
I have no idea, but Ajaleko will tell you that. Yeah.
All right. So we start off with
delay.
What is it?
Oh, all right. No delay.
Delay. In Igbo land, that means it don't reach. It don't reach.
It's roughly broadly the same meaning, I would say. Yes, I think it's roughly broadly the same meaning.
We're gonna have to check. Maybe you guys are our sons and daughters over there, but we'll figure it out. Look, one man, you played a video of Wiki, right? And just from mannerism alone, you could see that this guy is a megalomaniac, right? Obsession with power, grandiosness, you know. Now, it's a psychological disorder. We keep cheering him on. We've seen that he's always present where we have a lot of disrespect to our people. Like during the Chibok incident, he was a Secretary of State for Education. And he was warned not to carry out exam by WAEC, but he went ahead and did it. Or either WAEC or JAMB, one of those. And a lot of our girls were kidnapped. Over there in River State, he's got a lot of problems.
Of Education.
Excuse me?
He wasn't the Minister of Education.
He said Minister of State. Was it not the Minister of State for Education?
He was the Minister of State. It's not the one in charge.
He's not the decision maker. Yes.
No, just before you try to correct me, you have to know that I'm always right. So don't differ too much from me. Google it. He was there. As a matter of fact, he talked about how he wrote a letter afterwards to say, hey, look, I want them and all that. So if you Google it, he has his own narration of what happened. But in this case, why I'm citing him is that he's always present in each one of these problems we have in the country. Just like his activity with Fubara, his successor, right? But he's over there talking as if he has the power to make decisions that are reserved for the courts. Right? Basically, in legal terms, it's called acting ultra vires, beyond his powers. There are things that courts have to decide. Even if you're a witness, you have some authority, you're there, you still have to go to the courts. And usually the courts are a little bit more civil. They will issue an order and say, look, remove this property or this improvement within 30 days, 60 days, 1 year, or whatever time frame before there is an action to demolish. You cannot drive over to a building and you find somebody doing something against the law, and you beckon in and say, bring the tractors and demolish this property. There's nothing like that anywhere in the world. Even if we have a goonish country, there is nothing like that. Nothing works that way. Even if you notice that somebody's doing something wrong, you need to go back to the courts to go get some kind of rate to act in that manner that he's talking about. You heard what he said. Listen to him very carefully, because he says, look, nobody served me. That's his excuse. That he's ignorant of such an order. Now, these are people who have invested in the country and they've done things for many years and many administrations before he came there. And that's what he's doing, tearing things down. You never hear him build anything. Since he went into that Abuja, he's tearing things down and counting on the hatred that people have for the Igbos. Even though he himself arguably is an Igbo person, just like Asare, who I'm going to address next. So these people, what they've done in that South, Port Harcourt, River State, what they're counting on, it's the enmity between, or the hatred or dislike between the major tribes, Wazobia, right? So what they do is all you have to do to succeed if you're a minority in Nigeria is to say, look, I'm not an Igbo man. And that is going to be, that's the Achilles heel of Nigeria. That's what's going to make Nigeria fall one day. All these people who are from.
Sorry, Pantas. What about the greater point that this guy, the property developer, he did not actually have the proper documentation before commencing with this project?
Yeah, see, those things could be or may not be true. That's why you need an arbiter. You don't deal with those things in the media, right? That's his version of it. He may be Minister of Federal Capital Territory, but it doesn't make him right. Now, there's allegation from this side.
It makes him in a position to know.
No, but it does not. It does not. It doesn't put him in a position to know.
It doesn't put him in a position to know if his office issued a license or not.
It does not. That's right. The point. The point is that
what of the guy's fraudulent business practice too?
Yeah, look, if those things, that's what I'm saying. You take that to the courts, right? It's the court who's going to look at what he's alleging, what the minister is alleging, and look at this guy's background. The guy could be wrong. We may be right, but you don't act from that perspective. He doesn't have that kind of power. That's what we have courts for, to resolve those kind of things. You don't carry a caterpillar running around destroying things. A lot of governors do that. We know that. Don't act as if you don't know. This is a common practice when somebody comes into power. Sometimes they demolish their opponent's building.
Do you condemn the property developer for trying to ethnicize it?
No, because you have to make sure that he's wrong. That's why you go to court and go and see what's his evidence, what's his proof, right? But just looking at it is believable based on Wike's antecedents and he's in his head what he thinks that he's doing, right? Remember politically what he's done, from making friends with Northerners in the PDP. It's just that he got fucked by the Northern governor. What's his name over there during that primary? And that person went ahead and voted for Atiku.
Rabiu Kakwanso.
No, not Kwakwanso. The other guy, yeah, he's another. He used to be actually a speaker before he's a governor now. One man, do you know who I'm talking about?
Tambuwal.
Tambuwal, exactly. So what I'm saying is that look at what he's doing. He went over there to Abuja to say, you gave this land to an Igbo man, to give him that impetus, right? Because that's what he has to say. If he goes to the Northerners, he may say, oh, Peter Obi cannot win anything, and then the Northerners will love him for that, right? That's been his modus operandi all these years. That's what he's doing. We have a few people like that now. That's politics. I don't have any qualms with that. But what I don't like is to assume that he's right because he's minister. He summons a bunch of press people and they ask him questions and he's talking that local mannerism. You see, you people who are not from the South or Southeast, that is how people talk in a village meeting. You could tell this guy didn't go to school. Right? He didn't go to school. Now, we all have uncles who do what he's doing, wasting time.
Is a lawyer, if memory serves me right.
I mean, that's lawyer. You understand? Look, go South Africa. They have 11 Nobel Prizes, right? How many does Nigeria have? We have so many people. They have a lot of educated Nigerians. All those things are not degree of knowledge. These are. You remember one of your guests here? He came here. He was Dr. something, and I was asking him, I said, "You never been to medical school?" He says, "No, it's an honorary degree he has." Now you didn't give me a chance to find out who gave him that degree. It's like this week, from his mannerism. I'm telling you, I'm from the southeast. We have people who talk like that. They spend the whole day on protocol, talking nonsense. This guy wants people to chorus. He's making a sentence and he won't complete his own sentence. He wants maybe the press. He will say something like, "That's why I went to go to," and then he wants people to say school. Wasting time. He's acting beyond his authority. Let's behave like people who are in diaspora. We know how government works. You just can't go to a multi-billion-dollar property and start demolishing it without the court's indulgence. The courts have to be the one to give you that rate of execution, not the judgment. Even if he has a judgment, which I doubt. A judgment is different from execution. Even if somebody owes you money right now, and you go and you get a court judgment, say, hey, look, one man, you owe me $1 million, right? But you have a property. I just can't come and take over your property that's worth $1 million because you didn't pay me. I have to go back to court and then file for a writ of execution. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even at that, it's not immediate. That person has to be solved and given a certain number of days. Say, if you don't pay this money to PANSAT, within 5 days, you should vacate this property, and then I can, with the aid of court marshals, not the police. So he has zero authority to go in there with the caterpillar and start doing destructive things. But let me cut that area off because I want to talk about your other stuff here. This guy's problem, I'm addressing Igbo men, right? You could be there every day watching this guy menace your people because he has ambitions. He wants to be president. He's going to do a lot more. He has. I'm alleging that he has buyed a lot of people from Igbos, especially in his state. But every day you want to come out here talking nonsense, how you're this, you're that. A punk like that is menacing the entire tribe, politically, in government, in reputation. And you just sit there and watch him do it. Right? Who's going to rescue you from
He didn't say anything against the entire tribe.
No, he does. When you hear him, he use things like they, right? He's talking about how they behave.
He's referring to those guys.
He has one guy that he's dealing with. But look, Ajahn look, I'm a very fair guy. But I want to listen to me.
He's referring to those guys. Don't try to.
No. There's an ethnic twist. I just told you he's an Igbo man, right? I don't want to claim him. He's not qualified to be an Igbo man, but he's an Igbo man. But he's a saboteur guy who likes to use us to go and fool the other tribes. That's what he's doing. He's going over there to ethnicize it. The guy says, look, how are you gonna give this kind of land to an Igbo man? That's his whole thing. Now, if you
you believe that Wike can say something like that?
Oh yes,
Come on. Oh, that is come on, man.
No, listen to me.
You are claiming he's an Igbo man as well, and you say, "Oh, how do you gonna give this to an Igbo man?"
I know because listen to me. Because what he's doing is a simple trick.
Pansat, please. Let me ask you this: do they caught him on video or audio saying that, or that is just your own speculation?
It is my own speculation based on antecedents. Like but hold on, the way to unravel things is not just when you catch it on video. There are many ways, forensically, and by antecedents, historically, and common sense, that you make a case even better than a video. Sometimes you have somebody on a video and it's deceptive. You know what I'm saying? Especially this day and age. So that's what it's a paradox. Many uneducated people think that you have to catch somebody in an act, but you have to sit back and think and use reason. I was saying the other day how the Greeks use reason to give us a lot of things that is in dirty today, like democracy, for example. It's nothing but reason. Look at his mannerism, look at his antecedents, look at the problems he leaves behind everywhere he's been. When he's a PDP, what is the problem? When he's a governor, how is he dealing with his successor or his predecessor? What is this guy's activities? So are we just goons? He can come out and only what he says is the truth. We should have to be able to listen to what he's saying. He makes no sense. I just explained to you the processes that makes him a liar. You cannot go with a caterpillar and demolish somebody's property without a court indulgence.
Pastor, give me 30 seconds, please.
Sure.
Please, if you don't mind. Is Pastor Lord's right? What give Wike the right to demolish people's houses without court order? Are
No,
we
it's
in,
the,
are we
no.
in the military?
I'm not sure that he does need a court order. He has the authority of state. If the guy is
One
not,
man, it does. I think it does.
well, I don't know. Maybe Ogweni will come and speak on that. But from my own, I don't think he does need it. If the guy is there illegally, the property belongs to the state anyway, so he has no ownership of it, so he has no rights to it. You know, so that's just it.
No, but one man, the way you reason things like that is you have to know that we are practicing. We got our constitution, say from the United States. It's a Western jurisprudence. That's the umbrella all these things come under. The jurisprudence, right? You have an adversarial system in place, right? You have an accuser, you have the accused. So that's why you have the courts to determine these issues, sort out the laws. So just because it's, for example, a state against an individual, a state has all the right to determine if you live or if you die, right? But you are accorded due process, right? If you go through the courts and you're found guilty, say it's a capital offense, yes, it's stated how that's supposed to happen. And the state has to carry it out according to the law. The state does have the right to kill you, for example, but it has to be under due process. So even an individual against the state, there are tons of jurisprudence on that, whereby you could sue a state or a state can sue you. Now, why waste the time? For example, if the police apprehend you and they think you did something wrong, they should just put you in the slammer, right? But they are only allowed to put you in custody to assure that you're then going to make an appearance in court where you can face them. If it's a police officer, you could, even if it's a police officer, you could face him in court, who is representing the state and their lawyers. So there is no automatic authority given to a mayor minister, right, of a territory, not even a state, to go out with the caterpillar.
But Pansat, if I may ask you this.
Yeah, ask and then respond, and then I want to move on from there after
that. Yes, I could remember some kidnappers that was saw in some buildings. Some governors carry out their jungle justice. They remove those houses even without court order. What can you say about that?
No, there are things that you cannot do. You need a court order, or it has to be a subsisting court order, right? You can. There's nothing like that in anywhere where you were in Australia, where one man is, where I am here in the United States, or in Panya. Now, I don't even want to take it that far. We can go to another topic because my appeal, while I'm here, I'm appealing to Igbo men back home. Deal with this issue. Deal with the weakest issue.
In the Saudana manner, they should go and whack him, Abi. That seems to be your go-to. Go and whack him.
No. They should deal with him legally. He's got a clear jaw, right? This guy has committed a lot of things, a lot. I'm telling you, when he's a governor, when he was a governor, when he was a minister of state for education, right? And he has a lot of enemies, right? His hubris needs to be tackled. He's nobody. Nobody's got. He doesn't put anything in a nutshell. That is, he could talk all that stuff, and you're really shitting. But remember, when it's you, are you gonna do the same thing? You have to play a long videotape to get to his point because he tries to seize the moment, seize the audience, right? Psychological disorder. The symptoms are right there: delusions of grandeur, obsession with power. So I'm saying to Igbo men back home, tackle this issue. Let's leave it at that. Let's go to your next talking point. I think the other one was what's his name? Asadu Kobo, right? Another guy, another one of those people that I'm talking about. So for some reason, people think because the Igbos we're above the frail, we really You could be an Igbo man tomorrow if you want to be.
All right, Pastor, bring that space home just in a short, so we're not late for too long. Yeah.
Okay. As a matter of fact, we could skip that. What is your other talking point here?
Yes. Let me take you to the goings on in Kaduna State. So now, the governor of Kaduna State, Ubasani, was handpicked by the mini guy, Mini-Me El-Rufai.
Yeah.
So he put him in situation, but now the guy has now come out to tell us that El-Rufai left an eye-popping near $600 million in debt, 85 billion naira, just a plethora of unpaid for invoices from contracts, etc. So essentially comatose the state. So now Daniel Bwala has now come out into the public space. The governor, by the way, Ubasani, is in an ongoing battle with Bello El-Rufai's son on Twitter, but that's aside. But now Daniel Bwala now comes out and to say that what essentially El-Rufai has done is to make that state ungovernable. With that level of burden of debt, it's near impossible for the governor to be able to do anything. Do you concur with Daniel Bwala's position?
I do not. I do not give much credence to what Bwala says, right? I know that he was one of your guests not too long ago. And he's desperate. He's been all over the place. So whatever he says, I take it with a pinch of salt. Now, the way I deal with the issues like this is that you have El-Rufai, former governor, who's committed all kinds of egregious offenses against all kinds of people for all sorts of reasons, including ethnic and religious reasons. If that governor, his successor, comes and says, look, among other things, El-Rufai made our state ungovernable because he committed a series of terrorist activities, killed a lot of people. On top of that, he bankrupted our country, right? Because life is more important than money. He has to be expansive, showing that he's conducted a thorough investigation. And then he will enumerate not things that are beneficial to him, with his aperture set just for his selfish interest to claim what other governors claim, other successors claim, before they go out looting a state. Because that's what they all have in common. They do that. But you cannot tell me that you come in and you have this guy, this former governor, do all sorts of things, and the only fault you find is about the money. It shows that I shouldn't trust you, for one thing. El-Rufai has made that state ungovernable. That's true. But he made that state ungovernable by going in there with a Muslim ticket and whacking a lot of people from southern Kaduna, a lot of Christians, bringing in all sorts of corporates. He was unable to contain the state. So, no, Bwala is not a good actor. Doesn't mean he's lying all the time, of course not. But we need corroboration to whatever he says. I take it with a pinch of salt. He's looking at it from a selfish perspective. So anybody, now the way you have to deal with somebody like me, if you go there and you say, I'm going to investigate my predecessor, but when you go do that investigation, you have to bring everything on the table, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So that's my answer to you on that.
All right, Pansan, I'll take you to 3 more spaces, and then I'll go from there to X0, who I think joins us as well. I'll take you to this headline, then I want to play you a clip after that and invite your thoughts on it. But first to this headline, it looks as though the PDP are starting to recalibrate as they gather their loins for 2027. Saraki Soswam to succeed Ayu. So they are essentially, because Iyocha Ayu, of course, who was unceremoniously removed machinations of Yemsen Wike and all that, he was from the North Central, and the North Central then agitating that complement still not really fulfilled. So they should still get the carry on from there. So now they are presenting now possibilities of Bukola Saraki and Soswam. So that's one. But what does this also tell us then about the potential presidential candidates that they're going to present? And Atiku Abubakar also back in town to superintend this process. So what does that tell us in the thrust towards our 2027? So all of that pans out.
Exactly. Look, it's without all the extremities that we have in that country, politics in Nigeria could actually be very, very enjoyable and very sweet, right? If they do it properly and do the right things. All these characters, including Saraki, who is like a James Bond of a politician, right? And you saw his activities when he was the Senate president. With Buhari as president, this man was able to face him down and do as much as he could at that time. Now, if you look at that region, it's up to them now to determine who's going to be their leader, who's going to succeed Ayu. It's okay. Now, we know that the politics that Wike played was very destructive, even for that region. And it's not done because he has the ears of the president now. So I'm not attuned to all their politics. I know these characters. Saraki is a capable man and formidable. And so is Soswan. So any of them could succeed at Ayu and do a job. You don't expect them to be angels or whatever. They have their own faults here and there, but this is clean politics. Let North Central sort it out. Who's going to be doing whatever? But I know that without actors such as Wike, those people are curtailed. People like Saraki is a true politician. Now, his antecedents is his father and the way they dealt with Kwara State and places like that, notwithstanding. And the hold he has there, he's an educated man. I believe he's a doctor even, I don't know, something like that. But he's been a governor, two-term governor.
He's a medical doctor, never practiced, but I'm surprised you are giving him his props, refusing Wike his. But if Saraki does go for that, because I think his one left ambition is to be president of Nigeria, but I don't think that window opens for him. So if he goes on to become the chairman of that party, does that then put the death nail on that coffin of ambition?
No, because like I said, he's a very clever guy. Obviously, he's navigating a certain path. Only he knows what he's trying to do. But you have to understand that he's got some kind of charisma with the youth. And he's not an extremist. He has roots with the North.
Pastor,
Yeah.
please give me 10 seconds, please.
Sure.
One man, why is it that the same name we'll be hearing is regurgitating every time? It's still former governor, former this. Is that can't we have like a new slate, you understand what I mean?
It's an indictment on the Nigerian youth. I know where you are, and I've had thoughts. It's an indictment on the Nigerian youth that we regurgitate. Atiku is going to be on that ticket, age 81. Peter Obi will be there, 60, mid-60s. Tinubu, by then, mid-70s. It will be mid-70s. So where are the 50-something-year-olds? Where are they? They tell us that the abundance is youth, but where are they? There is no generation of our talents.
It gets me annoyed.
It's quite sad, really, is what it is.
Man, you say Tinubu will be in his 70s. You don't know when Tinubu was born, do you? What year was he born?
No. We circled that in the elections. Let's just No, it's 72. So we don't want to do it's 89. We did all of that during the elections now, so that's already played out. But the broader thing of it is that there's no generational follow through. There's nobody coming through of a younger tilt with new ideas, no dynamism. It's just the same patter cake set of people, just the same old recycled names.
That's true, but the short answer to that is that oil rises to the top, right? You cannot keep a good man down. All kinds of proverbs in that light. There has to be a revolution in Nigeria before what you expecting happens, where our youth, our good people, educated people, public servants can come to the fore, right? There has to be a revolution in the country. You cannot do it otherwise. Let's just put it that way. These guys, the machinations, all the tricks, the money, they have it tucked away. So our neighbors, the Ghanaians, were able to do it in a different way, and then have a fresh crop of leaders. I just told you that South Africa, with less than 30 million people, or about 30 million people, they have 11 Nobel Prize wins. Nigeria has only one, by Kongi in 1986, I believe, or some in literature, right? Nigeria has only one with 230 million people. So you measure things by different verticals, different sectors, right? So if our engineers are not doing good, our doctors are not winning Nobel Prizes, then why should our politicians? So we have to redo the country somehow, because it's an indictment on us that South Africa has that many Nobel Prizes, right? It's the same continent. You could say, okay, they have white people. Then what are you saying, right? That we're inferior to white folks, right? So we have to, you have to be a patriot to look at things like that, and then you get upset genuinely. You have to be a Nigerian patriot to say, let me just ignore some of these internal actors. Let me look outside. South Africa has 11 Nobel Prizes, and we have one. I think Ghana has two, at least, because I know that Kofi Annan got one.
No.
Pardon?
No, only Kofi Annan for peace.
Oh, okay.
And South Africa is 60 million.
60 million. Okay. Well, it's still an accomplishment for them compared to us. So, but
it's an abstract metric of measure. I'm not quite sure how Nobel Prizes becomes you can use something else as an example and make the argument in a different way. So it's just it's too abstract. But carry on.
Yeah. In a way, right? There is no, when you have a rubric when you're measuring things like that, right? You have a rubric to use. They understand what I'm saying? So definitely this counts. So it's not abstract because it's a known fact. It's a fact. So you could say the way I'm going to measure it, okay, how many Nobel Prizes you got here and there? What is your standard of living and things like that? Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's a rubric. I was just emphasizing, highlighting one area of it. But anyway, so I think we dealt very well with this. I was saying that oil will always rise to the top. Now, I don't want to use physics and all kinds of unnecessary things to describe that phenomenon, because it's a legitimate concern and observation by General Thomas there, because it's not going to be changing very soon when 2027 comes around. But like I was saying, though, that Nigeria is quite an interesting place, right? Politically, who should have been enjoying the politics of Nigeria, because we have a lot of interesting tribes, interesting characters. What I mean by individuals, many forms of religion, richness in culture, right, and background. And when you make a nice soup with all this richness, if the structure is in place, right, people will be following Nigerian politics. I mean, you could open a program and people would tune in from Haiti, from Caribbean, Brazil, United States, just for our talent. You know, remember Obayahon when he was in the Senate, and I believe it was in the House, not the Senate, the House, and he'd be making speeches, and you could laugh your head off from such a character. And we have so many of them. But you can enjoy that when people are getting whacked because of politics and ethnic and religious bias. Who's going to enjoy that? Nobody. There's no security. So that's why we have to all rally around and bring order and the law, the constitution, some kind of change, structural change to allow us to sell, to go out there to the races and run away with it. But go ahead. What is the other? You say you had three. I think I could leave this here and have others.
All right, let me play you this clip. This clip's really it's just yet another example of that how that country is being raped. Because we don't have proper structures in terms of anything. This thing goes unfettered in open glare. But watch this. When I saw this, I was alarmed.
This is what is happening in Benue. This is the level the Chinese people are raping our economy here in Kwande. And this is on daily basis. This happens on daily basis. What they are taking outside, nobody is aware yet. Because there's nobody to check what they are conveying out, what they are carrying out, and where they are selling it, and the value of what they are carrying. The entire state is just looking at these people and what they are doing. This is the level the Chinese people are raping our economy on daily basis. This is what they pick out of only Kwande local government on hourly basis. And nobody is looking at this. We don't even know the value of what they are carrying out of this place. We don't know the content of what they are carrying because they did not allow anybody to take analysis of the natural resources they are taking out of Kwande local government. And this is so appalling. It's so alarming that they are doing this on daily basis. Taking this to China on daily basis. This is what is happening in Benue. This is the Chinese people conveying mineral resources from Benue State, Kwande local government, down to Lagos, exporting this on daily basis.
So there it is right there. So that's the Chinese ripping the heart out of our Benue State. But then the Arabs are also ripping the heart out of Zamfara State as they are ripping the heart out of it's just, and it's in open glare. Nobody audits anything. Nobody even knows what to audit. They probably don't even know the content of it's just wow. It's a banana space, isn't it? It's the Wild West.
Exactly. And that you have to understand that China is not the new evil empire. By the way, they're able to do these sort of things because of such characters as Wike and all these selfish politicians that we have. You think it's a joke, they make you laugh and all that.
I think you are wrong. You've been going after Wike. Didn't you see Wike attacking a Chinese contractor in Abuja, telling him that the job that he did is so shady job and and a very bad job. You didn't watch the video?
No,
when Wike was telling him to his face that this is not a good job. I mean, what kind of job is this that you are doing?
No, but
and he was telling him, he was asking him, can you do this kind of job in your country, in China?
Listen, those theatrics.
I'm asking you, did you watch that video?
I'm talking now. You listening? You asked. Let me use my time.
Let me go after him.
I'm gonna go after him because let me tell you. That's not why
he came out to tell us the real truth about that criminal guy that rushed to social media and lying against Wike that Ige was saying, "Why can you award this kind of? How can an Igbo man have this?" I mean,
I have spoken against Wike, right? Listen, just go. John Lokoko, please. I've spoken against Wike every time I've had a chance. I used to go to a platform, the Edo platform over there called Nigeria Watch, and
Is it because it didn't work for Obi? Is that the reason why?
No, hold on now. Are you gonna hold? If you want to have a dialogue with me, I have the time today. When it's your turn, you invite me in, and I'll talk to you about whatever you want to talk about today. But listen to what I'm saying, Ajalekuko. Now, I've said there's a syndrome when I'm here. There you go haywire. You try to take a break because you've been holding the platform, carrying it on your head, doing the right thing. Then when you see me, you go, oh, now I get a break to be naughty here because I'm here, right? So I'm begging you to hold your horses. When it's your turn, I can engage with you. Theatrics doesn't mean anything. You saw how he handled the Igbo guy that he's talking about that has a lot of land. He took bulldozers over there. But in the case of the Chinese, it's theatrics. He's there to talk, right? He's there to engage him. He didn't carry his bulldozers with him to go to whatever it is that he wants to tell them and bulldoze the place down. See, in 1983, there was an American president. I'm sure it's a popular one. Most people know about him, even if they weren't born then. Ronald Reagan. He named the Soviet Union the evil empire. And he wanted people to understand and Chinese to know that we'll never compromise our principles here in the United States and our standards, right? With their aggressive impulses and everything, which fits squarely like a glove, fits like a glove with the Chinese. So they said it's the new evil empire on earth. But you know, what they think in their head is what was done to them. The imperialists ravaged China for so many centuries, actually, many years, colonized them and humiliated them. So they're using that as an excuse. Nobody's stopping them when they're doing all the evil things they're doing in our country. Right? This Xi Jinping is trying to dominate the world, but he wants to step on us to do that. But we don't have any patriots that will point his nose and tell him to knock it off. He's testing the waters. He comes in there because we don't have any patriots. All our people, all the enemies are internal. So they could just be, you go to a governor, give him a couple of dollars or whatever, and he will let you excavate, retrieve all kinds of resources and leave the country, leaving environmental disaster in its wake. After all, who cares? We're just a bunch of Africans. We don't deserve clean air. We don't deserve clean water. We have nobody think about us.
Pastor, please give me 30 seconds. One man.
Sure.
What did Benue State? What do they have as a natural resources? So let's just to get.
I have no idea. I have no idea, but more to it, I suspect that they have no idea as well. You see, a lot of these Western spaces, China especially, the European spaces, the Americas, etc., they are able to via satellite geomap the entire planet. And they can, just through that mapping, they can identify where potential resources of any type is likely to be. So they have the science to identify what you have. Even, but what they are saying is they're extracting from there is uranium. But I have no idea. But more to it, I suspect the people of Benue have no idea. The greatest failing we have is lack of knowledge. You know, they don't know what they have, what the Chinese do.
Yeah, thank you for that.
It's a good point, Thomas. See, but look, you're even looking at the lower level of what these people. This is an evil empire that recently, because of its ambitions to dominate the world, manufactured a modified virus, lethal mission, hiding the true origin by gene editing that pathogen. That's what we know today as COVID-19. And there's a narrative there.
Navigate that area carefully. YouTube reacts to it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. So now NBC, the people where they deal with are doing things where they more serious.
Not the Chinese that they talk on that virus. That virus, they always trigger them. Yeah,
they do, and they should. So there's a lot of false narrative that people are pushing, and that is, but you don't know who to trust. Even YouTube themselves. Sure, understand. As far as I'm concerned, we need to know what in they happen. The people will say left, people will say right. You know, we trust any of them for this thing. You hear me? So waiting at the top, you say China, they do more damage than waiting with the talk about. Even, you know, we don't know waiting this with the test when they come for that, like say those areas. Right? This their supreme leader. It's the shadow of Sun Tzu. The ominous council. You hear me? It's a dangerous situation where we get for that country. Forget about resources where they just carry the go. What thing they test for our people? For air. Even here in the United States, sometimes they go see balloon floating around. You hear me? Recently, a lot of State Department people are being tested for all kinds of warfare that are biological in nature. When these people go to meetings and everything, they go shoot them with something. Now, how do even our own presidents, they go lie down for foreign land, go into intrusive surgery? Now, who checks to see what thing they put for these people? All these your governors, all these people. Do you do the thing they're doing it? Is it possible they're doing it by inducement? Because nobody can be that dumb. Somebody's gonna come from outside, come to carry something. You know they worry. For years, did they get rich? Where would they starve? Which kind of power will you want now? I've been saying these people when they go, they come out to go for this hospital, maybe for China, they go put something for their brain where they're just a mere this thing. They could push a button and make them do things. They're just zombies. But I'll let other panelists handle that area, because what I wanted to talk about is the Chinese. They are not friendly, because there's this idea that it's a binary choice. If the West have been exploiting us for so many years, now we have our new friends, the Chinese. They're perhaps worse than the devil that we already know. So it's a case of maybe the devil we don't know is actually worse than the devil that we do know. So we have to clean up from this side.
I wouldn't say I agree with that. The relationship with the West has always been exploitative. Still, more so within the Francophone space, they continue to they exploit us right across the board anyway. But the relationship, but with the Chinese, at least you see them coming, and they don't too much interfere in your matters. They're not asking you about your human rights record. They're willing to trade your resources for infrastructure. You know, a lot of the train rail services that we're seeing all over Africa entirely Chinese built. So at least you are getting something back for that exploitation. But with the Western ones, they just exploit you and keep you down in perpetuity.
Yeah, one man, you would think so, right? And of course, nothing is 100% bad or 100% good, right? But do you know, you would agree with me that the exploitation that we see, like the contemporary ones, let's just forget about slavery and things that are where we're far gone. Do you know that if we have a serious patriot in that country as president or as a minister or as a governor or whatever, right? They could actually, if you come and you exploit, let's say in Kogi or whatever it is, you could actually go to the homeland of that multinational corporations, right? And sue them and recover whatever it is. That's how Americans.
But no, you could with the Western space, but I'm not quite sure that there's that facilitation outside of the Western space.
Exactly.
I'm not sure you can go to China and sue some company for. But
making my point.
I'm not making your point. But even that suing in the Western space is still a facade. Because it is. We saw with Alan Oyema, they sort of even at Gatwick. this sort of obstacles, they were creating new and novel ways to stymie his business. So it's still a facade that there's a rule of law obtaining in the Western space. They give the appearance of, but the house still always wins.
No, it's not true, because I don't know if you've heard about Abacha loot. I don't know how long ago that happened. The Abacha loot, now, even with that mean like over a generation, on their own volition, from United States to France and United Kingdom, even though it's America making them do it over there, right? But the loot's coming back. May not be 100%. Imagine where you have it, the government in Nigeria actually serious about repatriating those monies. In essence, come over here and do the real work without being corrupted, right? Like the Attorney General taking bribes and not pursue it. Do you see what I'm saying? If you really have a structured country, the interest of the citizens at heart, right? You could recover pretty much every dime. It's like nobody is coming over here to do that kind of work. You could do it all across the Western jurisprudence, right? The Western countries, especially here in the United States, which then in turn, the US has the leverage to make even Britain do the right thing, right? Or make France do the right thing. The US, all you have to do is actually have a very good relationship with the United States in order to stop all these national corporations, who is the organ, they're the vector that the states use. You're not really going to have a country, say the United Kingdom or their government, come to Nigeria and exploit us, take our oil. They do it. The vector is the companies, the corporations, right? So that is a known fact. Now the Chinese, they cannot open their eyes anyway. They can't see anything because they got their eyes closed, right? They are evil. They have no respect. It's not reciprocal. When our people go over there, they disrespect our people. But they come over our country and the continent and grab whatever they think they can grab and cause all kinds of wars. A lot like Boko Haram in the Congos, all those things, they're nothing but proxy war. Wherever you have a mineral, then there is this terrorism going on and violence, even by the Chinese. I mean, think about it. If I'm in Nigeria and I'm in office, how am I going to deal with somebody who cannot open their eyes? I'm going to send them packing from that country, right? And when they open their eyes, they could come back. You're going to come and cause all these wars. If you go and look at the activities in Congo and some other African countries, you ask yourself, what's going on here? Is because you got imbeciles such as that Wiki right there. Now, you could defend Wiki as much as you want, right? You have to understand that. When you
I know you are going after him because he didn't work for Obi. That is
yes, no. We all know that anyway. But Obi is just clownish, whatever it is.
Look,
yeah.
We are in trouble when you have people such as Ajan Lukuku, who is one of the light bulbs, right? One of the people that at least when I don't want to listen and see what's going on here, I say, okay, Ajan Lukuku is there, right? But when you are gonna be applauding that megalomaniac, somebody who has a disease, psychological disorder, how are you going to be cheering somebody? How are you? Our country is not going to amount to anything.
Hold on, Thomas. Hold on, Thomas. I want Prasad to bring it home, so we can.
Yeah, I bring you home by saying, when you identify somebody who's individualistic, narcissistic, pompous, even in that short video, you could see all that, self-absorbed, self-centered. You know that you have a problem, because all our entrepreneurs, investors, who's going to come investing money when you're going to take a bulldozer and destroy multi-billion-dollar worth of property without judicial action and activity? We copied our constitution ipsissima verba. It's another way to say verbatim, right? So you know what's wrong and what's right, just based on whatever is happening here in the United States. You can never do anything. There shouldn't be a minister like that. A minister is not a superman or a super citizen. You have to accord people due process. But we'll leave it at that. I was going to touch on the guy that that you played a video. I think he's one of you guys.
Very dark man.
Yeah, very dark man.
I didn't know you were in those sort of spaces. I thought that was too lowbrow for you.
No, I'm just a jolly old guy. I'm a nice guy who looks at all.
All right, give us just a 2 minute on that, but don't give us an extended version. Yeah, go on. I wanted to bring X0 in with that one, but go on.
Yeah,
tee it up for X0. Yeah.
And I appreciate it. I've been going on and on. So let me just say that he should enjoy what we have here that we call the Fifth Amendment, right? Because he has to take this thing seriously. He's been accused of egregious crime. He's in court. He shouldn't go out there talking the way. If he has counsel, they should tell him that he should have the right to remain silent, and that anything that he says could be used against him in a self-incriminatory way when he goes to court. So let me just over here. I don't know if they read them what we call the Miranda rights here in the United States that gives us that stuff. But it looks like it's him going out and running his mouth. He only gets bailed out, but the case is not over, right? Supposed to keep his dirty mouth shut. All right, thank you very much. I pass it over to you, and thank you for listening to me, all of you in the comment section and those on the panel. One man, thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. That's the elegant Pansat. So from Pansat, we go on to X0, who has found his way back to the platform. X0, Alpha, Kilonjele. What is on it? Kilonjele. How is life in Sweden? I see you all over the media space in Sweden. You're a big boy there now.
We're running things now. We are doing our own.
Yeah, running things. You know you could run for an elective something, like the black representative of. Are you the foremost black guy there?
No, we have people we are pushing for those. In fact, we have one now in the parliament, so we are pushing for more.
Is it Niger?
No, he's from Gambia.
Okay.
Yeah, but we are pushing for more people to be involved. So,
are you recognized by the government there? Are they aware of you?
Of course, they know. I know a lot of people here. I know a lot of people that I need to know, because for your project to move to the next level, you need to meet certain people. And this is Europe. It's not like Nigeria where there is power distance. Anybody you want to meet, you meet them. So as long as you are doing something that is in line, you're going to meet them.
All right. I follow your stuff all the time. I don't comment, but I follow them. I see you interviewing all the big.
There's one you commented. I quickly deleted it and corrected it.
You shouldn't be making typos at your profile. This level of profile you have, you shouldn't be making typos.
Yeah. No, that typo was because I was tired when I got home, but I must do that story. So I did it, and I finished the.
Do you have a team, or is it just a one-man band still?
Yes, I have a team, but I do most of the final
editorial work.
Yeah, and then sometimes it's not just write-ups. Sometimes you need.
If you want to pop a link to your space on the comment section, so people can go give you a follow. Yeah, no, you're doing great work there. I read it all the time. But so to the Nigerian political space, then what are you looking at?
Yeah, it depends on which. But I'm surely not going to comment on the very dark man issue. How can you give Pansat all the most serious things, and then you come to give me all those?
But it's your space now. You're not like a hip hop sort of with your face cap and everything.
No. You don't see my news outfit. We're more serious. We're not gossip. But I guess
go on.
I was listening in when the discussion about the demolition of the Igbo man's.
Yes, that story kicked off yesterday, and we started it off. At least I started it off with this is another cry wolf sort of ethno whatever it is that we got a lot of from the Lagos space. But then when I was going through the story and I saw the size of the project, And then I had a thought that nobody can take on this size project without having the proper documentation. But then I also thought that the government could not go and demolish that size of project without having real strong justifiable reasons. So Wike now comes out today to tell us that the guy did not even have any documents at all.
No, I don't think Wike is being truthful. I listened to Wike's interview, and what he said. In fact, he indicted himself. They asked him specifically that who gave this guy documentation, and Wike said that it was the director of lands, that the minister was not there. They actually, the minister left office, and within a month before they get a new minister, these lands were allocated to this guy. You understand? But that's where he indicted himself, because if you look truly in a sane climb, you don't go to buy land and then you don't go to buy land from ministers. You simply go to buy land, or you get land from the authorities. You don't wait until a minister is there. You're a businessman, you have nothing to do with ministers. You just want a land and you go to the proper authorities. It doesn't concern you whether there's a minister or not. So what Wike was insinuating was that the man had his guys in there who were checking in for him. Immediately there was no minister. They quickly did that. But that is not the man's business. He's a businessman. You should be tackling the director of lands, and you should be checking the procedure through which they allocated those lands to the man. He
Zero,
simply
can I
has
interject you 1 minute? Zero.
okay.
Wike did not indict himself, like you are saying. He didn't. What Wike was telling us in that video is that the man did not follow the due process. What is the due process? The approval must come from the minister, not for the director of land. You understand what? So you can't have a fraudulent businessman not following the due process, and you think you have to get away with it, with the land that belongs to the territory. It's such a huge, is it not 1,000 hectares of land or over 5,000? I can't remember, but I know it's a vast land. And number two, the guy, for what he bought the land for, the reason why he bought the land is to build an estate, but rather this fraudulent guy did not build no goddamn estate. He was selling the land. So let's just be objective with
Ajale Koko.
where we look
Ajale
at
Koko.
yeah.
For one, I don't think you understand the business of estates, real estate in Nigeria or wherever. When you buy the land, when you acquire the land, there's a way to do it. You now allocate. You know, when you've already dissected the land, you now allocate for people to come in and build, but according to the specifications. You understand? That's how they build real estates everywhere. Why do you think people buy in those estates in Lekki and other places? You buy in that estate, you build according to the specification, and that's how the estate sprouts. You don't buy, build, and then call people to come and buy over the houses. No, that's not how they do it, because these things are massive businesses. But for me, what I'm saying is Nigeria is suffering. Nigeria is bleeding. This government is going outside Nigeria, telling stories to foreign investors to come in and invest. Yet, they kill their own investors, indigenous investors. I don't think they handle these things properly, and I don't think they do it in good faith. I just think they want to get something for themselves. If you're doing it in good faith, if a businessman who is of your own country, maybe you find him wanting in one way or the other, it's not enough to destroy that kind of business. You could do it in another way. There's other ways to do it. After all, money has been put on the ground.
Yeah, but it doesn't have legal ownership of the land, is what Wike is saying, and to incentivize that sort of a conduct, he has to
Before he
maybe
got that
it was
land, you know how much. You know how much he spent to get that land, and you know how much has been put on that land already. That's what I'm saying. You have your government should have a human face. Okay, this guy.
X0, give me 1 second. X0. One man, what X0 is saying is they can still compromise and meet in the middle. They don't have to destroy the property.
No,
Yes,
they have
they
to.
don't
They had to destroy it. They had to.
You don't, because it's only a fool that will be going cap in hand, begging for money outside, yet destroying the money inside his own family. It's only a fool that does that. Listen, there's a reason why when a president finishes his tenure, the next president does not go after him. We all know they are all thieves. But there's a reason why they don't investigate themselves. There's a reason. It's because you want to minimize the damage. Nigeria as it is, all business, if you look at Nigeria the way it is, you must be involved in bribery for your business to scale through. You must bribe one or two people. Are you going to start destroying every other person's business because they bribe somebody? No. If nobody is operating a business in that country that has not given money kickback to some minister, and that's what I'm saying. This current minister of FCT wants his own share of the kickbacks. He wants his own share, and that is the funny. That's why you too, you know this. You are a Nigerian man. You are in Nigeria now. You know what's going on here. But what I'm saying is the scale of destruction. The scale is massive. There are things you can destroy, like contraband and all those things. But when you destroy buildings that are on legal on lands that people have spent billions, it becomes like you are witch hunting. It's like you are jealous of people who invest, people who believe in that country. You are destroying them. You are destroying them. Things have gotten bad, from bad to worse in that country. It is time to start forgiving and if you want to operate a sane government, you call all the business people together and negotiate with them and say, okay, listen, somehow, some way, the past governments have not done things right. We are here to set things right. But from now on, this is the way to do things. You don't just go in and, you are demolishing billions. And then you want to do what now? You want another billions? You think any foreign investor?
It's enough to make that. It's enough to make that man suicidal, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
Because a lot of it will be borrowed money. There'll be banks involved, and the banks don't want to hear about. It's X0. You should know X0's voice by now. Atiku is asking who's speaking. The banks don't want to know that the wicked destroyer. They borrowed your money, you pay it back, or they'll seize all your assets. So
exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because now the bank cannot get that money back. They cannot put that. The man has to be alive to pay back the money. It's damaged already. To minimize damage, you have to think of how these things affect the economy. It's going to affect the bank in one way or the other. It's going to affect the man in one way or the other. It's only a person who is alive that can pay back his debt. If the man dies, the bank losses. Everybody losses.
They don't. They'll go and seize his assets.
And if the man is gone bankrupt,
he'll put collateral down for those loans. Maybe his mansion in Nnewi or something.
You can use the same collateral for several loans. That's what I'm saying. And there's damage already. There's crack already. I don't know how that man is going to survive it if he has more. But the kind of this is not the kind of business you go in and just demolish. You have to use your sense. Wiki doesn't show, he has not shown maturity or he has not shown any scintilla of sense in what he did. He just went there like a blind mole. And these things happen when people have never done any huge investments in their life. So all their money came through stealing. He has been in government in a state where there's so much money. So he just took money. He has never done any investment that he had not seen business. Well, I mean, I don't want to go into that kind of thinking now, because honestly, if I was the one, well, I'll just pack up all my business and just wait for a weekend. We are going together, man. You're not going to do that to me.
And the guy trying to ethnicize it, was that in poor taste?
No, because the man, they said what Wike said to the man and his group when they came in first, that was not in public view, was that how could they give this land to an Igbo man, And I think these are pedestrian. There are people who speak this kind of pedestrian, language, because he's just.
Do you believe that?
Wait, hold on, Ajale Koko. Don't let me finish. Sometimes people.
I'm asking you a question. Do you believe that statement, that Wike will make such a statement?
I don't know. It's gonna be between between him and the man. But what I'm saying is, people use pedestrian language sometimes to just say how they see things. Like I said, Wike has never been in business, so he doesn't understand how an Igbo man can have such lands in Abuja. Me too. Sometimes I don't understand how Igbo people have even gigantic businesses in Sokoto or Kaduna or Kano. You be scared the kind of businesses Igbo people do. They are everywhere. So I can understand the amazement when he says, how could they give this? I mean, the land is sizable. If you look at that scale of destruction there, when I saw the land, I was like, what? How did this guy do it, But what I'm saying is, this man, it's been done, and you were not there when it was done. Why do you retroactively punish somebody when you were not there? That is it. And it's huge. There are some things you don't do to your citizens. You encourage people to come in. You encourage your citizens. One man, you see the kind of people I do interviews with here. I tell you, most of those ambassadors you see, if I go to them and their citizen is going for the same thing, they give to their citizen, but they tell me, they encourage me too in their own ways. But I don't even flinch, because I know that these people, they are sane. If they give to me without giving to their citizen, I'll be surprised. I'll be like, these guys don't know what you're doing, But in my own country, they will give to outsiders and not give to citizens. And I believe every one of us know this. The way we treat outsiders in Nigeria is way different from the way they treat us. You can see it from immediately you come out to the airport. You see the foreigners have their special line. And you who use Nigerian passport, you have a special line. It starts from there, you begin to see it. So I think it's high time the government stops being hostile towards its own citizens. There's always a way to resolve things without going this way. This is too massive.
You had that expectation of Wike, because Wike is always going to scapegoat somebody just to mark his territory. The way lions like to go around and pee on trees to mark it. So he was always going to scapegoat somebody. I thought he would probably want. I thought the person I was thinking they would want to scapegoat would have been a northerner, just to assert that they don't own. But it's gone for the easy reach and it's slaughtered an Abraham. Yeah.
They cannot. The only person they can scapegoat is an Igbo man, because Igbo men are everywhere. the few northerners who dare to do things like
X0.
yes.
X0. Let me ask one man something. One man, if you were to be wicked, what you gonna do?
How do you mean? I would have demolished the property, of course. If it's not, you know, you can't just through illegal means take. We're talking hectares of land now.
What
just
is
go
illegal?
and bribe
What is
some.
illegal? One man, what is illegal
It
about
told
what?
you it wasn't properly signed off. That had you had the weekend now.
No, Wike said it was signed off by the director of lands.
Yeah, but
there was no
it's not in his
minister.
purview. It's not in his purview, the director of lands, to sign it.
I think
that is to tell you that somebody was bribed.
I think in the absence of a minister, it falls under the purview of the director of land. And at that period, when the man sued for the land, there was no minister. And as a businessman, what do you expect? What do you expect? Every business in Nigeria is paying bribe. Don't you know that? Every business in Nigeria is paying bribe. And don't forget that if there's a loophole, people will take advantage. If the director of land comes to you, maybe you have applied to the minister and you have been waiting for a response, and immediately the minister is out, the director of lands comes to you and says,
Let
hey,
me tell you, hold on. Even the director of land is not the second in line. They must have permanent secretary who would be in a better position. Hold on. Who would be in a better position to act in absence of the minister, since there was minister absent. He is the head of the affair, and he the one that will be in a position to sign whatever. But this fraudulent guy that you are regarding as a businessman, a fraudulent businessman with a fraudulent land of director of land, corner the resources of the state, thinking that they can get away with it. So it's
they corner the resources of which state? Which state? He cornered the resources of which state?
Of the federal territory. Resources of the federal territory.
Well,
So
I don't know about.
how you guys want fraudulent practices to be carried out by some criminals and they get away with it?
Ajale Koko, when you get to do,
it's not the way. It's not the way to run business.
Ajale Koko,
country, yeah.
Ajale Koko, when you get to that level of doing business, you will understand what is called lobbying.
No, forget about it. You want to tell me that the guy doesn't know the right channel? He doesn't know the right person to sign the paper for him? It's just a look. Let me tell you, him and the land director of land knew they were stealing the property of the federal territory, and the director of land was acting as a cover for him that time, not knowing that everything will come out like this. So don't let us look. A lot of fraudulent practices that people that you call businessmen that are rich today in Nigeria, the fraud that they're carrying out against the state, it's just huge. So don't cover for this guy. He's a criminal. He's a fraudulent businessman. He should be punished.
We cannot say, because this man has his papers and he has court papers even. So I think we can only leave it at the level of Wike not applying a human face, because he's government. He's a government. If you are a government, you must, even if your citizens have erred, there is a better way of doing it other than just going after demolition. Demolition is just destruction of wealth. You are just destroying money when we don't even have the money. We don't even have. This country is going borrowing. We are borrowing, and people are investing. People who invest in real estate are people who really believe in that country. So if you are borrowing, you are going from country to country, borrowing money. Somebody has just dug his money on the ground there, and you don't see it as investment. you see only the bad side of your people. I wonder, people who blame people, who always look for the bad side of, if you're looking for the bad side of people, you always see bad things. But this is
All
it's not
this,
about
you guys are just running sentiment. This tribal sentiment here.
It's not about
And
following the law.
And the guy had been able to catch you people because he was saying, he mentioned in his statement an accusation against Wike that, oh, how can an Igbo man got so much land like this? It just, look, he's a fraudulent guy. He should not, such a person is not running a genuine business, and you guys should not support him. Look, the only person that have the right to allocate land, and even with the CFO, when it comes to land allocation, CFO, he said he have all the documents, he have all the CFO. Who signed the CFO for him? Shouldn't it be the minister? Who signed it? You want to tell me he didn't know that he was trying to corner the city, the federal territory? He started selling it in order to make money.
From information I gathered, I think the man has.
All right. Xero, bring that space home, then I'll move you on. I think we've been there for quite a while.
I think I'm done. I just want to let everybody understand that the way a government should operate after citizens have spent money. This is not the first man who is losing big money. There are several other businessmen in the country. Look at Epis, for instance. Instead of people, this man would have gotten this license for long time ago if this country was standing up to business, to what it's supposed to do. It took this man almost.
Bayo Nonuga is actually asking Festus Keyamo to sack all of the people that stood in Onyema's way. He says Keyamo should sack them. Tinubu's aide reacts as Onyema cries out over MMIA workers' frustrations.
And if not that Nigeria is looking for dollars, I don't think they would have even paid attention to him. They would have let this man suffer more. It's because dollar is dealing with the government. You see, when you punish, that's why I say when you punish people who are supposed to help you, you can never get help anywhere. Look at how the other investors are running away. If you have money now, one man, can you put your money in Nigeria the way it is now, knowing that the next government?
Hold on. I've got a lot of money in Nigeria.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain first, because the last government might be favorable to you. The next government might be an enemy of the past government, and they just come after you because you are maybe considered a friend to the last government. And that's, how many houses have been demolished like this without people, when people have their valid documents. You've seen it.
I'm not aware that any house has been demolished with people having and I'm not aware that any house has been demolished willy-nilly as well. All of these houses demolished. When we look at if you dig a little bit deeper, you'll find out almost to the last house that these people have been given notices after notices. They've been told that they were building illegally. They've even gone and red marked some of those buildings, but they carry on. But when the demolition comes, they come into the public space and start to play ethnic jingoism.
One man, let me ask you a question. You have children. Are your children perfect? I'm just using that as an analogy. Are they perfect? If they make mistakes, are you going to just destroy them? That's what I'm saying.
They are not anybody's children. These are grown businessmen trying to defraud.
No, you don't understand. And Nigeria is their father.
Nigeria is not their father. Or Nigeria is an enterprise, and their stakeholders.
No. Then you don't understand the concept of government. A government knows that its citizens will always err. But
if you build illegally in Sweden, hold on. If you build illegally in Sweden, would they demolish that building? I know they will in the UK.
Why would I build
I'm
illegally?
not saying
You know,
why would you build.
what I'm
If
saying,
if somebody builds illegally without documentation, would they destroy that building in Sweden?
no, that's what I'm saying. You don't understand how what the series of things that have been happening is not that they build illegally. Is that there's corruption in the house where they get these documents. So some of them don't even know that these documents are being given to them without due process.
Are you saying an experienced estate developer investing in vast hectares of land does not know the process of securing proper documents?
Who is experienced in Nigeria when everyone, if you check every land now in Nigeria, you can demolish every one of them, because in one way or the other, one land is contravening the other. How do you tell? How do you tell when you are?
You are not answering the question one man is asking.
I'm just trying to create an analogy here that no matter, some of them contravene unknowingly. Some
nobody contravenes unknowingly. That's not true, actually.
Of course.
Nobody building a house does not know that you need a CFO, sign off from town planning, all of these things,
yes,
all of these checks that the state put in place.
And you get all these things, but
if they go and bribe to get a do, then they know already that they are committing an illegality.
No, they don't know. That's what, not all of them know this thing. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you will fall into the hands of these dubious people who work in the office, in the land office itself. You think anybody wants to try? There's a case of somebody who bought land. He came from abroad, bought land, did everything, got everything. Immediately he started building. Another person came and said, "Look, I got all the documents for this land too." They were showing themselves the same documents. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, please allow me to interject for a minute here, please.
I think the story is still not over, because ultimately Wike will still jail this guy. This is what I suspect.
Yeah, please let me interject one man on this. That I will take a couple of minutes to say that, particularly to Ajanle Koko. See, you're leaping over to the substantive issue. What happened, But the procedural law itself is very important. Do you understand? You're saying, oh, he's guilty of this, but there's a procedure. You have procedural, and then you have substantive law and issues. So you're leaping over to what a court's supposed to determine. You say your own. We can say your own. Okay, this other guy, say your own, and then there'll be adjudication based on the facts, right? But procedurally, which is where you should stop for right now, just handle the procedural issues in the laws of our land. You don't take caterpillar and start on your own as a minister or even as president, right? The president of the country cannot just go and start demolishing any properties or businesses. You have to go through the courts. Just know that this is not a debate. There are procedural issues.
Can you take a caterpillar to your own land?
Yes, you can. After you go and get permit, you have to go and get a permit. Hold on. If you have a land or there's a structure on your land, even if you want to destroy that land, destroy that property, you have to go to, depending on the law, if it's the jurisdiction, it's a village or it's a city, or a county. Depends on who has jurisdiction. You're gonna go say, "Look, I want to demolish this land. I need permit to destroy this building."
No, you don't. I'm not sure you have I don't think you have the expertise to say that.
You're saying think. I'm saying I know. You
don't know because you don't have the expertise to know.
Listen to me.
You don't speak from any authority on the matter.
Listen to me. What gives somebody authority is true or false, right?
No. You always do this your true or false or copying. I saw you doing that with the NJ. You didn't have time for it, but
no, it's okay. You notice that through his travels, and he never saw me one time come and talk about that, because we're just kidding around when we're talking here. Our citizens, I try to differentiate jocular nonsense that we do on a platform. I know that on the comment section, some people were saying, "Oh, Pensat's going to have a field day with Ginger Chavez. No, why? I don't have any bitterness in what's going on. He still has rights, you know. So don't, because I knocked you on the comment section, I was talking about your guest. They would look at your platform, the history, whatever you're doing, how we're talking here, for example.
No, don't worry about my guest. That's not. I'm not inviting your thoughts on that. I've had very big people on this platform, so I know that. That's what I'm saying. All right, thank you. Back to X0. No, be quiet. Back to X0.
So, my take,
bye-bye. I'll see you guys later. Okay,
right,
bye-bye.
My take on the whole issue is that the government should have a human face and stop destroying wealth when you are looking for investment. That's my take. That's where I'm going to end it.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to give us a little snippet on Bayo Ononuga saying that the axe should fall on the people that frustrated Oyema during the Buhari administration?
I've not seen that story. I don't know when that story came up. But if he said that, well, that's we still we're looking forward to what's going to happen. But you know, from all angles, it appears that certain businessmen are facing a hard time in a country they call their own.
It's a terrible thing, isn't it, that the country frustrates you more than anything else. When especially when you're an international businessman.
Imagine this man. I've been following this man's story for a long time. Immediately after he went to South Africa to pick Nigerians who were stranded, you know, immediately he went there to pick them for free and brought them home. All of a sudden, some government attacks.
You know, there was resentment that he did that.
Yes,
seriously, from the government. There was resentment that he did that.
A particular politician said, you took airpiece from Abuja to Lagos. Oh, they almost died on the plane, blah, 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 blah. What the heck? This is your Nigerian, and we don't have Nigerian courier. Or is it carrier? We don't have a Nigerian airline. And this guy is trying to, you know, make us get, oh my God. Did you see how, did you see, you're in the UK now. Did you see how the prices dropped? Immediately this guy got that opportunity to carry passengers from Nigeria to UK. The price is slashed almost by 50%. And this is what would have been benefiting from. Not to talk of the fact that this is a source of foreign exchange for us. So you see, when people say these things, if you harm a Nigerian business, you are harming Nigeria. Look at the cost of living in Nigeria now. Just look at the cost of living. Our naira is almost like tissue paper. And this is not because, it's not by accident. If you harm Nigerian business people, you are harming the citizens. There's no two ways about it. Because forget it, the businessmen will still do their business, but they will put the cost on the citizens. Now the citizens will cry. And when they cry, they will destroy your government. And then you find solution. At the end of the day, you go back to them. Till they finally went to help Epis to get the license. If you didn't help him, the citizens will suffer. Look at how much, I couldn't believe it. People are paying 10 million for flight ticket. 15
million in some instances, and that 15 million. Do you know how much Onyema slashed that 15 million ticket to? He slashed it to 4 million. So that is to somebody was maybe it was even Pansat that the assembly have to look into that matter. That it's something that has to be addressed. We can't just sweep it on, you know.
And then you're wondering why we don't have naira is falling to the dollars. You're wondering if these are the things we have to say. Look at another person that is suffering, like the innocent guy now. Is another point of reference. That's why I say if you harm Nigerian businessmen, it will harm the citizens.
Well, innocent is not suffering though. He gets a lot of patronage from government.
From which government?
How is it? The state governments. I think even Kebbi State, they order vehicles from virtually a lot of the state governors they patronize him. Not even the, not just the Southeastern ones.
When it comes to innocent and they keep you know what they call what's that word again? You know, when you're using minimal funds, you know, these things should be your basic. You should promote it and you should encourage people to promote it, because this is how Toyota started.
How else is that done outside of patronizing or buying from
Yeah,
it?
let me tell you, by this time, everybody buys Toyota because there's Toyota spare parts everywhere. This is what you do. You encourage people to buy through
you know that it is government patronage that makes innocent whatever it's called, that makes it viable.
It's not only innocent and clamoring for now.
Him as an example, it's government patronage that makes him viable.
Yeah, but at the same time,
so he gets the support. He gets the support. Is the point I'm making. Yeah.
Yes, but the struggle is too much because the government has not given full support. These are the things we are talking about. In other same climes, the government officials don't drive foreign cars. You don't drive foreign cars because you are using taxpayers' monies. You are wasting. That's
they
what
do that in the UK. They do that in the UK.
Yeah, of course. In America too, it's the same thing. You don't drive foreign cars.
No, they drive foreign cars in the UK.
Really?
Like Daimler, Rolls-Royce, they are all foreign vehicles.
Oh, okay. Well, most governments don't drive foreign cars.
Most governments actually drive Mercedes. I think virtually all governments drive Mercedes-Benz.
We don't drive Mercedes-Benz in the United States.
They don't.
No government, state, local government, federal, they don't drive Mercedes. It's American.
That's what I'm saying.
It's all Ford or Chrysler.
Yeah, it's all American vehicle.
Yeah, I think one man.
In the UK too. I don't see your prime minister driving foreign. He's driving. What is the name of that vehicle that you guys?
Yeah, exactly.
No, what happened in the case of the UK is because the Bentleys, the Rovers, and the rest were originally British vehicles.
And they are not anymore. Yeah,
not anymore. But they still hold on to that nostalgia.
Yeah. So I see. You see the trend. So I think we still have a long way. We have a long way, and we are wasting. The reason why Nigeria is suffering is that we are wasting money on the wrong things. We are not putting our money where our mouth is. Nigeria first. That should be the goal. Nigeria first. Not Nigeria first only, but if it's a particular
Renan Mokri is actually promoting that narrative quite aggressively. Nigeria first. Renan Mokri
it's common sense now. It's common sense.
But to be fair, you cannot expect government to be driving innocent motors, which is just welded together or something or the other, whatever it is.
That's what I'm saying. Let me ask you, where do they get the steel from? They are Jalkuta steel that they are waiting for government to put in place. It's not. This is the government that is holding them. If they fix Jalkuta steel,
no, they don't have the technology. They don't have the science. It's an assembly plant, by the way, not a manufacturer.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. If you want to build with your own steel, the steel manufacturing will be up.
They don't have the technology. You know, they just, it's just in time system of something. They roll it in from Southeast Asia.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying completely. I understand what you're saying completely.
Innocent motors, to all intents and purposes, are just glorified welders.
One man, let me explain to you how this thing works. One vehicle gets components from like hundreds of companies.
Yes,
you understand. You don't build a vehicle by yourself. You get components from hundreds of companies, and those hundreds of companies can be in your country, but they're specialized in particular components. That's what I'm saying. The steel company itself, Ajaokuta, has to be operational for these companies.
Not necessarily. They don't build the engines. They import the engines. They don't build. There's nothing in the. There's none of the components. There's none of the components that's indigenous to Innocent. Not a single.
Company builds
not
everything.
even.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they build nothing in Innocent. And that's why I'm saying they're just glorified welders in Innocent.
Because
yeah.
not even have the
may I interject, please?
All right, let Baba come in, and then I think BQB wants to come in as well, and then you bring it.
The truth about Innocent is not like he lacks customership. He has to build capacity. Nigerians are ready to embrace the vehicles if they are priced appropriately. He's doing well, no doubt, and he's been having help from the Bank of Industry. He himself acknowledges as a fact. So the government is doing everything to help, but he's building capacity gradually, actually. And I think it's gone about 26% local content so far, and it's not stopping there. Even the Air Force, Nigerian Air Force, NAF, he fabricates spare parts for them. That's how much they trust him. So the government is doing their own, is doing its own. So don't let us just add some spin to it. That's exactly what is happening. It's the reality. Thank you.
All right, BQB.
So one man, I think I want to round up by saying, let me round up by saying that, you know, Rome was not built in a day. If you don't have a vehicle of your own at all, you can start with what you have, and then you have a target. Say, okay, within now and the next 5 years, Ajaokuta will be running. Within that 5 years and the next 5 years, we should start using the CMC to build and create our own steel panels for the vehicles. And these guys, these businessmen, they have the money to create that capacity to build. But you have to, as a government, have your own target. And this target transcends individual government. It should be a continuum so that the next government comes in and continues from there. Thank you very much. My battery is low. Let me be listening from the backstage now.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent X0. So brilliant X0. So have that interjection, BQB, and then we take the conversation to Baba. Yeah.
Yes, let me just quickly interject. Just quickly to chip in something about this Allen Oyema space and this the other guy in Abuja. So I just wanted to make it as a general comment that based on 3 major ethnic groups we have in Nigeria, the Hausa, Fulani, Yorubas, and then Igbo, our Igbo brothers. But I always observe one trend. I don't know if you notice also that anytime any businessman is having some challenges, is our brothers from the Southeast that usually tend to throw in an ethnic dimension to it. And I'll give an example. So, because they are not the only one doing business, I've not really seen it in a space that a Southwesterner who said, I'm a businessman in Nigeria, I'm having this particular challenge. And the reason why I'm having the challenge is because I am a Yoruba man. I've hardly had any situation whereby there was some time that this major competitor of Dangote in cement, what's his name? Is it Abdul Samad, the other businessman?
Rabiu.
He was having challenges too. That the guy had to put up a 3-page editorial in response to the problem he was facing with the government and with Dangote. My point is that it doesn't, when they have their challenge, they present it. They don't present it from ethnic dimension that because they are Igbo, because they are Hausa. That's why some people are frustrating them. So I always usually don't like them to always come out like that. The Abuja realtor that I said because he was Igbo, that is why immediately I listened to the audio. I knew it's just normal sentimental people that you always feel that every time you have challenges, you're always going to feel that they are coming for you. The same demolitions happens in Lagos also. they're always going to feel like, okay, because they are Easterner, that's why the government is demolishing. Just like we had a conversation with Ekene, even at Alaba, when we were discussing about the reason why the market was locked is because of sanitation. But they always want to feel like the reason why the government is doing it is because they are Igbo. And Allen Oyema also is trying as much as possible to paint that picture. So in his own defense,
I think he said it in his big interview, didn't he?
Yes.
Did he not say? Yeah, he said that.
Yes. So in his own defense, he's always going to say, Airpeace is not owned by Allen Oyema. Airpeace is owned by 20 million people. Which 20 million Nigerian own Airpeace? So he's always going to come out to always push that agenda. So any other businessman from the East having one challenge or the other is always going to come and push it that is because he's from the East. That's why people are giving him the problems. And he mentioned that they had some challenges in their gate. The gate they were supposed to be using Gatwick, that there are some challenges too, because I watched his interview. Is that challenges too caused by some Nigerians too at Gatwick? So we are going to lose the substance of any single point or concrete point they want to make, as long as they tend to want to push it to that because they are Igbo. That is why they are facing some challenges. All of us in Nigeria were having challenges now. Myself, I'm facing some challenges in my business. So I can't say because I'm Yoruba, that's why I'm having this problem. So I think that's just my general observation, which I said I should just chip in. And I know you can watch out too and see the trend. An Hausa businessman, a Fulani businessman,
it's a non-threat.
Yes.
Not even threat, but trend. I think it's going to it's going to backlash fairly soon.
Yes,
because I thought that businessman, I thought he leapt too quickly to that space.
Yes,
you know, he could have battled it out with Wike without ethnicizing it.
Like as if there are some people, because he mentioned that there is a director of Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority on the flight that wanted to land on a particular landing bay at the newly constructed wing of MMM Lagos. That the guy told the guy on the phone, the guy said, even the director is there, and the person that responded said, and so possibly what he's trying to say is that I know those guys that said and so is likely going to be an Hausa Fulani, because from what I heard, the director is Southerner. So everything points down to the fact that who are those people frustrating him? I'm sure it's not going to be a Yoruba man or somebody from the South frustrating him. It's usually some northern people. So he's usually going to push us to that. So an average big businessman of his own caliber will say that. A realtor, an experienced realtor in Abuja will say that. Ekene that is doing buying and selling, that they closed Alaba because of that, will say that. The same Ekene will remember that they closed also my 12, that is mostly Yoruba and Hausa perishable goods market, and they close. So we're always going to just follow that trend and see. So that's just my interjection on that space. Then again, I'm not sure all of us commenting, when was the last time we used Airpeace? In the last 1.5 years, I've had cause to use Airpeace, Lagos to Abuja. But I will tell you, one man, if I had to do the review, maybe Allen Oyema will even lock me the way they are locking this lady, this Gino toothpaste. I mean, this tomato paste lady.
Yes, Okoli, something
Yes.
Okoli. Yeah.
I can tell you, I had a flight from Abuja to Lagos by 9 a.m. I didn't fly until 9 p.m. If you had the opportunity, go to the airport regularly and ask for customer review of activity of Airpeace running. It's not about how many number of flights, how many number of hours you did, though. It's about the customer are not generally satisfied. It's below average. And if I need to go to Abuja, I'm going to use the airline. I'm going to use the airline available. So I don't really have much choice. If you are going to Ilorin, Overland does Ilorin. So even if Overland, you are not satisfied with Overland business, you are still going to use Overland as long as you want to fly. So there is usually not much option for an average customer on the local route. It's not really that Airpeace is doing well in local route. Oh. I'm not saying the number of flights you are doing. I'm saying that is your flight going on at the regular time? It is not true. That is at two different points. One was in November, one was in mid-March, April. So we had to be in the airport. Everybody was grumbling. I have been in another country also with local flight. There is no day I missed that the flight will not go on. So when the former Minister of Aviation talked about capacity,
but to be fair, a lot of those flight delays, they're outside of the control of Airpeace. You know they have to be flagged off by the
that's what we
authorities.
will say now.
Yeah.
And that's what we want to say. There is no usually anyone in their control. That's 2 times. I had like almost more than 12 hours delay in checking in flying. So it's not their fault. Then there is so many other flights coming also from that same route. They are not the only one going from Lagos to Abuja. It's the commonest route. There's some other flight coming, but it's our own flight that is not coming. Other flights are landing, but our own flight is not landing. So they now packed all of us from morning. I'll tell you the normal regular flight of Airpeace on the local Lagos Abuja route. It's every 3 hours. 7:30, 9, 12. 3, 6, 7:30, 9, 12. From what I just explained to you, do you feel that they can run that? They can run that smoothly in Nigeria?
I think he can. I think he has the capacity. And it'll be a different experience on the international route because I don't expect that it will be experiencing all of this amateurish administration in the UK.
Yes,
You know.
so I feel maybe with the international route they are going to, of course, want to up their games. But for the local route, you not only me, ask so many other people. It's just below average in terms of satisfaction if I needed to rate them. So it's not like they are perfect also. They have some other areas too that they have to put in. Then again, it's taking too much than they can bite, than they can chew rather. So he needs to focus on some specific area. It's not just giving him ability to go everywhere. No, you can't just go everywhere. I want to go to Washington. I want to go to... No, you can have some specific area and be efficient with it first. That is the capacity the former Minister of Aviation is saying, Haji Serika. London option is a good option for us. It's good. But you can't say you want to go to Houston, you can't go everywhere with what you have.
If you have the capacity, if you have the plane that can do the job, why not go everywhere?
That's what I'm saying. But for now, he will tell you that he has the capacity. But Baba, I'm not sure. Have you flown Airpeace before?
No.
In recent time?
No.
So most people just comment, I've flown Airpeace 2 times within 2 years. And it's grumbling.
But like one man said, I think I had him on the TV too. He said in the interview that that what was responsible for the delay was not their own. It's out of their own control rather.
And that's what they will say. I've given you
and
an
he said it
example. That
openly.
same day, there was another airline on the same route. So how is it not their problem? There's another airline landing and going on that same route. But it's only Airpeace.
Can I come in a little bit?
So wait, you come in. Let me just summarize. So what I'm saying is that it's a good development for us as a country. It's going to save us forests. He's getting so much accolade that he needed. But there are some issues too that the E2 must try as much as possible to solve. It's not everything is just smooth the way he's presenting it on the media, especially if you have flown Airpeace. So if you've flown Airpeace, you understand what I'm saying. I think I hold on for now. You can call me.
Okay, my brother, I understand where you're coming from. When you said you've had your own experiences, I cannot tell you how you've experienced
Yeah.
yours.
Thank you,
But
my brother.
the issue there is that you also ought to understand how our airport works as well. First and foremost, we don't have night lights in most of our airports, except you're coming to Lagos State, right?
Yeah.
And apart from Lagos State and I think one other airport, they don't. None of the airports have nightlife. By 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, all airports are closed. However,
why now opening your booking at those times when you know
no.
this is
The thing there is that if you book a flight, if you book a flight, for instance, right, and you are meant to make a trip, and there is a delay for the controller, what would you do? You can move unless they say you should. It's not like a car that you start your car and say, I want to move. They have to give you a signal. So the issue there is that he has made it clear, if you have listened to his interview, and none of those from the NSCA or the organizations that take care of the airline has come out to refute his claim. He had placed it squarely on the doorsteps of the airport management, and none of them has come out to say anything. And you might have gotten that issue with Air Peace. It's not just Air Peace. Most Nigeria airline, but they
So I
still
agree
suffer
with
the
you.
same thing. Yeah.
That's
So
what I'm saying. Why are
it
they
is the
not
same
coming out?
structure.
Yeah, why are they
They
not coming out to talk? That's my
They
point.
are talking, my brother. They are talking.
Oh,
The thing
okay.
is that you're not listening. They are talking, right? So Arile Oyema is talking. Now, if you could understand that that this thing they've been battling about it for 7 years. 7 years. It is the Nigerian system. Stop cutting them slack. It is the system in Nigeria that is messed up. What is his name? The one that did power, right? Baton That is 15 years. 15 years. The gas pipe, the gas line that will connect the power plant from the source is about less than how many kilometers? So you see, I don't know. The other day I was asking one man, I said, one man, if you have a toothache, you solve the toothache, right? You don't just go, we have a problem, we have a power problem, right? We have an agricultural problem. If we're going to invest or remove all bottlenecks as regards to that, that would have been so necessary. But do we do it? No. So that's where I'm coming from. One man, please, my mom had a surgery, so that's the reason why you see me go
Sorry,
back and
Bele.
forth. When I come in, I'll just speak.
How is she?
No, she just did a knee replacement. She's fine. She's
All right.
fine. Yeah.
All
So
right.
that's the reason why when I come in, if I don't have more time, I'll just talk and just leave. But one man, if I could just like delve into what I had some people say here. Look, one man, it is not about Igbophobia. The issue there is that if these people are crying, they ought to be listened to.
No, they cry wolf too often. Look at this incident now of this property developer.
Of this Abuja home.
Yes, look at this incident.
And those in Lagos also.
He had a legitimate argument without bringing ethnicity into it.
No, but if we can say that
his documents were signed off by a senior member of Abuja structures, and that will be sufficient enough for him to hold his ground and fight the system.
Okay.
A lot of people would have backed him, but when he start to leap into the we saw the same thing in Lagos. We saw the same thing in Lagos, didn't we? So it's
one man.
So it's just he shouldn't have ethnicized
we
it.
cannot. No. One man. See, let me tell you this, right? It is not a question of exercising it, but if Wike said it,
okay. As a
right?
rational person, would you believe that Wike would say such a thing?
He might.
No, it's unfathomable now.
One man. He did not say. He did not say it in isolation.
Why did they give all this land to an Igbo
Hold
man?
on, one man.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? It's ethnic dog whistling.
Can I just say something? One man.
Yeah,
Look,
go
man.
on.
He did not say it in isolation. He did not say it only in his own presence. There were people there. There was another interview I saw, and they were corroborating it. So if he said it, he said it.
So he said
right?
because he's an Igbo man. He's an Igbo man. That's why they're not going to give him.
Atiku was not there. Listen now, my brother. You cannot sit there and say no. You cannot sit there and say no. If somebody did not tell you or show you the one that was said by Ahmadu Bello, and somebody just say he said it, you're going to say, oh, he said that to a foreign.
There was a video.
Let me just say this. You know that narrative is just one more incident from a backlash because people are getting fed up of it. It's one more. The next one that gets into. The next one that has issues with the state and tries to leap to the people will slaughter that person because it's enough. You can't anytime things don't go your way, immediately leap to ethnic something and start to rally the troops. It's happening too often. It's happening too often.
Okay, one man, let me tell you this. If you walk like a dog, quack like a dog, then it's the dog. You cannot just sieve it away and just say
the demolitions in Lagos are because they are Igbos. The demolitions in Abuja is because they are Igbos. And if they are demolishing in Ibadan is because they are Igbos.
Hold on now. Let me calm down now.
That man should not have done that. It's a big mistake. It's a big mistake that he did.
One man.
And you still want to believe like a dog. You walk like a dog.
Let me tell you something. This is my thing. If they demolished somebody's property, right? He has the right to come out and say, they demolished my property. I don't know.
Right.
You are still fixated.
That's fair enough.
Fair enough. So if you're fixated,
yes.
Hold on, one man. Hold on. Let me land now.
Sorry, you land. That's a legitimate. Hold on, BQB. That's a legitimate argument to say they demolish. We are all human beings now.
If they demolish my property,
you can cry out. But the moment you start to ethnicize there's such a predictability to it. There's such a predictability to it.
Okay, one man. This is the thing, right? I do not take any person that cries to like racism, like we have here, because I usually think that they have something to hide. But in this particular case, if the man has his CFO, he has all his documents as he stated, and you send a bulldozer to go bulldoze $1 billion over billions of dollars worth of infrastructure, right? One man, does what he says really matter as Nigerians? If you saw somebody being hold on, man, one man. If you see somebody
hold on now, BQB.
Why must it be the same set of people coming out like that every time?
But if they demolish his property, right? So if I demolish your property right now, you're not going to speak up.
I'm going to speak up because I do not have document, not because I'm a Yoruba man. That's why my property was demolished.
Hold on, but he had the document. You don't know. You want to believe the state, and the person that actually had the demolished his product is telling you, "Look, I have proof here." You do not want to believe.
He acquired it through fraudulent means.
All right, we must move. Hold on, gentlemen. Hold on. You know you are a gentleman too. When I say gentleman includes you, BQB. We must. Yes,
but this must is very sensitive, and
yes, I know. I know. Hold on 1 second. Let Joel, you learn, and then we go on to Baba, who has been waiting patiently, and it doesn't like to be kept for too long. But let me just say this: I don't think the guy should have. I think he would have probably enjoyed a lot of public sympathy. Look at the volume of money now that he would have expended on that. So he would have enjoyed some public sympathy if he had not ethnicized state. BKB, Nisuru. He would have enjoyed a lot of public sympathy if he had not ethnicized state. But there's a sense of deja vu. Anytime anything happens to an Easterner, they say, look, it's because I'm an it's wearing thin. It's wearing thin.
One man, it might be getting tiring. It might be getting tiring, right? But like I said earlier on, and I'm going to leave it right here, right? Like I said earlier on, if it happens to them constantly, and you say that they should not speak out, the one that they have not even attached ethnicity to it, and they lose their property. What have you guys done about it? Nothing. Nothing. You guys are saying because they put Igbo, the ones that they demolished that had no Igbos on it, nothing. The airpiece that started flying yesterday that had Ishiago is a problem. And if you talk about it, you say, don't talk about it. Who made it about Igbo? The same people. So one man, look, we keep living in denial. Somebody came here and said something so important the other day. I think it's 2 days or 3 days ago. And he said that the issue of 1966, we have not solved that problem. We need to sit down and talk one man. If anybody yesterday, in fact, there was a tweet I saw one man, I cried as a citizen. And some of you look at it and you just wave it away. Where somebody said that that airline should crash. That airline should crash. Because of what? Because they're wearing Ishiago and fellow Nigerian.
Well, that's Twitter's space now. One man. Twitter is a cult of its own now. They are full of
let me tell you something. It came out on TV today. Not one, not two, not three. 3 different brokers. So right, and it was being mentioned, and it is a disgrace. Whether we like it or not, whether you want to romanticize it, whether you want to put pancake on it, we have a tribalism problem in Nigeria, and it amplified in 2023 election, whether you like it or not. And I rest my case.
How many times did you hear that people pray that Tinubu had died? So it's the Yoruba man that will be praying that Tinubu should die on Twitter space. So if they hear somebody die, they will say, why is the angel of death not taking Tinubu? Why is he taking somebody else? So those
Tinubu is the president, for crying out loud.
So
Oyema, hold on now. Hold on, let me tell you.
Yeah, Yoruba
Oyema is a private businessman. It's just like me calling on Otedola. What is Otedola's business? If Otedola has a business, listen now. If Otedola has a business, hold on now. Nobody is wishing anybody to die, but I'm just saying that Otedola is a businessman, right? He's a private businessman. Whatever he does, can I just finish now? You just keep responding. You're not learning anything. You just keep responding.
All right, hold on.
Let me just talk, and so that we can communicate.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, Joel. So Joel, land it, and then after that we have to go to Baba. We've kept him for long enough. Joel.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm saying is this, right? With what has gone on with we have the likes of Todala that are private citizens that own their businesses that do not want to deal with politics. When those people have their thing going on, we don't go about beating that tribal drum. We have to grow from it, and we have to stop pretending that those things do not occur. The 2023 election divided us more than we ever thought, and I hope that Nigeria will recover. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Baba, the floor is yours. Baba.
Okay, thank you, one man.
Sorry, Baba. This is why you don't like to come on often. We keep you holding for so long.
That's why I stay at the comment section every time.
I apologize on
No,
behalf of one man. Sorry.
I hope your day is going well, one man. I can see from this side anyway. Good evening, gentlemen of the panel and the comment section. I greet all of you. And our esteemed viewers, please like, share, and subscribe. You've not been liking him much of late, and that's a disservice to this platform. Please, anytime you come to establish your viewership, kindly click the like button immediately. I know we all tend to forget most of the time. After all, you're enjoying the conversation and you take your pick out of the flowery conversation and gist that's going on. Thank you, viewers. One man, let me start first with what is not the earpiece thing. I'm not going to mention name, but it's very unfortunate what happened to Onyema, and he knows the power struggle he's been having, and he finally succeeded only because the one man that actually is the cause of his problem is not there in that space anymore. Let me put it that way, because this man is heading a consortium that's going to bring massive airline to Nigeria. He has the capacity and he has the contact. All he wanted was the European route. Oyema already has a China and one or two other places. But unfortunately, as fate will have it, I think it's in the stars of Oyema that he will grab Europe at the end of the day. And his competitor, who has a very, very deep pocket and European contacts, is not fighting it anymore. So let me put it that way. So he knows what was troubling him. It's not too different from what troubled Batineji in Abia State. Let me put that. Okay, coming to the Wike thing, I watched about 80% of that interview. And that interview of Wike today actually humanized him, really humanized him. And I felt sympathy for him. Most of us, we have the Wike's or people like Wike's ilk in our family. Those they will tell you, oh, please, oh, don't tell that uncle anything. If you tell him, he will go and tell the person you told him. That's how Wike is. You can't tell Wike any secrets, because he gave us a lot of anecdotes on that interview this morning when I woke up to it. And I really enjoyed it. But what really touched me most, apart from the land thing I'm coming to, was a story he gave about Doc Bessie's children, the AIT CEO, the late CEO of AIT, when he said they are building in Abuja. Close to it, there was a quarry that was approved, and they were doing a lot of blasting, and that blast is affecting the integrity of that they are building, which has a massive mast that help their telecoms business. And the children went to him. You know, Wike and Doc Bessie, they don't see eye to eye, even though they are both in PDP. But he handled that perfectly. Within 24 hours, he made those people quit the quarry, stop the blasting, and give them back their property space and give them peace. And he said, because I have problem with your father, I cannot visit the sins of your father on you, the children. I was really touched. And that humanized him.
Wike is a decent guy. I've always thought that there's a decency to him at his central core. He's a decent man. Yeah,
that's decent. Some of us couldn't do that. When we see the children of our enemies, the bile will rise in us. Some of us. So I give him his own flowers in that respect. Coming to this developer, look, most of us here, if we are builders, we know how we behave. You understand? I mean, I buy a land. The immediate thing, once I have the plan and everything, I start digging before I seek for approval. That is even in the states, not FCT now. I start building. The next morning, the building people will come around. Where's your permit? I say, I'm processing it. I show them one ludicrous application. They will mark an X on it. I give them some envelope. They go away. Most of the buildings in Lagos, that's how we build them. We build first and get permission later, and CFO will follow maybe 2, 3 years, 4 years, even later. Or some people don't even bother to pursue the CEO at the CFO. It is on record, according to Lagos State government, that 94% of the properties in Lagos do not have CFO. That's from the government saying that, and they know what they are talking about. Then coming to the FCT, there is no governor in place, but the minister who hold the fort for the president is like he has a mayoral power over that space. The procedure is this: you apply. You can't buy now like we buy in states and then take our receipts now to cover ourselves. But you cannot buy. They allocate land to you. There's a process to it. You see a land you want in the cadastre and you check it out. You get your surveyor to check it. They map it out. You apply to FCT authorities. When you apply, it goes through the offices. Here we are. You said you have all your papers. Why not show it? Because if I'm fighting a cause, my body is hot. I have pins all over me. When I do a press conference like he did yesterday, you show all your papers to say, these are my papers, these are my approvals. But I was glad that Wiki was given right of response today. And he put it in his proper perspective. He said, look, it was the director in the concerned department in FCT that gave the man approval when there was a lacuna in governance. There was no minister of FCT in place.
But Baba,
Yes, sir.
does the director has the right, or the, which English can I use now, the authority to sign that document?
No, it
Can
doesn't.
we ask that question?
No,
Yeah.
no, it doesn't. What the director will have is that, look, the minute on the file that in a red pen, the document seems to be in order. I recommend approval. He takes that file to the office of the FCT minister, who will now approve it and issue the C of O. That is the authority he needed. But Wike said, look, when they saw that he actually got this approval in the period when there was, we all know that it took Tinubu about 90 days before he got his ministers in place. It was during that period the developer got all his approval. And who gave him the approval? The director in charge. That is, he was using the power here that is not situated in his office.
Sorry, Baba, but was what Wike did, was it not excessive? If that land did not have a different designation, could he not just have asked the guy to reapply for just
one man? Look, what is wrong with us in our country?
Is it not a bit extreme?
No, one man. What is wrong with us is impunity. We have it in abundance, and it's in every Nigerian, including my good self. We have.
Yeah, but you could have find him though. It could have.
You cannot
but
find. Listen, one man. Look, you cannot reward illegality. It is unheard of. The ex-Xerox you spoke to the other time, you asked him one question which he did not answer. If he were to be in Sweden, will he just see an empty land and start building? Or when he was processing the document, he will start developing? He will go to jail. He will go to jail. You know, it can be done. But we are a different breed entirely in Nigeria. We just do things without respect for the law because we believe everybody is bribable. That after all is money. We all do it. In little things,
Sir, sorry for interjecting you. Why can't Wike, the guy that owns the land give something, the government give something, and they meet in the middle? Demolition doesn't. I would be honest with you. Demolition doesn't speak well.
I don't think you listened or you watched the interview. There was an affront to this. He said what he did first when the story hit. He called everybody concerned to his office. They all came with their lawyers, who are even happens to be senior advocates. They talked about it. They looked at the documents and they said, okay, let's adjourn for today. Let's come back. And to the chagrin of Wike, the next thing these guys did was to go rush to site, started fencing the place, marking it out, and put up the land for sale, and starts cutting it up and selling it. And he said he got wind of the story from a lady friend of his who was seeking advice whether she should purchase that land. And he went there and truly saw that the guy who maybe they were trying to give a soft landing, he didn't know, Wike didn't say, has started selling up the place and people have started digging up foundations. So what do you expect? That's what I call an affront.
But sir, Baba, I don't think demolition is still the solution. As one man said to you, it can be fine. They can tell him to reapply. There are many solutions. Demolition is not. Baba, let me just digress a little bit. I saw some modular refinery. We spoke about modular refinery that was put up illegally. Why can't and government are destroying it? If this modular refinery illegally can refine, why can't they come into the middle? Now you have to do this. Something has to be done, not demolition. Nigeria, there's no money. People are struggling to build. Then now again, you are demolishing. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we're talking about the law here. You understand? We're talking about the law.
But Baba, please, there was a court judgment to that. Why did Wike disobey that court judgment?
Listen, Wike said he has not seen any court judgment. That's what Wike said. Look, it's the guy we have to hear from now. You understand? Like one man said many weeks back, all this noise about demolition. We've not seen one person that brought out his document, full document. The cap of every document for housing is the C of O, certificate of occupancy. Once you have that property in the back. Nobody can take it from you without compensating you adequately. If you don't have that, then you have no case. In fact, by law, we are supposed to get our C of O before you even start scratching the ground on a plot. by law. That's what the law says. But that's because we have this impunity that when they come, just give them something and they go away. That is the problem we are facing in that country. It is high time we start doing things right. We can't continue like this. Here we are. Look, in my walkway here, when it's snowing, I have no business with my walkway. My property ends where they start carving the walkway. But woe betide me if I don't clear the snow. Somebody walking their dog fell down in that walkway. I will pay, and I will end up in very, very deep shit. That's
for
ordinary
what?
walkway.
Baba, for what?
For the guy on my walkway fell because of the ice. I refused the snow. I refused to clear. It is the law in my state.
Which country are you staying, please?
I'm in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Oh,
yes.
Wow. We don't have that. We don't have that stuff here.
Lucky
I don't care. I don't care if I'm not able to shovel it. So when you walk with care. I see no reason why they should.
No, you have to shovel it. It's a problem. It's a problem. So,
Babaja, does that happen? Does that happen in your place? Babaja.
Charlie Coco is in the fridge at the moment.
I don't know
okay.
what's going on.
I
didn't even. I wasn't listening. What's going on?
It was here in spirit, in body, but not in spirit.
So he wants to know whether in your own state, if you don't shovel the walkway in front of your property and somebody fell and crippled their knees, then you are liable.
Oh no, then you have to shovel it. You cannot leave it grow. I mean, if somebody, fell on my property, I won't be held liable. It's on him. You understand what I'm saying? I don't think I'm held liable.
Well,
actually, I have insurance though that covers if somebody should have injury, in my property. The insurance will.
Insurance, but that's liability. That's what I mean by liability.
Yeah,
you get my point. But Joel of Nashville says no. I don't know, but different laws in different states.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to make sure, like, if make sure that.
I understand. We are all learning. You understand? We are all learning. I mean, you can happen on this anytime. So the fact is, this very guy, this is the impunity I don't like. I've learned my lesson. I've never had the misfortune of having any of my things damaged. You understand? But that's how we all did it. Even it takes, I think, 4 years, 5 years. You even forget about the CFO. Until something happens, you need the CFO. Is then you start going to the governor's office, or you call your contractor to go find out whether it has been signed or not, and things like that. So what I don't want is, we should not reward illegality. In fact, I'm advocating, like, I know I've never fallen into that kind of thing in US, but if the government demolishes it, you will pay for the demolition. You will pay for the time the tractors or crane spent on that land to demolish it and where they warehouse it to. So this is a problem. You get my? Let me frame this. There's somebody owing rent in office space. He locked it up and left. Business was bad. And for almost nine months, the landlord couldn't access. And one day he got tired, broke it, took pictures, videos, carted everything, put and warehoused them. When this guy showed up a few months later, he said, well, you've come to pay me the rent arrears. Fine. Your properties, you have to pay for warehousing. Oh, he said, throw spit up, hit his face, he wants to die. No, you have to pay for warehousing because I need that space. At times you need to teach people some lessons, hard lessons, so that they don't repeat that kind of shit on any other person. So this because we are just too brazen. We are too brazen. We are a different breed in Nigeria entirely. What we will not do in other person's land, we do it in our own land. And we get away with it so many times. It's high time we stopped. One man, next topic, please. I would like to go to the Saraki space.
Yes, I was taking you there. So go to the Saraki space. Intriguing times for the PDP. So now the North Central want to hold on to that chairmanship because, of course, your chair you did not complete his tenure. Atiku Abubakar is back in town to superintend the NEC meeting of the PDP. So PDP rising from the Phoenix, but what face are they going to show to the Nigerian public?
It's getting interesting, you understand? And I don't know how Atiku is going to play this. It's what they call Gordian knot in the Greek mythology. This is a Gordian knot, and it's not a thing of mean faith for you to be able to untie it, because there are about 2-3 factions right now in PDP. The Atiku factions, the wicked people, and the rest. But I think the wicked group is ahead of the pack. Atiku just dropped into town from his where he hibernates to every other time after election. Now, but the wicked faction has been doing a very good job. You remember when he went to Saraki's house a few months back, and we talked about it on this panel that something actually, apart from what they are doing in the kitchen.
Who went to Saraki's house?
Wike to cook. You forget the kitchen thing, and Saraki reciprocated and visited him, and they were cooking. They were cooking up a storm, not just the meal.
Yeah.
So they were ahead. And Saraki is from North Central. We talked about it then that look, he could be the next chairman. Now they brought in Suswan. I don't know the group that brought in Suswan. Yeah.
We didn't forget Saraki is a Yoruba man, even though he's from the North Central. Would they give it to a Yoruba man?
North Central is not Central. It doesn't matter whether it's Yoruba. Saraki will tell you it's not Yoruba. Anyway, the Kogi man will tell you it's not Yoruba anyway. So, and politically, we have zoned that their own space as North Central. So he's entitled to it. He has not come to the Southwest to drag anything with anybody. So, but Suswan, if you remember, 2 weeks ago, he was rearraigned in court for a 4 billion corruption charge. So he's in court with EFCC right now. So something actually is, so you can't expect a man who goes to court every other time to be chairman of that will lead a party to the next election.
What of Saraki? Has he been freed of his own corruption cases too?
But he has not been charged to court. So he can bury the file somewhere.
Okay.
Particularly if he has Aso Rock ears through Wiki. So that's why I laugh that this is getting interesting. But I want to make a prediction. Saraki will win the chairmanship.
Wike is a grandmaster politician. No?
He has foresight, even though he's evil, but he has it.
You know, Baba, part of the things they are going to be discussing is disciplinary actions for people that have carried out what they purport to be anti-party activities. So they're looking to discipline Wike even in this cycle of meetings.
Yeah, well, for that, I wish them good luck, because this guy is not, the Wike is not a soft meat too. If you remember, he said so many things today. I want to recommend that interview to everyone listening, including the viewers, please go. And it's 1 hour plus. Very, very hard thing to do, to sit for 1 hour and listen to the gravelly voice of Wike and things like that, pontificating, huffing, and puffing. But if you have the patience, and we all need that patience to listen to our politicians, let's jump into conclusions. Let's listen to them. Let's decipher what they are saying and what they are not saying. Let's read between the lines, because we are not united to fight them. But then in listening to them, we can know where they are heading to us. It can educate us as to who behind who we should line up for the next election and stuff like that. We have to listen to them. We have to invest time. We have to invest our time. We don't just jump into conclusion. Watch their body language. Because Wike said so many things, he's flippant. And I even get annoyed at times when they interject him, because when he's flowing, let him flow. I was praying, let him flow, let him come up with all these dirty things. And he came up with a lot of dirty things. Things he shouldn't even be saying. He was saying it. Things that indicted him, that indicted others, all the things they cook, how they bury. He said everything. He said everything. So we should please, if you have to segment it, maybe 30 minutes, you pause it, go do some other thing, listen to it perfectly. It's a good one. So, but because he talk about Secondus, he talk about Fubara, he talk about the first governor. He talked about with whom he has fallen apart now. The Dr. Odili. He talked about Odili.
They are no longer together.
Yeah, they are no longer. They fell out. You understand? He talked about Secondus, who is now managing. Oh no, it's interesting. There is no way I can take all your time. So one man, Wike, I give him an edge because he started early. So I give him an edge. And I think his person, Saraki, will emerge as the chairman of PDP in a matter of
but they have to address the Wike question, though. If they have any real seriousness about 2027, because he clearly sabotaged them in 2023.
He did.
And then it's been rewarded with a very high-profile position within this administration. So how can he be a senior member of the foremost opposition party, as well as being a senior member of the sitting government? So it's a question that has to be addressed, and the addressing of it is to say to excuse him from that party.
But if he's chairman,
no matter how you want to praise Wike is in a circle. Wike don't know what he's doing. He's confused. I don't know where he will stand to campaign in 2027. Whether PDP elect a good chairman. So, and I will not expect him to campaign against Tinubu. So he just tied himself in a circle. He's going nowhere.
Okay, let me ask you my own question. Between Suswan and Saraki, who do you think will win the chairmanship position of PDP?
Well, I think Saraki will win that position.
I want Segun Showunmi to win because he's been a guest here.
I beg.
No, Segun Showunmi don't have that capacity.
Don't have it,
exactly. They will play a lot of politics in that regard, and Segun Showunmi don't have that capacity to play that.
He doesn't have the money.
Well, Wike coming out now saying that he's a member of PDP is laughable. It's very, very laughable.
It's what he's doing.
What is even more laughable is PDP
what he's doing is running with the hair. It's running with the hair and hunting with the hound at the same time. It's only Wike that will do that, to run with the hair and hunt with the hand. So,
yeah, but why is the party
something got to
allowing
give?
it?
Something got to give. You know why? Because one, he has lots of money. Lots of money.
But he doesn't have it anymore now. The money he had was at River State coffers.
Who told you that? Who told you that? River State is one of the few states that own their own private jets. There are only, I think, 2-3 states
but you know, Baba, you know that the problem with him and Fubara is still to control that resources, which I think that he's not getting anymore. You can hear
but
it.
What about the FCT?
He's getting from FCT share, but not from River State, because I don't. If he has explained that his problem with Odele, you will understand that Wike is losing a lot in River State, because to lose Odele, you know the role Odele and his wife played in his political career. So
That is where I'm going with you, Ekene, my dear brother. You see, these people, they've done a lot of bad things against Nigeria states. They blackmail one another. They know where all the bodies are buried. At the end of it all, bottom line, they are all friends when their interest is at stake. Don't be fooled. I'm not fooled. They are all friends. That is politics for you. Don't be too sure. Maybe that 1 naira Fubara signed to is still pushing it to decide that nominated account until tomorrow. It's 1 kobo, he will not add more to that 1 naira. But what he's signed to is delivering. So it's all about politics. But even if they kick him out, succeeded in kicking him out, if he owns the chairman, of course, will give him a safe landing. Because even if Saraki emerges, just like Ekene has also postulated, Saraki also needs the presidency. Because like Ajan Lekoko said, he has a file with EFCC, not 1 file even. The file is about 4. So this is the situation we are in Nigeria. Since we all cannot come together as one to fight, then what we have to live with is how to checkmate them by knowing the lesser of all the evils to line up behind for the next election. Oh man, any other topic? Yes, sir.
Baba,
yes,
yes,
sir.
You see, I don't like it when we always come out, and we try to make certain people look like saints and certain people look like the villain. And what is his name? If we talk about politicians that are under the ESCC dragnet, that we're still giving political appointments, we have Ababio, right? So I don't see that as any drawback again in Nigerian politics. I was thinking that if you were if you had anything to do with the EFCC, then they will shut you out of, contesting for political offices and all that. But in Nigeria, the law is kind of two-edged. They will tell you, oh, the person is not guilty. It's not guilty until proven. It's not. It's innocent until proven guilty.
Until proven guilty, so you can do anything.
Then to prove the person guilty,
as any court convicted him, that's the question they ask.
It takes you another 12 to 15 to 20 years. In fact, sometimes the person might even die before anything can even come up. So, I mean, using the word or the language or the sentence, that the person went to jail, it's no more anything in Nigeria. So, there's no way to hold political office holders accountable.
That's what I'm saying, Joel. That's why I said, look, let's always concentrate on these people because
Baba, please. We talked about this guy in Abuja, then joining hands to destroy PDP in Anambra State. So, what did he mean by that? I want you to explain more to me. He made the point that they destroy PDP in Anambra State. Because for me, I think I don't know the angle that Wike is coming from, but for me, I think with what happened last, I think we can destroy PDP in Anambra State, but he said that it is these guys that destroy PDP in Anambra State. So I want to understand.
I'm glad you really watched the interview. He said it. Myself, have not been able to sit back and look into it with my inner eyes and determine exactly what he meant, because he said it proverbially, or I mean, not proverbially, like throwing a kind of riddle. You understand? And said the way they destroy PDP in Anambra or something. I think this is Anambra. So something happened in Anambra. So what really happened? That's the question I've not been able, because I didn't look at it critically, or even though it hit me somehow. So we will look at it. That's why I say we should listen to them.
Seeing it, seeing it, you know that Peter Obi is the leader of PDP in Anambra State up until 2023 election. So it's very clear. So him now, PDP in Anambra State was disorganized after Peter Obi left PDP in 2023.
Yeah.
And in Anambra today, you cannot see anything called PDP anymore. The people of
Okay.
the
Go on,
PDP in Anambra State, and the woman Ekunife that's supposed to be championing that after Peter Obi, that's supposed to be the head of PDP in Anambra State, is now in APC with the Ifeanyi
Uba, yeah.
You understand? So PDP don't have any strong politician in Anambra State again after Peter Obi.
That's what it means. I can see.
Yeah, that's what it is after Peter Obi and Ekunife. So, but that argument that he's making, that these guys destroy PDP in Anambra State, for me, I have to blame Wike for that, because a lot of time, Wike, a lot of PDP people has argued that it is Wike that frustrated Peter Obi out of PDP.
That's true.
You understand? He is the one that frustrated Peter Obi out of PDP. So him coming now to say that they destroy PDP in Anambra State, that's why I said that guy is very unstable, and I don't like his kind of politics. He destroy and come back to blame other people. But when he was destroying PDP or frustrating your leader of the party in the state, because you think you have the power to frustrate him, you can talk, you can fight.
But that was during the presidential primaries, not so. That was the presidential primaries.
Yeah, that was during the presidential primaries. But a lot of forces in PDP has made it clear that it was him that frustrated Peter Obi out of PDP.
Yeah, but frustrating Peter Obi out of PDP is fair game now, because it was after the same thing that Peter Obi was after. So that was politics, wasn't it?
For me, that was politics. But sometimes we can play politics too far. That some statement that he make, you think that it's everybody that can endure such statement.
Wike rather, it plays winning politics.
There is nothing like winning politics.
Very Machiavellian.
There is nothing like a winning politics. He's just thinking, seeing himself as a god or as a great politician. But for me, people in APC by regard. No, he's not a great politician.
What do you mean?
To me. No, he's not a great politician.
Okay, look at this electoral cycle. He has come out on top. Look at his battle with Rotimi Amechi in Rivers State. He came out on top. Look at his battle with Peter Odili. He came out on top. Look at his battle with Peter Obi. He came out on top.
There is nothing. Well, for me, you might see him that he's winning, but for me,
is he not winning? Yeah, don't worry. He's a jobber.
He's a political jobber. Let me finish. He's a political jobber because he's a kind of that politician that vomit and went back to his vomit and leak. It's just like
every politician in the world.
No. It's just like Tinubu. Tinubu today, you cannot say that he plays such politics. You understand? But and he waited and had the patience to achieve maybe however he achieved it. But at the end of the day, he waited to. Let me finish.
Hold on. There are only two people that always win in Nigerian politics: Tinubu and Peter Obi, and Yemsen Wike.
No. Let me tell you. Leaguing an election. In River State, Wike, his rigging is very clear. Everything is very clear. No doubt about that. His fight to gain power is very clear. And,
very vicious.
So there is nothing to hide. Everybody knows that this man is trickish when it comes to leaguing an election. So I don't regard him as a great politician, no matter how you want to paint it. You understand? So, and he has now put himself in a cage that I don't know, unless he's going to wait, but I don't know what will become of him coming back to PDP again to say that he wants to contest for presidency. I don't know, because I think depending on the kind of chairman they will get, but he has a lot of baggage.
Let me say this, please. Currently now, Wike is on political appointment. Can you say that? And it's just for the country to serve the country. Forget about the affiliation of the PDP where it's coming from. Can we say that?
I know he's on a political appointment. You understand?
Thank you.
With his fight with APC in the past, all the internet has made everything possible now that people can dig out your past. Everything I can remember what Wike said about APC, everything, but coming up today,
those
to
are
be a member of APC
talk now.
Yeah, I cannot regard him not being a member of APC. For me, Wike is a member of APC. And even the president himself, I don't think Tinubu trusts Wike very well. No matter, that's why I think he's just giving him that hand to do whatever he wants to do.
Look, Ekene, this guy is useful. You understand? So even if you have to dine with him, you do it with a very long spoon.
Even the president knows that he's dining with a dangerous man.
If you remember very well, for instance, which I still get annoyed anytime I remember, Fayose warned Fubara. Wike is the kind of Njakri person. He doesn't care. That thing is too laser focused on whatever he wants, be it an enemy he's going after or a friend or he wants a favor. He will be laser focused. It becomes a solo thing for him. Because the way he's hounding Fubara is exactly what Fayose said. To my annoyance, that's the kind of person he is. So when you know, because there's nobody I cannot live with. Once I know this is the kind of person this guy is, I know exactly how to model my own response.
Baba, you cannot tell me that Wike will come out today to say I want to contest with his reputation today.
No, I don't think Wike is interested in anything, because the man Wike I see, late 50s. I'm not a doctor. I don't pretend to be one. I don't think Wike is very healthy. He's done kidney something once. Himself said it when he was poisoned. So if you look at him at 50 something,
for me, I would tell you that
Wike look younger.
All right, let Baba bring it home, and so we go on to Ajale Koko.
Yes, one man. I yield. Let Ajale Koko come in. Thanks for the opportunity. I salute you once again.
All right, brilliant. That's excellent, Baba. So Ajale Koko, you're up next. I'm not sure if you're fully there, Ajale Koko. All right, I think Ajale Koko needs a moment. Let's hear from Joel of Nashville. Joel. All right, Joel needs a moment. Let's hear from
one man.
Yes.
I'm in the hospital with my mom. I will talk.
You did say.
Okay, we wish her well, all the panel, on behalf of the panel.
Does your mom live in the US, or she just came for?
No, she lives there. She lives there.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Do you have any family in Nigeria still? Like immediate family?
Yes, I still have my younger one over there. He doesn't want to go anywhere. He wants to stay there. The other ones have jabbed, except for him.
Yes, I could have been that guy, It took me quite a lot of thinking to Japa because I thought, do I even really want to? But ultimately,
that guy is he want to dey chop the dollar.
I wish if I had the opportunity though, if 3 of my siblings were here, I would have stayed in Nigeria as long as they are sending me stuff. But I wouldn't base on sending stuff. I would have opened up something, But he's doing well. He's a computer scientist, so
if you have no reason to leave Nigeria, then you shouldn't really be. Life abroad, man, it's not.
Sometimes one man, sometimes you tend to regret it.
Yes, you know what I mean. You regret it sometimes, so
yeah,
you know.
You do. One man. There's one thing. There's one thing that normally happens if you have like a family member that you've known for a very long time. That's the one that gets me the most. You have family member that you've known for a very long time, and you heard that the person is dead. You can't go for the funeral because of probably the timing and all that. You know how many people, so
You know where my regret is, Joel. My regret is that it's because life abroad can be so monotonous sometimes, and then week in, week out, you're just talking a loop. You're circling around that Ferris wheel. Yeah, it's just it can be tedious,
If I want man, there was this video I think I sent to you. I don't know. Let me see. I think I sent it to you, and it was talking about.
All right, I think the nurse just came to get Joel's attention. Then, can let's hear from you? I think Adane could come if you need a moment.
Yeah, one man.
Yeah, we can hear you.
The clip I sent to you is the last clip on your WhatsApp. Maybe if you want to play it, you play it so that all of us will just think about it, and because anyway, what she was trying to say in essence is that.
Oh yes, I saw that clip. I didn't. Yeah, I might as well bring it just to vary the conversation.
So that people. Yeah. So what she was trying to say in that clip is that
is she speaking in Igbo?
She mixed it, but you will be able to get the message. What she was trying to say in essence is that if you have kids in abroad, and you have a home in Nigeria, that you should know that whenever you're gone, those kids ain't coming back. So.
Oh, yes.
It was
that's true, though, isn't it?
It's just so true.
And you wouldn't encourage it either. Would you encourage? Okay, you've gone and built your bungalow, but they didn't ask you to go and build bungalow, so you can go to your bungalow and leave. When you want to see them, come back, get on the flight and come.
Exactly, but the thing they're saying is that no matter what you build there, right? If you're no more there, the kids ain't going back to go stay there. You know how kids over here, mansion.
Yeah, they'll just cash it in now. Yeah.
Some of them will not even cash it in. They'll be like, don't worry. If they tell them juju, they'll be like voodoo. They'll run away. They'll run away. So sometimes it's just the reality on ground. When you get to find out that this is the truth. But that's what she was saying. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Let me play that clip from. Maybe I'll use it to bring Ekene in.
Let me tell you something, especially if you're an Igbo man. This is what you people are going to be facing in no time. Amande Maduganechi. Because nobody can come to fight for the properties, the lands, the houses you built in Nigeria. Now, as an Igbo man, where they are outside country, where we say you born all your children for outside country, your children are UK citizen, your children are American citizen, your children are European citizen. Most of your children does not come back to Nigeria, and some come back to Nigeria during Christmas. They stay 2 weeks and go. Now, all your children's life are based there. I'm not talking about Nigeria. They only bring them back during Christmas. We are going to get to that stage whereby if you come to this particular compound, they tell you since the man died, the children have not come back. The children don't know if their father built a house. We will get to that stage. We'll get to that stage, or gradual process. My children is a citizen of America. I'm a gigage because those your children are going to continue their life there, give birth there, have married there. Most of them are not going to, 80% or 90% of them are never going to come back to come and start fighting for the land. And there's Okron Nigeria, Mowol on Nigeria. They are not going to do that. So I'm a gigage. Give one little Mugile, Chigaha America, I'm a gigage. Igbo upbringing. They don't have upbringing of Igbo now. They don't have such upbringing. Oh, my brother. In case me no before because most of your children are never going to come back. That is the disadvantage of giving birth in America, in UK, giving birth to your children in the diaspora. They are never going to come back to fight for all those properties. Oh, this is my father's house. Oh, my those your children are never going to do that. Because you're already giving them a better life. A life that made them understand that they can get anything in Obodo Igbo. They can get anything they want in America. They can buy a house, continue their life, get married. Dear. Now, give me again Nigeria. Nigeria matter that in that you'll be sending money home to build a house. Abi? Now you are doing all those things for the future of your children. Now your children has already have better futures because of the citizen of that country that they are. Indirectly, your brothers and sisters are going to be rich in no time. Your brothers and sisters are going to claim your properties, claim everything that you worked so hard for, because your children are never going to come back for those properties. Most of you, the only thing you can do is when your children get to 2 years, you bring them to Nigeria, they stay 1 year, stay 2 years. And in one name, be married with their father's property. You understand? Igbo land, our parents makes us to understand that if they are no more, we own their properties. My senior brother will own my father's house.
But
you know,
may I chip in a word, please?
Yeah, call me.
Yeah, this is a tragedy of our time. Everything that young lady said there is 100% correct. It is our reality, unfortunately. It is sad, very, very sad. These children, they are not interested. They are not interested in Africa. Even if we try to blood them, introduce them into the society, they don't care. Once they come back to base, it's like, no. They identify more. I'm British, I'm American, I'm German. That's what they hear, or you hear from them. They are not interested, honestly.
Yeah, but to be fair, Baba, they have no reason to be interested. So they were brought up, they were born in Sweden, Germany, wherever. All of what they know in life is in that country. And all that they hear about Nigeria is things that people like us talk about here. So their only interaction with Nigeria is that commandeered Christmas where they are bullied and bribed to go to Nigeria. And then their grandma will say, hey, oh, look at Uchenna, oh, hey, oh, look at Abayo, you are grown, oh, and then they do all that. And then immediately they go back and then they're back to their lives. Xbox, what is us now doing? Let's go down to the pub. I want to pay my mortgage. So I mean,
but the only thing I just appreciate,
they have no reason to care.
The only thing I just appreciate with the Yorubas and the Igbos is like the names. We try to maintain the names. I mean, my daughter in New York, going to college, working with 2 girls one weekend, about a year ago, Mesoma and Uju. And the name alone, I don't need to ask where they are from. So I just joke with them. I avoided politics, avoided asking for their listing, and up till today, because they love the shito pepper very well, I take shito to them every weekend or two times in a month to their campus to give them shito pepper, because they complain to me, oh, my daughter will not give them enough. So I said, okay, don't worry. When I come, I'll be giving you your own bottles separately. So they've never been to Nigeria, but it's a name. That's the only thing they carry.
You see, all those buildings that people build in Nigeria, I see them as vanity projects. Just because a lot of people, they say, okay, they want to answer that question. Okay, you've been abroad for XY. What have you done? What have you achieved? So they want to be able to point to that. So it's just vanity projects, and like that lady rightly said, as soon as you leave this mortal, you pass on. The family will just take it. Which child, which one that doesn't even, he can't even say hello in Yoruba, is going to go to deepest depths of Ekiti or Ibadan to go and be fighting some tribal bank people. No, it's not going to happen now. So it's just
my own town.
To go and be fighting over. Don't forget it. You'll forget it. The only other thing is you go back to Nigeria in your dotage and you take a second wife, and then that she can inherit it. That's just it.
Life.
Yeah. Can I come in?
Well, this lady, he made a lot of points. Because I've already even seen it. I can point out to, even in my village, I can point out to about 2 or 3 people that Amafa has Sheila. That Amagigage means that your lineage will die off. So that's the point she's making. So that my cousin brother was speaking with him this morning, and I was advising him to, because I will be going for a burial next week for one of our cousin brother who died abroad. So he has building in abroad and 2 boys, but these boys have never been home. One is 12, one is 8. The guy just died at the age of 38. So it's becoming a lot of problem now. And the guy has a house in the village. So they're now trying to know how they will bring one home and keep that one with his mom to integrate him with the culture, with the village culture and all those
They
stuff.
shouldn't do that, or they should not do that.
Yeah, it's becoming difficult now. It's becoming
Let them just
a very
keep the boy
difficult
where
task.
he is. Don't destroy his life by taking him to Nigeria.
No, there is nothing like this.
Where is the mother of the boy?
The mother of the boy is in abroad, and
Is she Nigerian?
They are begging them. No, she's not a Nigerian. No, she's not. That is why it's difficult. So they are begging the woman to come back home and they bury the husband. It's becoming a difficult. Though they have agreed to come and bury him next week, but they say that immediately after the burial they are going back. Nothing will stop that. So they are begging him to keep the elder boy, so that the guy will have somebody that will take over his father's property in the village. But the woman said no, that's not going to happen. So it's still a fight on now. It's still a fight up until today. So I was now advising my cousin brother, I beg, you already have a boy there. Bring this boy home. Let him stay with your mom. You have everything to take care of him in the village. He said that it's a difficult task unless.
So they have a constant electricity, good medical care, proper food, security, all of the things that the boy is taking for granted wherever he is. They have all of that to provide for him.
That one is not possible. You think the mother will let it?
Lie.
Don't.
It's a very difficult task. So, and the boy now, the guy said that if the mother agree, that what he would do is to bring both of
Not
them
even
home.
to come and live in Abuja or to come and live in village. From Germany, UK
He has a good house in the village now. So why
good
going to
house.
Abuja?
What is the meaning of a good
Let
house
me
in
tell
the
you
village?
something. One man, let me tell you something. One man, let me say something. This is my own family. My father-in-law has been saying he wants to move to Nigeria since 20 years ago. He's still living in this Australia. It's not that easy, my brother, just to move somewhere he has lived for 45 years. He's been saying that for 20 years ago, before I even married to our daughter. He's still in Australia. So it's not easy, my brother.
Nigeria is not a conducive place for a civilized human being.
Even one man, there is this man in our village that they managed to travel abroad 4 years ago. 4 years ago. The man is a civil servant. He has retired. So one of his sister was living abroad for a very long time. So the woman has the opportunity to bring them back abroad with his family. And if you go there now, in just 4 years. And the problem is that the first child that he traveled with, they said that they don't even know the guy whereabouts again. The guy just, when they start to live his life, they came back last year for his daughter traditional marriage. They plan to come back with the first child. The guy said no, he's not going to Nigeria again. And nobody is talking about coming to Nigeria again. If you go to their compound now, people that just traveled 4 years ago, they already forget Nigeria.
Padlock, I mean, they just put padlock on everything.
They just put, even the house, the upstairs that the man was building before he traveled, he just finished it and just lock it there. So I have many examples. One man like that I know. That man is about close to 65 now. All the money he made in abroad, he was just sending to his mother, his sister, his brothers. They chop everything. No land, nothing. They are now begging him to come back. Let's give him a wife in the village. They go and marry one for him in Newe. That one, they married her 2 years ago, waiting for him to come back, at least to impregnate that woman. He's nowhere to be found. They just tied that woman there, saying that his husband is in abroad. One day he will come back. So all these things.
Don't worry. Don't worry. The gate man will take care of business. The gate man.
So all this is a very big. It's a very big issue. So one of our professor that gave birth to all his child in abroad, his house now, the people that are living there, they are not paying rent. He just put them there, and they are not from our village. He just gave them the place to be living, free of charge. And if the man tries to come back to Nigeria, he only stay in Abuja. Maybe he will call my father and say, "I just came back, yo. This and that. This is your bread money."
Can I say something? One man, I've heard a man said, "Where you live is where you build." Why are you living in America? Go and build in Nigeria. I said, that's African mentality. He said, where you live is where you build your life. One man, if I build any house in Nigeria now, who is going to be living there? My mom, they have their own house.
You know what I will always recommend to people is have your property portfolio wherever it is that you are. And then if you then feel that calling to go back home, just sell a house. If you sell a house in the UK, you go and buy anything you like in Nigeria. But don't go and unless you yes.
Conveniently.
If you sell a house in Australia, you go and buy anything you want in Nigeria, so but build your property for portfolio where you are, where you can get into your car and drive to your property and that would be
you know one thing I admire about them
when you live in Germany. I still know that Nigeria don't have everything we need as a country, but I'll still live here and die here for some reasons.
But you know what I admire with these children? They jam to Nigeria Afrobeats. Man, they enjoy the Nigerian Afrobeat musicians.
But
They
that's
are
a
crazy
recent
about it.
phenomenon, though. That is only
Yeah.
because the world has adopted it. That's why, you know.
I mean, I don't know. I know the names, but I don't know the music. But when the house is full, weekend or holidays, that's where I listen to Davido when they play. And the one I don't understand, I ask, who is that? They tell me it's Davido, but they don't know where he is, whom he is, or anything. It's so funny. Honestly, it's so funny. Oh man.
The only thing is that maybe
You know, it's
if
those sort of women that I actually feel sorry for. Imagine they go and marry you to some guy from abroad. He is not coming home. You can't go there. And then the months turn into years. And then you are pretending like you have a husband. And then you are going to naming ceremonies every week and people are asking you questions. It's just imagine that life.
But one man is somehow that I have a lot of cousin brother abroad. I don't know them. It's somehow I have a lot of cousin brothers abroad. I don't know any of them.
Do you not have a smartphone? You just do video call now. Is that not how people live now? Do video call now.
They will not even try
Did
that.
you not video call
They
me
don't even
from the
have their
village
number.
last time? Yeah.
It's even difficult to have their number because they consider all these village people. I don't want to do anything. You know. But anyway, it's a fact. And you guys should be trying to bring your kids home. If I have the opportunity, that's what I would do.
I could never imagine doing that. I could never imagine bringing my children to Nigeria.
No, it's not. It's very bad.
I would never.
No matter how you want to,
do
no matter the context, no matter how Nigeria bad reach. Because you stand here, you talk about Nigeria, you talk about most of us who know that speak good things about Nigeria here, and you want other people to speak good about Nigeria, but you don't want your kids
do you know that,
to come and live in Nigeria. Is that not a hypocrisy?
Let me tell you something that may shock you, but maybe some people will back me up here or not. Do you know that before people go to Nigeria, they always call their pastor? You know, before you even call the airline, you call your pastor that I want to go to Nigeria. Is the road clear? You know, imagine that you take your children to that sort of, jungle justice, whatever it is. You know, kill and go country. Eh?
Well, that's a problem, Sha. But for me, you practice what you preach. If you say that Nigeria is good, bring your kids to come stay in Nigeria and enjoy the goodness of this country. If possible, if Nigeria is not okay, let us join hand and fight the bad government and usher in new government that will change the narrative. Because most of the challenges a lot of you guys live abroad.
The system is too rotten to ever improve. Nigeria can never get better. It's not possible.
If we're able to fix electricity in this country, I think a lot of things will change.
What about insecurity? If they're able to fix insecurity,
electricity.
Yes, if those two things, they
are very crucial.
The corruption, we can battle it. The bribery and corruption, you can battle it. The whatever it is, you can battle it. But the insecurity, when I come to Nigeria, I don't sleep at night. I always sleep during the day because at night I'm always so paranoid that I'm listening out for sounds and anything unusual. It's a hellish place, Nigeria. Hellish.
Well, with electricity, that's the only thing. That's the only challenges we have in this country. Because most of the people that I know that live abroad is that's the only thing they complain about. Where is the electricity? You want me to come and stay? You want me to be buying fuel every day? Or where is the security? All those stuff. So the one that my cousin brother, I even tried to come back home. That guy has a registered peso. He will even load his magazine, everything, keep it in the village, his house. Every night he will be shooting gun.
You know, my father used to. My father used to do that. You know, my father used to do that when we were kids. Anytime anytime we have a roof garden on top of our house. Anytime when it's night, around about 10 o'clock, he will take his guns to the roof garden and fire off some rounds. You know, you know why he was doing that. And this is going back quite a long while. My God, man, that country, my God. Let's just pour kerosene on it and burn it down. That's just really
No,
best
not bomb
solution.
by Nigeria. You not bomb by Nigeria. At least for me, I'll be managing it like that. I have many reasons to stay here. Nigeria is a blessed country, but you guys don't believe it. We have very bad politicians, very bad one. It's just like this weekend we are talking about. That guy is one of the reasons why Nigeria will never grow. But you will see a lot of people come to support his incompetence, his improper character, just because he's a member of the ruling party. But it's not done like that. The guy is a very bad politician. They gamble a lot. Just they suffer people for them to succeed. If it means killing the whole tribe, a whole tribe for his own personal gain, it doesn't matter for them. So, but we the citizens, we tend to play along with them because of some political affiliation and all those stuff. We need to kick these guys out and build our country to our own desire, our own taste. You understand? With these guys in power today, Nigeria is not going anywhere. I have listened to Ooni of Ife.
Yes. Sorry, carry on.
And I've come to conclusion that man knows a lot, and that's why he spoke the way he spoke. He said nothing is going to change. So that even the current government will achieve little or nothing.
Yes, but there is no government that will achieve anything in Nigeria. Peter Obi would not change anything round. Showore would not have any meaningful impact. No, the system is rotten to the core, and it is within that rottenness. Nigeria can only really function as a rotten state. You know, because it's so endemic. It's so big.
If we elect people president, that is what we call people president.
Which one is people president? We were speaking earlier on that there's no new generation of anybody coming through.
Once you elect people president, that don't has anything to do with all these political godfathers and all those stuff. You will see this country move on. Let me tell you. Any day we have the opportunity to elect people's president.
I hope you are not campaigning for Peter Obi, by the way, because Peter Obi is part of the problem.
I'm not talking about a particular. I'm not talking about a particular politician now.
What I'm saying to you, Peter, Ekene rather, is that person we cannot identify him, and the culture does not facilitate for that. There is nowhere to place hope in Nigeria. The young generation, they don't inspire. There's no confidence in the youth. Look at the sort of youths that are coming through. These are just, you just want to throw them in the lagoon.
It's quite pathetic, one man. It's quite pathetic because even our youth today, the corruption is embedded in them. They believe what happens in Nigeria today in the life of the youth is that they believe that
these ones that are doing Yahoo Plus that are the next generation.
That's what I want to say. What they do is Ochasi Bute. You understand? Once it's ripe, you can repeat. If it is not ripe, repeat. That's the system in our country. And some youth, because I will say some, not everybody, believe in that, and they are acting towards that, and the system is not doing anything to correct it. Because once you start to make the system to work, provide job opportunity, and they believe that if you go to school, you come out you have something doing, you see them begin to flow. You understand? But I want to tell you that
the only thing that can change that country is a real and actual revolution. But Nigerians don't have the cojones for they're just they're too beaten down and henpecked, just as Stockholm seen. It's a terrible country. Let's just face it. It's a terrible country.
How do we get to Nigeria being a terrible country? I mean,
has it not always been?
Oh my God.
Okay, look at this guy now. This very dark guy. He's narrating what happened to him. Iyabo Ojo and Tonto Dike, they just cooked up something and threw him in jail I mean, what sort of a system is that? What sort of a system is that?
We don't have a law in this
ridiculous.
Country. We don't have a law. When you go to the court, you know that you must have money for the court to favor you, or you have
one man. That is total power. That is total power. That is total power.
No, total power on top of total power. That total plus dollar. That's the double Dutch is what they used to get him. And
our political class are not even practicing anything that they preach. It's still a very big problem. Do
you know the problem? Sorry, Ken, I know you have the floor. Do you know the thing with the political class? They've given up on Nigeria a long. Do you know where Obiano lives? He lives in America. Nigeria is just a business opportunity. They go, they rip out. There's not single one of their children that lives in Nigeria. Do you know MC Olomo's children, they live abroad?
They live abroad.
Peter Obisak is something. He's a gay boy in Soho here. So forget all of them. They don't care about you. You're just, Even
Showore is in abroad with his family. So who is going to rescue us? One man. Who will be that person?
It's a revolution. A revolution. That's the only thing.
Even the man talking about revolution is in abroad today. His family has been in abroad for a long time.
Revolution also is just empty noise, isn't it? But a real people's revolution. Something has to give in that country.
So that is the problem. But one man, I will just pray. I believe what I believe is that one day all these old men will die. They are not going to live more than the next 20
to be replaced by who?
And that is the problem now. To be replaced by who? That is the problem. To be replaced by Yahoo boys Look at the children of our politicians are into politics also. They have already learned from their.
Look at the example of Bello El Rufai. Imagine if that one had power.
They don't learn now. They don't learn.
My God. We don't have one chance over that country. One chance.
One day.
That air sword, man. That air sword. Oh God. What a song.
But that's an example of the next set of ruling class now. He is an example of the next set of ruling class. Because he's going to be governor of Kaduna State sometime soon, and it's going to be worse than his father.
What do you guys say to the debt that his father, his father is owing?
About it all day. Daniel Bala actually came up with the best line. He said he had made our Kaduna State ungovernable just by that debt. Nothing can happen in that state again. $600 million, 85. He stole everything.
And the man said that he cannot even pay that. And that is why one man. You just look at everything. You just look at everything going on today. The purchasing power of the people going down every day by day. We cannot increase minimum wage, and you think it's a small issue. that we cannot increase minimum wage. And I don't see Tinubu doing that because the governors has already concluded that they cannot even do it. The 30,000 naira, they have not even paid it. And this one is telling you that he cannot pay salary. So is it now increasing minimum wage to 100,000 or 150,000? Now that be that now that he's going to do.
But one man,
so
one man, I wanted to ask one question, one man. I remember that when the state, I remember when the state was taking 1/3 of what they're receiving today, they were able to do some things with their IGR plus their allocation, their FAC allocation, and at least some of them were paying these monies, right? The salaries and everything. What happened? Now they're giving you 3 times what you were earning before, and you can still not pay salaries. I don't know.
Joel, let me tell you, there is nothing like 3 times. Do you understand? That statement annoys me a lot because we speak as if we don't understand the system. What is 3 times? You met the exchange rate at 4 something at the official market, 700 at the official market. You are giving them, let's say, 100 billion a month, the governors. Now you came into power. The exchange rate is from jump to 900, 1,000, now 1,003. What do you mean by 3 times?
Yeah, but the minimum wage has not increased now.
The governors don't pay, the money they pay to contractors are not the same as what they used to pay in 2022. The money they pay, the money they used to buy materials to build roads and the ones they managed to build, it's not the same as of 2022. It has doubled, if not tripled. So what's the tripling of the? It's just even 26%, not even the way you people put it. It's just 26% increase in their FAC allocation. They still even need more money.
What the Kano State governor told us. So the Kano State governor told us they are getting 3 times as much.
What? Let them be. Okay, he said it. Let him. So, but for me, that's my own analysis on that. It's just like you are buying. Let's say they are buying a bag of cement in 2022 for about 3,000 or 3,700 or 3,800. Now cement is almost 10,000, double of what you used to buy it before. The 12 mm rod that you buy for 4,000 something before is about 8,000 something now. Many materials in the market. So do you expect me to be collecting 100 billion I was collecting in 2022 from you? It's impossible now. You cannot do anything with it. So even doubling it is not enough. So that tripling of their FAC allocation doesn't make any sense to me. And the person bringing that argument doesn't understand the system and how the economy works. You understand? So it's just like a family of today, a family of 2022 spending like maybe 5,000 naira a day for feeding. It's not possible today. You're talking about 5,000 naira in 2022. Today is about 10,000 naira a day. I'm just giving an analysis. So even some statistics that came out the other day say that they calculated that each person spend about 1,000 naira a day in Nigeria today, which is still very poor. That analysis is still not okay. But for me, each family spending 1,000 naira for food a day, as a per meal, not a day, not just per meal. 1,000 naira, they said about 900 or something naira for per meal. A family, you have about a family of 5. So if you want to eat breakfast, you have to spend 5,000 naira a day per breakfast. So if you manage to eat 2 times a day, you spend up to 10,000 naira for that family. And that's how it is. Even that analysis is not enough because as of today, you cannot buy mama put of 1,000 naira. It's very difficult unless you want to eat only rice and just rice and 1 meat. If you want to add like a salad or plantain or beans to eat, those mama put stuff that makes it sweet. Because that fish, the type I used to like when I go to mama put, they used to sell it 200 before. Now it's 700 naira. So if I buy rice of 600 or 700, I'll add one fish of 700. It's already 1,400. You see it.
One man, I remember when this rice, Mama put, we go and buy rice, 100 naira. And you put with one meat, 200 naira a plate. Extra meat, 20 naira. Extra meat, 20 naira. You take a,
So that is when I came to, the first time I came to,
you people are very small.
The first time I came to,
let me tell you this. When I was in primary school, you know how much I used to buy food? 10 kobo.
How much?
10 kobo. 10 kobo. I don't even know whether you know kobo.
This there was never a place, there was never a time that we Nisoro now, Bobo, that's a even in Baba's time, they didn't buy food for 10 kobo.
One man. Well, even when I enter university, what I used to buy food is 5 naira, and I would buy soft drink to even drink with the food. What are you talking about? I'm telling you, when I was in primary school, hold on. My father will give me 10 kobo. I will buy food, buy everything. At that time, even I saw kids that come to school with 1 kobo. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm telling you the situation in the country. When I enter university,
I remember when they introduced 1,000 naira, we can spend 1,000 naira for over a month, conveniently.
That is when the system is still okay now.
So how can you tell me there was never a time like that?
There was a time like that. I cannot argue with you.
My brother, I remember when my class teacher, when I was in primary school, their salary is 120 naira. We used to buy milk, 5 kobo milk.
The economy was good when you are the time you are talking.
5 kobo
when I came
milk.
To Alaba, when I came to Alaba, the first time I came to Alaba,
we don't even drink the Nigerian manufacturer, and we drink the one they call Holland.
The first time I came to Alaba, the money that my organ used to give me.
Maybe I don't know your age, but I'm telling you, if Baba Jere Koko, if he's listening to me, he can testify to all this thing I'm talking about. It's not as if they told me this is what I spent. Half kobo, there was what you call half kobo that time. Half kobo, and people are still using it to buy things. We drink condensed milk. We don't even drink all this common milk.
But Timber, do you know that in our today's economy, you can no longer see 15 naira purchasing anything, even 100 naira.
Hold on. Okay,
let's take 15 naira. 15 naira is phasing out of the economy.
Can you hear me? Hold on one second. Baba, do you have any recollection of 10 kobo being able to buy you a meal? 10 kobo.
10 kobo. When half pennies can buy me a dudu. Can buy me a half. 3 of us, maybe in primary school, 3 of us will rush it, eat it happily and go, and use the remaining half a farthing to buy different kinds of sherry. That time they will beat the hell out of me because the sherry will melt in my pocket and destroy my school shorts.
Baba, do you remember that if they see you?
Sorry, hold on. My memory goes back to a bottle of Coke being around 50 kobo.
You're a young man.
No.
That is early 80s now.
Probably around about your But I have no memory of 10 kobo being able to buy you a meal.
Baba is telling you that 10 kobo is even too big.
It's too. Where do you want to sit? Half penny.
Who will give you 10 kobo, self, as a kid? Who will give you 10 kobo? If they see you with 10 kobo, they will go and report you to your father, your parents, that maybe probably you stole it.
Port Harcourt, Lagos to Port Harcourt, even in the 80s, Okada, Bellevue, and all the rest is 40 naira.
When they were buying Toyota, Baba, do you remember that even in the early 80s, the 504 SR is for about 4,000 naira?
Are you telling me when Volkswagen? There was even earlier times, early 70s. Volkswagen was 800 naira. 800 naira. They even advertise it. If you check Daily Times, you will see 800 naira. 74, 73, 72, they were selling Volkswagen. Then the first Honda Civic, small like Cubicle and Corolla and all the rest, they were just
And they used
3,000.
to send you people that stay abroad money.
We send
Abroad people
money.
don't send money to us.
Look, the
Nigeria
first
send
time
money
I ever
to
traveled,
to people
the
living
first
abroad.
time I ever traveled, early 75, dollar was 52 naira to $1. 52 naira. By 1976, when people like Aton Ziribe were buying 1 million naira house on Broad Street in Lagos, that 1 million naira was
Baba,
$2 million.
what was the highest denomination at that time? It was 20 naira now. It was
It was 20
introduced in
naira, greenback.
1979. Yes.
Green.
Yes, Murtala.
All right, gentlemen. I think Thomas is here now. So let me hand over to Thomas. Only AB and Ayo came in with their wallets today. So thank you to those two spaces. So Thomas, I acknowledge you're there. I'm not. Sometimes Thomas is on the screen, but it's not. Thomas. All right. Carry on. So sorry, carry on. Yeah, you were saying that, Simba.
Oh, okay.
Life was very
Thank
cheap,
God that
honestly.
Baba is there to actually acknowledge
when
what
I
I'm
bought
saying.
my
If not, you
first
will have
car,
just said that Simba has come with his voodoo and
no, I bought my first car, or when I came on holidays, I was 20 years, 6 months, 76 April. I still remember Subaru, 3,250.
You even Baba, you remember that?
I think that was my mother's first car.
You remember? You remember this that soon 180K.
That was up top now.
That was what Sonny Ade bought for his crew member as
180K, 120Y,
distributed.
140B, 160. Is this 160B?
That soon was in fact.
Arishi Kola was bringing that soon.
Exactly.
600, 800 cars at
I
once.
remember that was he bought the one
it.
that Sonny Ade distributed to his band's crew member at that time was actually bought from Arishi Kola in Ibadan.
I was buying tire for 27 naira. Inner tube 3 naira. Inner tube 3 naira.
That time, if you are a kid, you must have a bicycle. How much did they buy bicycle for us that time? Rally,
Apex ticket to London, 167.
Hey, man, you know, Baba, you know that you don't need visa to go to London that time.
No. That's why we go and come now, weekend and come and party.
You don't need visa to go to London.
Now, look, Oyibo go put back down the Boy Scout style Sunday market. I will be signing traveler's check Oyinbo's back. That's how much they respect us. On British Caledonia, the duty free on board, they take naira. They even value naira more than their own currency. We spend naira in UK. Now they slap us around.
That's what I used to tell people, that there is no life again.
Ourselves.
Baba, that time, by the time we are preparing to resume school, my father will take us to Bata. If you remember Bata.
Bata with Leonard's and Broad Street.
With Leonard. Yes.
Sorry, gentlemen. Thomas, are you here? Thomas.
Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, carry on. Gentlemen, let me hand over to Thomas. Thomas, Adande Kuku has been here all day. He has not spoken. So when it's ready, I'll give him the floor.
Baba is in the other room.
I don't know about that.
Baba is still doing that. I thought he had passed that.
All right, thank everyone.
That era will never come back again. But then it was just too good to be true. Flight, everything was not easy. But then we still had poor people. Ironically,
exactly. That's what I
Are you
used
saying
to
that
tell
we cannot
people.
get back to that era again?
oh, forget it.
You know,
Forget it.
Baba, because we are talking about that era, because we know about it. Some people will still believe that this era is still good for them. You know, anywhere you.
Simba, my dad told
Yes.
me Volkswagen was 3,000 naira that time.
No,
Some people are
Volkswagen.
saying
You
It
are
was
talking about early
expensive that
80s
time.
now.
It was expensive. It was expensive that time. How can you be buying Volkswagen?
he said
Volkswagen that primary school teachers were buying that time.
Even mid 80s, when the 190E Mercedes first came out, the baby Benz, it was 44,000 naira. 44,000 naira. 190E.
Do you know when they introduced that 505
So,
Evolution?
Simba, you can confirm that a civil servant can buy the vehicle then and live a happy life.
Everybody. Teachers were buying this
So, what is happening today?
ladder
What is
car
happening
from
today?
Russia.
Is it not the economy being very low and the
You know,
purchasing power of the people going very down?
Ekene, you people, you are just talking on the surface. You have to look at the root cause of all these things. You understand? You cannot be blaming our leaders of today for our woes. Though they also contributed their own. But when you have a country, right from independent, we didn't plan ahead. You understand what I'm saying? If we go back and look at even our revenue as far back as even in the 70s, probably it was even more than what we are generating presently. Go to the 70s, go and look at our crude oil output and look at what we are generating from crude oil and what was our population that time. We didn't plan, we didn't expand our revenue base to cope with the population growth. Is there any country growing the way we are growing in population, even in Africa? You understand? So it's go beyond all these surface thing that Nigeria is rich. And I kept on saying it. Nigeria is a very, very, very poor country. Whatever we are getting that you think that okay, Nigeria is rich, you should have done this. There is nothing that we are doing now. Any president that we have, any government that we have that cannot look at how we can expand our revenue base will not achieve anything in that country. Believe
Even
me.
this crime we are talking about, this crime I think started late 80s or 90s, because I remember in mid 80s going to River State and all the rest. At times I leave Lagos midnight to arrive Port Harcourt like 6 a.m. in the morning. I buy fuel first at Maryland. Mobile there, I buy fuel, fill the tank of Santana, and I will have been in the boot of the car because of the low denomination, 100 and something thousand. Lots of money then. And I'll meet checkpoints upon checkpoints. They will see this money. Policemen will see it, but nothing. Their eye not there. So
But
no robbery, nothing.
You grew up.
I promise you that today, if policemen see that kind of very big money in your vehicle today, they will rob you.
Ekene, as I'm saying it now, even I have goose pimple that was I stupid?
That's nostalgia now. That's nostalgia now.
That is now even they see ordinary. They've killed for even people
Baba,
going to bank to withdraw.
you are a Lagosian, that's why you are talking that we that grew up in the outside Lagos. I remember in my village, if you want to go to Lagos that time, there was no bus. There's nothing like bus. You know all these Bedford that they will use the plank. That is what people will use. You understand? They will put bench. They will put bench inside that they will spend, and people go, and they don't travel during the day. They travel at night.
Yeah. It was happy times.
Let me tell you,
everybody happy.
Once you are population, everything that you see, one of the disadvantage of our population is all these vices that you see now. People are now struggling for little resources. When a lot of people are struggling, struggling over little resources. That's what you see. You see vices, armed robbery, you see all sort of things. And all these things started in the late 80s. It started in the late 80s.
These things started creeping in on us and get worse and worse and worse and worse. Look, I don't know. Even when Alaba started, it's like you are traveling. If you are going in Lagos, going to Ojo to buy electronics or furniture, it's like a whole day. You are traveling. Very long distance. And that time we have Volkswagen. Once you reach Volkswagen, you know, okay, you are up to now Alaba. And Volkswagen was doing Gala car.
Made in Nigeria, Gala. Let me tell you, but Baba, people, but that time, people are contented.
They know that to produce anything again,
no. It's now rat and cockroaches living there.
Baba, people are contented. Somebody that cannot, that can, people, you only aspire for what you can afford. Unlike these days, that somebody that cannot even afford the car will be dreaming of buying a Jeep. You understand? That time people are contented.
Not many churches.
Which church are you talking about? Most of the churches are Orthodox churches now, and people go and come back only Sunday. It's not all these days now that we have people goes to church from Monday to Sunday.
It's so sad, honestly. When I sit at times, I really felt sorry and want our elders, particularly my own age group, to tell the younger ones we are sorry. Because the life we enjoyed can never come back again. We really enjoyed, we lived. That we are really sorry to subject this generation to this kind of
it can happen. It's just to get the right leadership. It can happen, I believe.
Let me tell you, okay, you can never be better than your skill. Let me tell you, whatever leaders you get, that is a reflection of the followers. You understand? You can't get a better leader when the followers are not good. An average Nigeria these days, even when I don't agree on
that.
Hold on. Let me say this.
I don't agree on that. Let me tell you this. If
Tinubu should do one thing today,
this whole system will change. You understand?
Let me ask you this. There was a time on this platform that we are talking about when they banned Nigerian from Seychelles. You are here defending the people that caused that ban, saying because of economy, that's why they take it to drugs and all. Let me tell you, if we don't change all this, all of us will only complain when narrative doesn't fit into our belief. You understand? Even you support bad things if it fits your bad narratives, and you cannot go ahead with that. So it's all of us. That's why I said I believe in what Brother Akinwumi said.
Let me come in.
Brother Akinwumi said,
I was speaking with somebody. Let me say this, Simba. I was speaking with somebody in Mozambique today. You understand? I just deliberately asked him the benefit of giving child in Mozambique. What's the benefit? As in, what can a child benefit from the government as a citizen of Mozambique? He said nothing, but you have the right to free education. If you want to use public school, nobody will. You will not pay any school fees until you finish from primary to secondary school or to university level, as far as you are a citizen of Mozambique. Then, in terms of healthcare, if you're not feeling fine, you can easily rush to the hospital and do your medical checkup. Just Mozambique there. You understand? So there are things you do for your citizens to encourage them to do the right thing.
So let me ask you this. Is there no free education in primary and secondary school?
Where do you see the free education? The people that enjoy free education is Baba them now.
No. Don't tell me this. I don't know where you come from.
Today.
There is no Southwest state that pays school fees in primary and secondary school.
Maybe Southwest because you have a leader then now. that improved that.
Now, I'm
When he
talking
did
about
that,
now,
didn't he
not
benefit a
then.
lot
I'm
of
talking
Yoruba?
about now.
He benefited a
Hello.
lot of Yoruba now.
I'm talking about now. I'm not talking about then. I'm talking now. Now.
For me, I don't know about now. I cannot talk about, but at least it
You
is very
can,
clear.
that is the problem.
It
That,
is very clear that
hold on.
during the time of Aworo, Yorubas enjoyed education. That is why
I'm not
a
talking
lot of you
about
guys
Awolowo.
today
I'm
will
talking
say that
about
you are
what you are
enlightened.
talking about now. Ekene, just listen.
Don't say that. Don't say as if government, because what you guys do today is that you excuse government from taking
Well, I'm not
the
excusing government. I'm
responsibilities
telling
they have
you,
to take.
hello.
But I'm telling
I'm
you,
telling you
as
what is
little
in my own
as little
state.
as
So
Mozambique,
just
we are
hold on.
richer than
You
them.
just want to paint your own
Able to
narrative.
give
I'm
them
telling you this.
free education.
Ekene, Simba, Ekene, let it be conversational. Let him
No,
speak.
Ekene, you always
You are
want to
just
put your
talking
own
on.
narrative. You don't want to listen to a counter narrative. I'm
Yeah,
telling you
let it be
that
conversational. Yeah, go on.
if you come to the southwest, there is no school. There is no. If you go to public school, nobody pays anything from primary to secondary school. So, and you kept on saying about Mozambique, as if you have been to Mozambique. So I don't know in your southeast.
It's not the issue of. It's not about being in Mozambique or having been in Mozambique. At least I have people staying there. You
I
understand?
mean,
And
okay, why do you believe
you
the
talk
people in
about
Mozambique and
your.
you don't want to believe me that, okay, it also existed in my own region?
I'm not saying that it's not existing. You understand? But check the schools, check the structure, check everything. Why people don't want to even when you give them that? Why should they take their children there?
No, let me tell you another thing that we are doing. When we see certain things in our own, have you been to Mozambique? The Mozambique, even if you are looking at Mozambique, is it a country that somebody supposed to even be reckoned with? What do you know the
But I'm
standard
telling you
of their own school?
what their ordinary citizen can benefit from the government, so that you don't keep on
You know
saying
the
that.
problem. You know the problem. We tend
You
to
don't even
look at
want me to
our
make
own
my own point.
country.
You are make your point. You are telling me the citizens do this, the citizen do that. But I'm telling you that
I'm
as
not talking
little as
about citizen.
Mozambique
I'm
is,
telling you about what is also obtainable in your own country. Do you understand what I'm saying?
it's not obtainable. Maybe it's obtainable in your state. It's not obtainable. I'm telling you that. You can
Okay.
maybe it's obtainable in your own state or in your own region. But it's not obtainable here.
Let me tell you, when you talk about education, I know that Nigerian government try for Nigerian people when it comes to education. Because even if you go to federal university today, if you go to federal, it's just like a free. Because how much do you pay? Even in federal university. So what are you talking about? The only thing is that
Simba, we got the first grandkid to enter university in my family. She was admitted to OAU. It's just like free, my brother. How much is tuition fee? Less than
what I
50,000
pay
naira.
for my last child who is in primary 5 for a term is more than what they paid in Nigerian federal university for a whole session.
For a whole section. It's just like free.
So and Ekene will
asked
come
our
here
mom, I
and
said,
just be there. It's like we have closed our mind to any good
You
thing
have the
that's
resources
happening in
now.
that
If
country.
you have the resources, and then you look down on the purchasing power of the people living in Nigeria today. That's why you
So
say
that
it's
is
easy
another
for
thing
them.
that you
No,
always want to.
it's just
What do you
like
mean by purchasing power?
you cannot compare the earning of you guys with the Nigerians workers. You understand? You know what they're
So
passing through today.
if you are paying,
It's
let
just
me tell
like you
you,
confirming.
Ekene, how much
It's just like you
you
confirming
pay?
that. It's just like you confirming that in your days,
If you
these
have
workers can
children,
purchase
how much do
vehicles
you
and all.
pay? How much do you pay for your child that is in school if you have one? How much do you pay?
You don't need to know. You don't need to ask me that.
What we did no reason why
I'm talking general
up to
terms,
now,
family,
the tuition
not my
fee
family problem. I'm talking about
tuition
my
fee
family.
in a federal university up to now is no more than 30,000 naira per session. I hope you know that.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Go and check very well. It's a lie. It's a
I
very
know,
big lie.
I
That
know
means
that's what you are going to say.
it still means that it still means that you don't know what is happening in Nigeria. It's a very big lie.
You go and check. You don't say
There
lie
is nothing
because
like
you
you
don't
go and
know.
check now. It's nothing like it's going
Did you have somebody in federal university? Do you have
Yes, I
somebody
have
in federal
somebody in
university?
Unisic. Yes, I have somebody in Unisic, and I know how
Then
much.
you
I know how
ask
much.
him or her.
I know how
No,
much.
just
I know how much
wait.
that was paid for her this year. So don't say it's 30,000 naira.
If this guy is accusing you, do you know what they call tuition fee? Do you know what they call tuition fee? If you know what is the call tuition fee, then you should not be arguing with me. If your cousin that is in Unizik is asking you to bring hundreds of thousands, ask him what does he need. What does he need for? He might be using it for accommodation. He might be needing it for his own living expenses. But I'm talking about tuition fee. What you pay to the school.
Okay, you mean that I don't know the amount that the school is paying. So whatever it costs, I just dash your body.
Ekene, my firstborn in my house, she married to a doctor. The husband studying in Ibadan University. He told me everything that he paid for being a doctor for 7 years, and another doctor here can testify, is less than 400,000 for 7 years. He spent in less than 400,000 naira. As out of 10 years ago that he graduated. It's just like a free. They do their internship in UCH. It's just like a free. Nigeria is enjoying. Come and see how much people are paying for university here in abroad. You pray through your nose.
You know what they don't realize that why is it possible for Nigeria to be churning out that number of graduates? If it's even the UK, where people are running to, is it easy? Why are they not producing enough doctors, enough professionals for themselves? If it is easy to produce. But you know, we know that our country is not good. But I don't like a situation whereby we always, even if we see obvious thing, we tend to now to flippanting about it. We change it and say it's always good. That is what I don't like.
So you can still give. I know. I know how much.
When you see what is wrong, say it. When you see just what is good, say it. But all this negative. That's what I don't like.
Oh, that's what obedience always do now. Simba. They never see anything good about Nigeria. Now, I asked my sister.
But Mr. Thomas, bring your children home. Kama Fayalechi. When you know that you confirm that your children cannot live in Nigeria, this and that and all those stuff. Nothing is good in Nigeria. You are the people that confirm things here. Bring your children home now. If Nigeria is so good, the way you see things go, it's your country now. Why are you running away now?
Wait. My own children are still in Nigeria. My own children are in Nigeria and they are schooling in Nigeria. So you can't say that against. You can't say you are more Nigerians than me. You understand? I mean, even if I will say something, I even contributed more to Nigeria more than what you do. So don't come here and be saying because you are in Nigeria, you are more Nigerians than the people that are talking. My children are in Nigeria, they are schooling in Nigeria. So don't come with that narrative.
We are talking about people that one man or Thamos, all of them that said that their kids cannot live in Nigeria. So you might have your children here. And that is what we are advocating for before we came up with all this discussion.
Let me tell you, whenever I go, if I go to the only place I think I can enjoy my life most is Nigeria. So whatever one man is talking about, whatever thing is talking about, everybody has their own reason for doing whatever they want to do. You can't blame anybody for that.
But truth be told, Nigeria is where you can really enjoy money. It's where you can really enjoy your money.
All this miserable country that where all of them are living, where is that life? Is that life where boredom will be killing you? People are dying of depression, all different things. Is that where I want to live my life? I can make my money there and come to Nigeria and enjoy my money, enjoy life.
In spite of all the problem, Nigeria is where you
There's
really enjoy.
no dull moment in Nigeria. Everybody knows that. No dull moment. We are not just being sincere with ourselves.
No place like Nigeria.
No place
Crazy
like
place,
home.
but
No place like home. And no place like home. No place like home. I
But
was in
Baba,
Nigeria
why
for
is if there is no place like home, why is many people living abroad? Why is their lineage closing just as the lady we played in that clip? Why is it like that?
I think it's let's examine that part of it. I think it's something that creeps in on you. You don't realize it until at times it's already late. One thing here, children has to be handled carefully. The way I train my children in Nigeria is different from the way I train these ones. Because even in their schools, their mates, their teachers will ask them, are they beating you at home? They are pinching you. Do they feed you well? And things like that. They kind of open these children's eye early. Children here will challenge you.
Baba. Neighbor can call police on you for maltreating your daughter, your children. Who will do
Exactly.
that in Nigeria?
You
Who
know,
will challenge you for?
even the definition of maltreatment is what do you mean by maltreatment? Trying to correct a child, that is what we have termed as maltreatment.
Yeah, that's what I know. I just take it as maltreatment. Yeah, that's what
Again,
we think as yeah.
believe me, anybody that is painting a rosy picture as if everything is smooth, it's not easy. I see a lot of our people actually suffering. I mean, the life I live in Nigeria, the life I live in Ghana, I mean, you have to have millions in America here to live it. But here we are. It's a different thing entirely. No chief for America. No chief for America. Forget the pretense or anything. Because particularly people who make mouths, I just look at them, I shake my head. You go and enter where they live. You can't even be able to eat. Do they even stay home? Working 12 hours a day, 16 hours a day.
Baba, because we have already created an illusion that okay, we are abroad. You see somebody traveling maybe 2 years after 3 years, they say, I bought a house. And they made that impression, that kind of thing to people in Nigeria as if
25
they
years
raise the
you used to
money.
pay that house. So
Exactly,
25
that
years
they
mortgage.
be able to
And that
work
is
and
what
get the
time
money to
most
buy
people
a
down
house,
here.
not knowing that it's a mortgage that will pay for decades.
25 years minimum.
That will pay for decades. You understand?
Decades.
You say, I bought a car. Which car did you buy?
And before you can do that,
if you lose
Ekene,
your job
you
for
must
two,
have
3 months,
deposited at least
everything that
$30,000,
you think that
$40,000,
you have gained, you lose it.
$50,000 to get that one. You'll be paying less than $2,000 for 25 years. So that ties you down here. You don't want
Yes,
to
now.
lose the house. You want to continue your mortgage. You have to work very hard. So for 25 years, you cannot go back to Nigeria to keep that house. That is the reality. So when I hear people just like get euphoric and
Baba,
say like,
sir, can we give kudos to Nigeria that built their house, even if it's a one bungalow, they own the house. They are not paying any mortgage. Can we give
No, that is
kudos
it
to
now.
them?
Whatever any Nigerian owns is yours.
Look,
And that is
if
why
you take
a
your
Nigeria can
American friend
survive
back home,
without work. You
if you
understand,
take them back home, they will be
Thomas?
turning around in your house and be looking and ask, how much do you pay mortgage? Say mortgage. What's mortgage? This is Africa. I built this house myself. It's like, wow, you must be very rich. That's how tough, how hard we work. They respect Africans. But like if you go back home and you own, the ones that follows you home are always very surprised. Because when they first enter, it's like they will just be turning around and be looking at like they've never seen anything before. Because right here, very few houses are built with blocks.
Nigerians don't work under stress. You understand? Because you are in control of whatever you have. If you know, when you see people in Western world, even if you see them with phone, they are still paying. Maybe they bought that phone and they are still paying. It's not their own. Everything
Oh,
they
the
own.
iPhone. You pay for 2 years now. Every month they take
Exactly.
$50.
You understand? But when people start seeing them,
When
and those
another
are the
one
things
come,
that
you
they
go and change it,
display.
upgrade it, and you take.
Exactly.
I
They
mean,
display all
I'm
those
just
things, and that is what is motivating people to say, okay, we want to go and join them, because they think that within a short period they acquire those things, not knowing that they still have to work for years for them to pay for all these things.
even phone, everything you see, you look. Ekene,
If you
just stay
see
there.
somebody with
Come
a
on
car in
holidays,
Nigeria,
maybe if you have. It's not easy. Even when you bring money to buy a house here, the tax you will pay on that money, your money after
Baba,
explaining the source.
2008, when I went to UK, and I told my friend that time, when I was going that time, I think I went to £1,500 for shopping. So when I got there and I told him that, okay, these are what I want to buy, and the guy will be telling me, this is a guy that is living in the UK. That one is still expensive. I said, what do you mean that is expensive?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? I came with my own money and I want to buy this thing. You are telling me that it's expensive. That is because of he knows that it's expensive for him, because he has a lot of
He
mortgage or
can't even
whatever.
afford it.
He
He can't
cannot
even afford it.
exactly. He said, let me take you to where they
Simba,
are selling cheaper things. I said, no, I don't want cheaper things.
Simba, I just got a dog 4 months ago. I'm a dog lover, and I took it to work. And one wife was telling me, "You know how many years I've been want have a dog, but I can't afford to buy a dog." I was just thinking, how come? You know what I mean? That he said to maintain them, to take them for clinic, he can't afford it.
You know, another thing that make it easier for us to survive abroad. Let me tell you, Thomas. You know, you got your degree in Nigeria almost free. You don't have any student loan that you are paying. You just get there. Whatever you are getting is your money. So it's very easy for Nigerians trade in Nigeria, move abroad.
And with that, how many out of school children you have?
What are you? What you are saying is different from what you are talking about, Ekene. Huh?
No, you get everything free. You get the education free in Nigeria. How many out of school children you have? How many youth unemployment you have?
Ekene, the beauty of
You
living abroad.
have a population of people that can make up to 2 countries. Be that of school, and you are here saying that you get everything. I mean, tell yourself the truth. It is affordable, and the system is affordable, and you have more than 20 million out of children out of school. Is it like
people,
that?
let me tell you, let me ask you a question. The out of school children that you have, do you think that they want to enroll them, they don't have enrollment? It's because their parents choose not to send them to school.
It's a lie. Don't say that. Nobody don't want to send his kid to school. How can you tell me that? Because how can you tell me that 20 million out of? Let me finish. You have been talking since. How can you tell me that 20 million out of school children, their parents don't want to send them to school?
Where is it?
Come here, you exaggerate things. The system is cheap. The education in Nigeria is getting very cheap. But you have 20 million out of school children in school. Tell yourself the truth.
Sorry to interject you. I just want to interrogate you for just 1 minute. Can you give me exactly where is this 20 million out of students? Where are they from? Are they from the southeast, or are they from the northeast, or northwest, or are
They are from Nigeria? They are from Nigeria.
Exactly? I want to give
Nigeria.
You are lying.
They are from Nigeria.
I'm sorry to say you are lying. That is not the
I said they are from Nigeria.
Well,
whether from the north, whether from the east, wherever they come from, they are from Nigeria.
Okay, I want to send my children to public school, and they said there is no space.
In Nigeria today, if you want to send your kid to any public school, nobody stops you from taking them. Right. It is maybe if you talk about the northern part of Nigeria, but if you put the population of out of school, they cannot pay up to 20 million. That is
No, even if they are there, let me tell you, because it doesn't know. Ekene does not travel beyond, apart from the southeast and Lagos. Where does he know in Nigeria? Has he ever been to the north?
South and southwest.
You
and
just come here and be talking as if you know anything.
And then you come here, you just try to get train numbers as you like. 20 million, 40 million out of school, something.
Let me tell you,
you don't believe in statistics again. I'm not throwing numbers.
Let me tell you, if you know the way they live in the north,
numbers. But once you Google it, the first thing that we tell you that we have 20 million out of school children in Nigeria.
If they have out of school
school is
children,
affordable to you.
if the parents, let me tell you, even here where I live, where everything is even free, parent doesn't want their children to go to school. The only thing that can curb that is for government to force them. I don't think there's any parent that will say, okay, my child want to enter a public school, and they will say there is no space.
Never. In that Nigeria.
You understand? So and the problem is with the parents. So if you don't want to agree with us, that is your business. That is your own problem. We are telling you what is actually the real problem behind this.
Okay, Simba, you mean that the system is affordable, the system okay, and the 20 million children, their parents don't want to send them to school. Is that what you mean?
It depends on the way you value education. The same parent that you said, no, just hold on. The same parent that you said they cannot pay, they cannot even, all they need to do is to buy a uniform. That's all. So if they cannot see that, and they can buy a Shwebi, and they can do wedding, they can do all those kind of things. They don't see it as priority. That is the problem.
Yes.
Okay. 20 million out of school children don't have their parents don't have education as priority. That's very good of you. Analysis is very nice.
Sorry, Ekene. I have an aunt who is a primary school teacher, and I asked her a lot of questions about the school. What she told me is very simple. Majority of the people in the Southwest, they prefer to take their children to private school because they believe that the quality of the public school is not at par with private school. And sometimes also to show status, ego, status that I am rich, I can send my kid to private school, not public school. So in Nigeria for today, if you have a kid, you are free to send him to public school, which Kaduna is virtually free. Some states even provide books for them. I know that not all states do that, but you telling us 20 million out of school children in Nigeria, even in so-called northern place you are talking about, if that is the case, why are they continuing to churn out? One of my good friends is a professor, is from Gombe State, and he told me the literacy level there is very high. They send their children abroad too, as you guys are also sending your children abroad to study. So don't always have the feeling that they are not educated. Like that is just a political statement most times. If they don't go to normal school, they will go to
now it becomes a political statement now because it doesn't see 20 million out of school now becomes a political statement because it doesn't fit your narrative.
No.
Just look at the way you just rubbish it. I'm not the one that said it. It is there.
That 20
both unemployment and inflation rate, all of them is there. Now it becomes political statement.
If you said 5 million or under 10 million, but 20 million out of school children are big now.
Even they are up to if they are up to 20 million, what we are saying is this. That one has to do with you don't understand the way they live their life, especially in the north. Even some children, you see a beggar on the street having like 6-7 kids. So who will go and ask that one to send the children to school? And they will count that one as out of school children.
So the way I don't everything, because I've been listening to you guys, when you compare,
the only thing I know is that if the system is well organized, the education is very cheap, and everything is going well with Nigeria, we will not have 20 million out of school children. The way Simba did.
Can I
understand?
Can I say something, please? Can I say something?
Okay, I think let's the new person talk.
Let's hear from Moroyo. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
How are you, my brother?
Yeah. I'm good.
Yeah.
Please, I just want to get some clarification. The 20 million out of school children, is it the responsibility of the federal government or the state or the local government? Because sometimes when we use this word, if Nigeria is well structured, I don't really get it.
Oroyo, can I answer that question?
Yes, please answer.
First thing, yeah, the responsibility starts from the parent, the person that brought those kids to this world. The responsibility starts from them. Then it boils down to local government, to state government, and to the federal level. I think if I'm making sense, you guys correct me.
80% of the responsibility is the parent. It's not even the government. The 80% of responsibility lies with the parents.
Thank you. Like here in Finland, the reason
Here, let me tell you, here they even pay them. Can you imagine? Here they even pay them stipends to come to school. They pay them stipends to come to school, and they refuse to send their children to school. They pay them to come to school.
Baba Jalico, you come after me. Baba Jalico, sorry, you come after me.
You know, Ekene is saying 20 million. You people disagree with him. And now you jump to another thing. Oh, responsibility of the parent. How is it a responsibility of the parent when you have insecurity, when you have kidnapping, when you have all of this in the north? Go and check the statistics now. I mean, what are we talking about? If you Google it now, students are out of school in Nigeria, you will see the figure by United Nations.
You are jumping. Before this security started,
Hold on. Don't forget about, we are talking about the current situation in Nigeria now.
What we are saying, you cannot be, if you want to address an issue, you look at the root cause. The one that you are talking about is not the insecurity that caused them not to be sending their. It's not the insecurity. What was responsible before this security? What was responsible? The question is, what was responsible before this security?
Now that were released.
Baba Ajalekoko, I'm not disputing what you are saying. Don't get me right. I'm not disputing that insecurity contributed. But that was not the root cause. That was not the root cause. Even before the insecurity, before this kidnapping started, we have a lot of them that are not sending their children to school. So what are you talking about?
I agree with you. I agree with you. We are talking about currently what has responsible or contributed largely to the problem now is, I mean, insecurity, abduction, kidnapping, insurgency, terrorism.
Why are you giving me different names? Not the same thing. Why are you naming it as if they are?
So look, Nigeria is not people governing Nigeria are not serious people. Their own children doesn't even attend the public school, and yet they are taking our public fund for their own upkeep, for the upkeep of their family and themselves. They live on our public fund, but yet the children of the poor, their schooling, their health care, and security and every other thing, good life does not matter to them. We this set of people, they are not safe.
What you are saying, Ajayi Koko, is not an obvious fact. You understand? And we have been saying it only God knows number of years.
Sorry, Simba.
I think what we should be talking about
let him land. Yeah, let him land. Yeah, Simba.
What should be talking about is because the thing don't tire me. All this thing that I used to say don't tire me. Okay, I think what I need now is how we can solve the problem. It's not about reiterating naming the problem that we have. There's nobody is denying that. You understand? But I'm tired. Even sometimes I just don't want to come because all the same story. Let me tell us now. Tell us now.
Simba, I want to
How can we solve this? Because it's the solution that we're supposed to be talking about.
I can tell you the solution.
Can I come in before you?
It's not in Sowore type of solution, no. Real solution. That's what we want to.
I'm
One voice, one voice, please. One voice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Remy, go. I will come after Remy.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, Remy. Yeah.
So first and foremost, the total population of Nigeria, nobody knows exactly what is the population of that country. How many people do we have under the age of primary school? If you say that we are 200 million people, how many Nigerians fall in the range of 0 to 6 years old or 0 to 12 years old, which is predominantly the primary school? How many of us are in that?
And Remy, at what time the 0 to 12 years old is school? We know the school age. The school age is 6 to 12. So what are we talking about? All those anomalies that we have introduced that look us to be talking 0. How can you be going to school at the age of 0?
No. Let me finish. This is why I said 0 to 12. At least for myself here, I send my daughter to school at 8 months from the kindergarten.
Imagine that one that cannot talk. What will he go and learn that he talk? That's child abuse. Child abuse.
No,
child abuse.
Costume like in America, there's Nigeria. What I want to say is what I want to say is what I want to say.
Àwọn ọlọ́mọ bá sọ pé Nàìjíríà dá àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ lè gbọ́mọ lọ sí Nàìjíríà. Ọya nìṣó lẹ̀.
Mo sorry, má bínú. How many population what is the population of Nigerian people, whether it's 6 to 12, that is going to both private and public school? Are they up to even 20 million or 30 million of the total population of Nigeria? We have to look at it from that straight first. Because if we only have 20 or 30 or 40 million people that are going to primary school in Nigeria, in which half of them in the southern part of Nigeria, half of that, if we slice them into two, they go to private school. So we cannot conclude that 20 million people is out of school children, which predominantly you guys will say they are from the north.
Are you okay? You are still contesting the number. Me, I'm not even contesting the number because most of the statistics, most of our population. Let me tell you, Remy, our population is just a projection.
Yeah.
I think the last time we had the census in that country was 2006, and 2006 date. How many years is that? That is almost 18 years. And you know, if they say our population growth is about 3.2%, you know how much we are growing at the rate of about 15 million every year. That's what it means. You understand? So whatever we cannot, that statistics, you know, anybody can churn out anything in that country, and then if it fits your own belief or your
Simba, do you know
yes?
The last election even told us? It's only if you are a daft person, told us that population we claim we are not. The last election told us that's the fact that 220 million that we are claiming now is not the fact.
You know that election. If you go and compare the 1979 election, we even have more votes. During people voted in that 1983, because I remember Shagari won 1983 election by 12 million. Awolowo scored 7 million. You understand? So if you have that, and we have more parties that time, Namdi Azikiwe party, Aminu Kano party, and all those PRP. You understand? So if more people voted in 1983 than 2004, it speaks volume. It speaks volume.
So what are you insinuating now by that figure?
Population is Bajo Ajani Koko.
Our
What
population
are
is
you
back here.
insinuating?
What I'm saying is that we might not be up to what we are projecting for ourselves.
Well, nobody can argue them because we don't really know. We are just saying we are
But Ajani Koko, can you hear me?
500 million population.
No, it's not
Ajani
even
Koko.
200 million now. People are already saying
Yeah.
projecting
Abiati
220.
was 500 million gone.
I think
Ajani
220,
Koko,
right? Every year we had more and more and more and more and more.
Ajani Koko, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But are we serious country if we don't even know how many we have? How will they even cater for people? Well, Ajani Koko, a day in this country, Australia is 25 million people. Just 25 million people across Australia. There was
How many
an
million? What's
announcement.
the population of Australia?
25. 25.
25. And
Yes.
when they talk to Lagos State,
Yeah. So they
Most of them they live along the coast of the Australia now. How many of the land of Australia is habitable? It's not habitable. Their land is not habitable.
Thomas.
Yeah.
When I even try to check the population of Australia, do you know that every year it grows by 1 million? Go and check their data.
Yeah.
With the immigrant too. With the immigrant too, Oloyo. With the immigrant too.
Yes.
In fact, that 1 million, the immigrant will take like half
the
of what
land
we are
mass
even
is
talking about.
huge now in Australia. The land mass.
We are the sixth largest in the
Most
whole world.
of the land are not habitable. Babajale Koko. If you look at Australia, where people live there, all of them they live along the coast.
Is it do they have extreme weather, hot weather there?
Hey, they have extreme. They have desert. Most of the land of Australia are desert.
No, but Simba, it's not because the lands are not habitable. That is why the government of Australia wants that 25 million, 26 million to be there.
They control the population.
They control the population. They don't want it to be more than 25 million.
Do they control the population of kangaroo too?
No. That one, that one is free for. There was a day.
I want to ask you, Thomas, how are they controlling the population? Did they ask you? Did they peg the number of children you can have?
No, people live, people die. So
Like
it's plus and minus.
Like
yes.
the inflow of immigrants.
No. When you say they control population,
let me answer the question now. Let me answer the question. Nobody controls the population.
So why are you not saying they don't want the population to go beyond the family?
Let me land. They control people coming in. They don't take any Victor Manari like America and US. They don't take that in Australia. No. Anybody that came to anybody that come to Australia, few of them doesn't have family here. Almost immigrants that came to Australia have a family member here. You have to know someone that will bring you here. You can come without knowing anybody. I don't say you can't come, but the most immigrants here, you have like a brother or a sister or somebody.
Most country can control that, but how do you control the people within? Because that statement is how can you say you want to peg the population at a particular?
Let me tell you that the standard of living here is high, so you can't even afford to have too many people.
That is not standard of living. That's cost of living. Cost of living is there for standard of living.
Simba is Oyibo country. Oyibo don't
Oyibo country is a UK country.
Baba Jarioko. You know why? Let me tell you this. If you see a country where the population is like development goes with less people having less children. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Any develop, even where the people claim that the standard of living is high, they have everything. People don't have children the way they have it in developing world. Because because they know what it takes. Because you have to take responsibility for the children that you are bringing. That's what we are talking about. People live responsibly in the developed world because they made you to live responsibly. You can't just have many children. You know that you are not going to. How are you going to train them? But in our own country or even in Africa, people just they live
But the
irresponsible.
culture, we have to
God bless
consider
you, Simba.
the
Tax no ma fi gba ayé ẹ jẹ́. Wọ́n bá fi
you know,
tax gba ayé ẹ jẹ́ tán, báwo ló fẹ́ bímọ tó pọ̀?
you have to consider
wo mọ
the
wèrè.
culture.
Ọlọ́run ló wo mọ wèrè ní
Okay.
Africa.
We have to
Ọlọ́run ló wo
consider
mọ
the
wèrè.
culture. Our own culture, we must have. I mean, it's our culture to
So Baba Jayoko, ẹ ti gbàgbé culture wa ńgbà tẹ́ dá Amẹ́ríkà rí.
ká máa bí sí ká máa
Export culture lọ sí Amẹ́ríkà. Nígbà tó tẹ́ ti mọ tó tẹ́ mọ irú wàhálà tẹ́ máa ṣe.
Wá jẹ wàhálà. Wọ́n gan eruku mú ajá títòsí, but let me tell you, the lifestyle of Oyinbo and the culture of Oyinbo are totally different from ours. Their lifestyle, they believe in nucleus family lifestyle, which is totally
Baba Jayoko, if you
ours.
look back, they are not like that before. They were not like that before. They lived the way we lived before. They evolved to this stage. You understand? We were failed to evolve, and that is why you see somebody that cannot even take care of one child having like 10 children, claiming that it's God that is going to take care of them.
Because they have family around, they have extended family that can help and stuff like that. Oyinbo doesn't do that.
Simba, somebody that can't even.
Let me tell you, Baba Jayoko, if you go to Nigeria today and you see the educated one, even the people that have money, they don't have many children. It's the poor that have many. And that is what is baffling me.
Why, look, let me tell you.
They are doing
Hold on.
for children also.
Let me tell you, Simba, that is why we have to invest heavily on education. Education can transform the society from the ground up. You see, this generation of those people you are talking about now, if we give their children good education and are grown up to be responsible, they're not gonna, live the lifestyle of their parents. So education can transform, the society from, a level of poverty to a wealthy and well-functioning society. So, but we fail. When you fail and you have poverty in your society, is a poverty-ridden society. You will not stop this system of where people just have plenty of children. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. It's education and investment in
Baba Jayoko, I totally
human capital.
exactly. You are right.
Yes.
Because I wonder, why should I have children and I don't have, because even before I start having them, I must have a plan.
Yes.
Oh, how am I going to train these children? How much do I have? How many of them can I cope with?
Yes.
You understand?
And you have a wife too. Both of you are taking in the same direction. You want better life for the future of your children. So you want to live within your means. That look, three. We can raise three conveniently, give them the best of education, and they'll be better off in the future. We'll be better off as well, as long as we live. So
I don't even want to serve children. I want to enjoy my own life. So I don't want anybody that even bother me. Believe me.
Let me share. Let me share this with you. We were our parents one day, we were in a good mood in the house. Everybody was happy. We were 5 in our family. We were even joking with my mom and my dad that
You are
why do
5
you
in your
have
family, or
5
you are
kids?
five children.
5 children, yes, with my
Hey, you
mom
are
and
not
my
5
dad.
now. What about your 5?
7.
What about your parents?
7, yeah, we
So
are
when you are
7.
talking about family, don't exclude your parents.
Yeah, we are 7. We are talking jokingly to my mom. Mom, Dad, why do you have 5? It's because you have 5. That is why you can't cater much for us. If you could have like 2 or 3, you should have catered for us more. It's just jokingly, it's not something serious. So I think Simba is very right. But the way we are giving back, like even average people, even poor people, conductor have 3 wives, 15 kids, conductor that can't even take care of himself. Ajali Kuku, can you imagine somebody that can't even feed himself? Having 15, 10
Look,
kids.
I mean, they're an asset to the society. That is where the government will have to come in. Give those children.
Government again.
When you are
Government
asset,
again.
when you have,
Government again.
it's not that
they should tax people like Simba and Remy and them to feed those people and raise their children. Tax them, tax Remy and Simba to take care of the children of the poor. That's the way it's supposed to be. So, but
what are you going to do?
we
What
give
about
those children education, they will grow up well and be better off in the
I
society.
want to share a funny experience.
Yeah.
I used to have a driver that worked for me, not really driving me. But when I want to employ him, there are 2 questions I ask him. Do you have any certificate? Of course, it's from my sis, Oton. Fine. But do you have a license? Fine. Then my next question is this. Are you married? Say yes. I deliberately asked him, because I was speaking from abroad, how many wives do you have? He said 1. He lied. But when he started cheating me very well, very, very well, more than expected, at the end of the day, I dig more. And I discovered that this guy have 2 wives with 8 children and also have girlfriend all around. And I asked myself, what the salary I'm giving you? That is why, and if you see this guy, he's as thin as anything. He smoke also. And when I now discovered this and I confronted him, I said, you lied to me. And he said, oh God, boss, it's a mistake. I said, what do you mean? Me, myself, that give you the job, I only have 1 wife. I don't even have up to 3 children. Talk less of 4 or 5 or 6. So that is one aspect. So see, that is most people in Nigeria do. They don't have the money and they use their banana.
Baba Jare Kuku. But let me tell you, when you talk about education, education is not about what you learn in the 4 wall of the classroom alone.
I know that.
You live in the society, you listen to radio, you watch television, you see people around you. Can't you learn from that?
But Simba, are you talking like this? They also encourage them to continue having children from religious.
If they see somebody like Baba Jare Kuku encouraging them.
Baba Basira ti bí ọmọ kan láṣẹ obìnrin ni ìyá John náà ti bẹ́yẹ kan ní ìyá Chukwu náà ti bẹ́yẹ kan ìwọ tí ìbí kankan owó náà yẹ kó ti bí ọmọ lẹ́wọ̀n ẹ̀ náà ó ti ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń rà náà ó yẹ kó ti mọ̀ kó ti máa lóyún mi. Sorry to seeking you.
I have a guy that used to work for me. Not really, I didn't employ him. He works with NEPA. So, and whenever I have any electrical issue, that is when I used to. This guy has 7 children. And he will be coming every time, oh God, I don't have money, oh God, I don't. That was the day I called him. I said, why did you have 7 children, for God's sake? Even me that you are coming to me, you know my children, I have only 3. Why are you? Ó sọ̀rọ̀ ní ẹ̀yin alákọ̀wé àbẹ́yìn ṣe máa ń ṣe ni Ọlọ́run ló tọ́jú ọmọ mo ní Ọlọ́run ló tọ́jú ọmọ kí ló wá dọ́dọ̀ mi nísìnyí nígbà tó mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run ló tọ́jú ọmọ.
Man. Well, we have a lot of challenges there, but I want to tell you.
I want to ask you a question. Would you support a bill or a law in Nigeria that will restrict people not having more than 3 children?
It cannot even work. It cannot even work.
All those Muslims and Christians, they will crucify that.
Do you know how many children are born out of wedlock in Nigeria? that are born out of wedlock.
Oh God.
Huh. You
Everything
see,
is changed.
people don't live responsibly. You see, they will just go and impregnate somebody, and in fact, some people are serial impregnators. And nothing. How can you monitor such a thing? Some people are not married; they already have like 5 or 6 kids.
That's a serious.
And the thing did not just started now. I was listening to one interview. Do you know that Shina Peter had his first child at the age of 14?
Wow.
Shina Peter, that popular singer. How many children do you think that Sonia Ade has? Hundreds of them. Hundreds of them. To me, no, I kept on saying it. Yes, we can blame leader, but we need a proper reorientation of everybody. Everybody has to change before that country can change. Everybody, including we that we're talking here. Hello, why is everybody silent?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
We are listening. Actually, when I came here, I discovered so many things. Although they call it developed country, but the system, if they introduce this kind of developed country to Nigeria, Nigeria will react when. Look at all those bills that you are going to pay. Then I realized that, to be frank, if you are well to do in Nigeria, just stay in your Nigeria. You have rest of mind. You are not confined to just a space, especially in Europe. I don't know.
Nigeria have bills? They don't have any bills that they are paying now. Do you have any bills to pay in Nigeria?
Even the electricity they pay, water bill, you already know what I discovered, Simba. I just asked myself, I have to pay water bill here every month. And if 2 people live in that apartment, you pay double. If 3 people with your kid, you pay triple. It depends on how many people live. They will calculate the fixed rate. Then I asked myself in Nigeria, I have a deep well that gives me water 24/7. I don't need to, I've already invested in that and it's over. And sometimes you also you come and buy property. But I ask myself, if I started to buy mortgage, buy a property now, I have to pay the money for the next 20-something years. Then you have to quantify with your.
Cool. Ní Finland money ẹ̀ wọ́n ti tẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ́ Finland.
Èmi ò tiẹ̀ like irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ náà lọ títí lọ, not to be frank. Sọ pé àwọn tó ń ṣe, those people that are doing it, I don't condemn you. It depends because you have to, so many factors you have to consider. Because if you came with your children and they are still young, it's fine for you. But
about our property, but you know it's an investment now. Your property grows in value.
Unfortunately, the property here, the appreciation level is not up to 1%. So
Baba Koko, you have to educate me. You have to educate me on this thing that you are saying that property grows in value. You have to explain why you think that a property will grow in value.
No. You should understand in Nigeria too, the property can grow. The property.
If you want to,
if you want
to make it in life in abroad, the first thing you need to do is to get a mortgage.
No, not all the countries. So not all the countries.
I don't know about your Finland, but this young.
Tell us about Finland. Tell us about Finland.
If you want to save your money, you can do it. But you have to, Baba Yoko, just give me.
Saving money.
Tell me, maybe in 2 to 5 minutes why you think that the property grows in value.
Oh yeah, it grows in value here because let me say, for example, you buy a house now for 100,000. That house in the next 10 years or 5 years, the value can grow to the value could worth maybe 200,000 in the next 10 years.
It depends on the community, Sean. They can devalue.
How much?
So
how much do you think it can grow?
Let's say it grows to like 200,000.
The price can double in 10 years.
Some, yeah, you know. So
it depends on location. Don't buy crackers.
But you have to be smart, though.
Okay, let me tell you this. Let me ask you this. What is the inflation rate?
Let me tell you, the inflation rate in this country, we don't have a serious inflation like that in America. It's not that serious.
You know what? Let me say this. Let me
Actually,
say this.
in America, the houses are investment. It's
It's an investment here.
But
Look, let me tell you this. Let me hold on. Let me tell you. I have a friend live in California. Was living in what is this? Is it not San Diego or something? But he was living in like the location was like a waterfront area. You understand? You understand? Waterfront. His house is across a river line. He bought that house in 2004 in maybe around 65 or 85,000. He sold it this year for 1 million plus. So that is the advantage.
Can he get that same house in that same location at that previous price?
No,
That means you
I
have to
said he
go to
sold it. He sold it. He sold
no.
it for 1 million
What I'm
plus.
saying.
Yeah.
I know what you are talking about now. You know what we increase the price. Now you tell that okay, the price increases. Maybe one because of increase in demand for housing.
Yes.
Two,
Mm-hmm.
inflation.
Population.
Three, maybe more development has been brought to that locality.
Yes. Yes.
You understand? So that means before that money can be useful to him, he has to go to another undeveloped area to go and buy another property. He cannot, because that same property, if you want to buy that same property in that same location, you buy it at the same price.
You know one thing. You know one thing that is funny in America. Okay. That house now. Okay, he sold it for 1 million. Do you know you can move to another state?
And that's what I'm saying. That he has to go to another location.
Yes, he can move to another state. He can move to another state, buy a newer house, bigger, better than the house.
Who is talking on that? What is that?
Michael.
Babaja, it's one alternative. Another alternative. Like you can buy a property and make it a rental property.
Where is that noise coming from? Who
I don't know. It's not from
music?
me.
Is it Thomas?
Probably
Is it Thomas?
Almost, yeah.
You can buy a property and turn it into a rental property, and the rent will pay the mortgage, and you still have money for yourself. And the property
Oh God, where is this noise coming from? This noise is serious.
Let's see. I mean, first we have to contact.
Thomas.
Am I going in light or heavy in terms of lights?
They are talking Australian grammar.
Yeah.
Thomas,
You know,
okay.
I'm sorry. Like I was saying,
Go on.
Do you know that if you buy a property in a rentable location and you start renting it out, do you know that your tenant will be the one paying your mortgage?
Oh yes.
And you still make some extra money. And in the next 10, you see, and property is something that is a cashing out option at the end of the day towards your time of retirement.
Other than that, even before your retirement, if the equity, if you how do I say it? If
if
A friend of
the
mine bought a house somewhere in California too. He bought it about 9 years ago for like $650,000. And
Sorry, you guys that are living in America, I want to ask you a question because you have been painting a very good picture. But I want you to remember during when Obama was the president, there is a world economic recession that affected America real estate a lot, and a lot of people lose their property a lot. So
but
when
that was when people made the most money.
Some people, right? Not everybody. Majority of people lose their property. So sometimes in a structured economy, organized economy, there are so many factors you have to factor in, consider, because like Simba said, inflation is there. So many on speculation is also there, and all these guys you have been talking about. It also depends on exactly where did you buy your property, where is it located.
Oh, you have to look for a good location, of course.
So, and if you look for a good location,
you won't go and buy property on Skid Road now.
So if you look for a good location,
Boaz, I've seen a situation where one place the property value was so high. I mean, it was so high, and people were buying it. All it took was just some people coming and started shooting, and the property value just dropped.
The wrong people mostly, yes.
That's why they always discriminate. You know why they always discriminate against blacks in America? Because they know that when blacks come in an area, they have that tendency of making the property value drop. Because
you know that there are some areas that you can't just buy property there. You go through a lot.
No, in the beginning, the place was all cool, all quiet. Property value was high, and there's a character started buying property. They started moving in. They came with their behavior. They will invite their distant relatives that are criminals. Next thing, gunshots, bah, property value drop, man.
Mike, make I tell you one thing. Area where they stay, I don't feel remember the last time where I commot my car key from my car.
But that means it's a safe area, and then the property.
I cannot remember. And this thing they do me when I go outside of my area, I almost forget. Like I just get out of the car and just slam it and just walk away.
Come to this place. You drive your car, nobody touch it. You can even leave it there for the crime rate there is extremely low. So nobody care too much because everybody have the same access. But in terms of property, the appreciation in terms of percentage, according to one real estate I talked to, it's not up to 1% or probably 2%.
It might be nice for you. It might be nice for you to make your research yourself. Don't
no.
rely on
The issue here is not although it's a kind of capitalism, say like a social capitalism. There are some things they try to cage here. So it's not like total American free market like that. So if you are buying a property, they don't want you to make abnormal profit on it.
You can't exploit.
It's well regulated. Thank you, Baba Jaliko. It's well regulated. Not like in America or maybe in
America too. You are not exploiting. It's just what the system brings to you.
Because they have a lot of
market now.
It's a capitalist exploiter. Sorry, Baba. What exploit in America?
Real estate.
Because if you are into that one, you must have a sugar-coated mouth and you must know the market trend very well. That is, you guys have to make your money. But if you're a very
it's just having a good buy. Looking at the environment, like if you go like for Yankee here, if you go to an environment where there is like school, that those colleges and universities, just look for a nice house there, buy it, remodel it, and get maybe six nice rooms out of it.
So is it possible to do that in America, that you can just buy a whole house and then remodel it as? That's one of those things that they can't allow you to do that because they have to structure. You cannot just come and say, okay, this is the house, then I want to remodel it.
There's just a limit to the kind of there's a particular percentage to the remodeling you can do, because it's now considered rebuilding.
They won't allow you to do such a thing here. But
so it's like you get the house and you convert it like to an hostel.
Yes.
So we're renting out to
not really
students.
an hostel, but
it's a form of hostel.
Like a service, like a service apartment.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the same thing. So
But
they
it
won't
has
just
to be
allow.
within regulation also. When you put my follow your window, your lecon.
It be by Boaz. So what she calling me by you? In fact, it's always so. They will like everything say include dust to good or jadi. So by long that dust is due to new land environmental might pick up. So it's up to the highest standard. So of course you cannot compare here with America because it's
America easy. America on low block particle board in loan. So
one do be I want to do
America, you know, America is just like Ajegunle to where you are comparing with
are
Finland.
you serious?
No, America is a good country. If you look at
No, you know, I didn't say. What I'm saying is that, you know, in that your country, everything is regulated to the core.
yes, so it's
Do you
regulated.
understand?
It's regulated
Bridge
here
the
too.
gap between the rich and the poor.
About.
They bridge the gap between the rich and the poor very well, so that the more you live, the more you have more benefit, and the more your credit rating is good.
Your environment. Come and see so many houses here that are not even occupied. The whole population? You know, Saudi Arabia is like times 3 the size of Nigeria, and their population is just 35 million.
Sorry, Mike.
Yeah.
And Thomas, you said
Mike,
that.
are you there?
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question. This in your area or whatever state you are, do you have snow in the winter over there?
When I live in different spaces, so in the north, in the east coast where there's snow. When I come to the south,
Are you mandated to shovel your walkway, your sidewalk rather, the public sidewalk? If you have a sidewalk in front of your house or by whatever.
yeah, they put you can get fined if you have
You
but
can
the
lose
thing
your
is,
you can lose your house because of that walkway.
yeah,
If I
I
fall
mean,
down on your
they make
walkway,
even
I
in
can
this way it
sue you
doesn't
to the
snow.
tune of your
Hold on.
property.
Even in the south where it doesn't snow, if your grass grow above like 2
Those
feet
are
or
just normal fine. Those are fine. Grass
eh?
cannot fall anybody down.
Kilos, what do you say?
Grass. And
No,
when you're fine,
no,
that's all that one.
no. Even no. It's not about safety or anything. Like the cities and jurisdictions usually make regulations. Some places they will tell you if you don't cut your grass, meaning beautification of the community. Now they can fine you. They just make rules. They make policies. So it depends on
Baba,
the local
you are
the
talking
government.
about fine. I am talking about lawsuit. Then you're about shubu
Oh, the lawsuit part. No, no. Okay, hold on. No. With the lawsuit one, hold on now. With the lawsuits, hold on now. Let me explain. With lawsuits, if your property is a commercial property, like a business, or you are using it for business, and somebody falls, then they can sue you. The person can sue you because it's a profit. It's a for-profit property now. You know, it's a business. But if it's your house, your residence, and someone is out to walk past your property and fall,
No.
like
The public walkway in front of your house.
no, you're not
There
responsible
are
for that.
houses that
Yeah,
have
no.
walkways.
You are not responsible for the walkway. You're only responsible
Are you
for the
kidding
path.
me? Go and
No,
check
you are not. No, you
Go
are
and
not.
check.
Which well, maybe it's different county. Like every county, every jurisdiction make their own rules. But in most cases, the way they do things is they will tell you where your property ends and which parts belong to the state or the city. The city will not tell you that you're responsible for clearing their for taking care of their property now. They
I'm
will
not
tell you
talking about the roads.
when you buy a house, they will tell you where your property begins and where it ends. And anything within that
You
space
don't
is
get what I'm
yours. You're
saying.
responsible.
You don't get what I'm
If
saying.
you're talking about the walkway that's still part of your property, yeah. But if you're talking about the walkway
But
that's
it's
become
a public walkway.
if it's public
where
walkway, it
people
belongs
walk.
to the city, it belongs to the government, not you.
Are you kidding me?
If you say if it wants to become public, that means no longer your space. It's no
It's
longer
on your
part of it.
property. No, it is well, by measuring your property, actually, it is not part of your land, but it is in front of your house.
Yeah, that part that in front of your house is no longer part of your space. You got to also hear me now. They will listen, they're making clear distinction. Like, okay, your property starts from this point to this point. Anything beyond that is public space.
It's not like that in my area.
And okay, once it become public space, why are you responsible for it? Why are you obligated to do whatever? No, you are no longer responsible for it. Public space. It's not
Mike,
public.
maybe the law is different from your own because I
It's
remember
different
No,
from
Baba said the same
law
thing.
first of all is the
Baba
constitution.
said the
So
same thing earlier on today. He said in New Jersey that if you have that eyes on that walkway in front of your house, somebody sleep, that
yeah, that
it
walkway
can
in
be
front of your
charged.
house is part of your property. It's still part of your
No,
property.
the walkway is talk about the walkway, and
because you have
even
to consider
immediately he
those
said
on the
it.
wheelchair, those who
Immediately
are
he said
blind.
it. Jewel said no, that it was not like that in their own. So maybe it varied from one place to the other. Maybe that's what. So it's not something that is to be
There's
arguing
something
about.
there's something that's universal. You understand? That's just constitutional. When a property is not yours, it's no longer part of. It's not your name. You understand? You are not responsible for it. No one can hold you responsible for it. Not the city, not the government.
Here, what they do here is very simple. Because here, I wouldn't lie to you, it's like 7 months of winter. And out of that 7 months, 5 months, like I'm talking to you now, outside, it just snow overnight now. It's full of snow. Sometimes you have to clear your walkway if you have a house. But for people that are living in like a flat or what do you call it, then they have the management, they already contract them, they will bring in their tractor and clear the walkway and everything. But sometimes they also like appeal to citizens. You can also volunteer yourself to clear the snow by yourself, not your walkway, even by the street. So I see a lot of things doing that just to show that they are good citizens. So it's like everybody is working together in harmony. So that is why I'm saying that the way they practice their own kind of economy or capital is totally different from America, or maybe some of because the Scandinavia totally they are very conservative people. Even if they are rich, they won't show it off that they are rich. But if you
In America, every county have their own rules. Every state have their own rule. Every city have their own rules. So it's not universal. That's why they call it.
In this country, they encourage you to spend money. They don't, because if you like try to deposit money, you don't get interest on it at all. So, for example, if I want to take it, because I was talking to my bank, if I want to get a mortgage, I can have a special dedicated account. If I can put money there, the minimum you can pay, like a down payment, is just about 10,000 euro, and if you can put it there for 2 years, then you get a very good interest when you're buying the property, something like 4% off again. So here is not, but to me, as a Nigerian, I have to look at the acquisition level in the next 10 years, which is virtually nothing to me. So I don't know. I'm not even thinking in that line. But it's also good because if you have a property, but I'm the proper Nigerian.
But it can be a means of saving your money if you don't have
Yes,
any
I
other
know.
business you want to do with
I
it.
know. But I prefer for now. I still like my country. Continue to. I'm not saying that I cannot
But
invest
if you have some other thing that you can use your money for to make money, there is not
So
it's not a
for me,
good
I always
investment.
look at, maybe I'm wrong. I always look at it from the Nigeria angle that if I buy a property here, or if I put another property in Nigeria or buy a landed property which I can resell in the next 1 or 2 years, can give me more money. Because I'm not bringing that money back to this system. Because it's not easy to, it's not easy for people here to just say, okay, I want to start doing business. I want to start having a shop to sell this or to sell that. It's not so easy. First, we don't have the population.
Can I make a comment, Remy, if you don't?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hello guys. Yeah, thanks.
Bobo
I mean,
Yafa.
listen to what? Huh?
Bobo Yafa.
I did. Simba, I did.
Ó fẹ́ kó sọ Yorùbá ní Prince Daddy tó bá ní Alpha.
No. His nickname here is Bobo.
I
You know.
know, mo mọ̀ pé Bobo ilẹ̀ máa ń pè wọ́n náà dẹ̀ sọ fún wa pé orúkọ mi ò ṣe Bobo ẹ̀. Wọ́n náà sọ Yorùbá tẹ́lẹ̀ náà, Prince Daddy kí ló ń ṣe.
Mole for Yoruba now, but boy is it's okay. I'm not worried about that. Boy is fine.
Okay, I'm just being sarcastic.
Yeah, so I was gonna say maybe in Finland, probably investing in property may not be the best, but just like the guys that live in the states know, apart from building equity in the house, there are some benefits, added benefit of owning a house here in America, right? So you get to deduct your interest on the mortgage, which saves you a lot of money on your income. Also, the banks or lending institutions, they look favorable on your credit profile if you have a mortgage, especially one with equity, right? And overall, they put you on a different bracket for earners in terms of the income and your total assets. So those are like the immediate benefits of owning a home. But over the long term, well, if you have a property in California and some other places, yeah, your property can appreciate greatly. And overall, in America, it is known that properties are good investments, but not always the case. Somebody I think Remy mentioned earlier during Obama's time when there was the economic debacle, right? Properties lost people with property lost a lot of money, especially places in Nevada and some other places all around across the country, anyways. And that's when the big bankers or the people with big purse came in and swooped up a lot of homes. And right now, if you look on the county records and other records, you can tell that a lot of real estate investors came into the market and swoop up all the what you call family homes. Now belongs to a lot of businesses. Okay, that's part of the deal. Yeah, it can make money in the long run. If you have a property, but just like somebody said earlier, also, if you Simba said it, if you have a property in California from 600,000 to a million, well, you can't sell that property and go back and buy the same kind of property in the same place. It's not going to happen. You have to move out of there. So you have to move out of that place, go to a different place, and go extend your money. Okay, so uh, overall, it's not really tricky, but at the same time, buying homes or property may not be the best. They can depreciate. Okay, they do. Yeah, properties do depreciate. Also, it's not always the case that they appreciate. They do depreciate. Um, and there's a lot of factors can come into that. The last big property upside down that we had was the what do you call it, the subprime mortgage. Okay, so those that pay the investment properties that know what is going on, that study that market can really um, you know track when there's going to be an economic downturn in that market. So not always safe, but in America, it's probably the safest return on your investment in the long term. What other investment can you put your funds in and get almost I don't know 25-50% in return in 10 years? There's not that many, not even the stock market. Of course, if you play stocks, options, you can get in like Babati and some other guys and do well
Can do.
and do well. Um, and I guess lastly, also in regards to yes, depending on the county or the state that you live in, you're only responsible for the demarcation of your property line. Beyond that, you're not responsible for it. But if your property is adjacent to a public walkway and it's obstructed by snow or other things, you are responsible for it, even though you don't own it. So to Biggie and Mike's point, yeah, it's a combination of both. You may not own that side of your property or that area, but you are responsible for what goes on there. So if somebody walks in your property front and they trip because of ice or whatever that you didn't take care of, you are responsible for it.
What are you smoking? There's no part of your property. The part that's no part of your property. Is that what you're telling me?
Did you listen? Okay, before I tell you what I'm smoking, did you listen to what I explained? It's
You
always good
say
to open your ears and listen.
you're responsible for it.
Okay, let me try again. Okay,
Right.
if you have a property, you are only responsible for the demarcation of your property according to the city or the county records. But I'm saying also in some states, okay, you are liable for whatever may happen that may be injurious to somebody that is adjacent, directly adjacent to your property. Like if there's a walkway where your property stops, in some states, if something goes wrong, if somebody gets injured, and they can see it's negligence by the property owner, you will be held responsible. Maybe not so where you
Now
live.
you're changing your
So there's
word.
no
You're
need to
saying
hold on. There's no need to
negligence
be
of the
arguing about this.
property
There's
owner.
no need to be arguing about this because
No,
just
no,
like
you're switching your word
50
now.
states, huh?
You say negligence by the property owner. That you just put the word negligence into it now. You didn't use that at first. Now negligence can mean anything. It can be something that you threw out of your property on that street that injured somebody,
No,
or
it doesn't
something
have to be you.
that
See, that's the thing.
connects directly to you. But if you're talking
No,
about,
it
hold
does
on now,
not have to be you.
hold on. If you are talking about a part of the streets that's not part of your demarcation, right? That belongs to the public, belong to the city or states. Snow falls there, and somebody walks and tripped and fell and gets injured. You're not liable for that.
Okay, Mike, that's why I always speak to what you know. Maybe you're not wrong. Okay, that's why we live in
Yes, because I'm
America
not
50
wrong. So why
states.
you saying this? So that means I know what I'm saying.
Well, see, this is knowledge. You have to be able to accept what is beyond you. I'm giving knowledge that's beyond what you know. Okay, I mean, I'm adding to your knowledge.
What have you
Okay,
said
you're
as well?
right. You're right. But at the same time, I say in some states, not everywhere, in some states, okay, you will be held liable for whatever happens beyond your demarcation.
And what state
It
is that?
happens.
Name the states. So you can go and look
Do
it up.
your do your own research.
So you know what
Mike,
it is.
in my state, you
Look,
are
look, let me
right.
tell you, in the state of New York, if forget about your even on how do I say it? Uh the walkway in front of your house is not on the main street, but the walkway right in front of your house. It is your responsibility to clear it.
Yeah, because they
If
make it part of
somebody,
your property.
yeah,
It's
because
not your
In New York,
property.
it's part
It's
of your
not your
property.
property.
yeah, it's your responsibility to clear it. Somebody should
No,
fall
Mike is
right
getting
there.
confused. It's not your property. It's your responsibility,
No,
not your
no, it's
property.
in New York, in places like New York or the
In
East
New
Coast.
York, I'm
Your
telling
walkway
you,
usually they are signed as part of your property. That's why you can
you,
put your flower there. You can
yeah,
cut the grass. You can do whatever there. You understand? They make it part of your property. That's what we are telling you. That's what we are saying.
the
But you,
walkway in
Prince
front
Daddy,
of
but
your
what you are saying is you're talking about the main
house,
streets.
in front of your house. If you don't clear, if somebody should fall right there, you'll be held liable.
Mike, don't mix
Yeah, we
it.
Mike,
know
There's a
that
I'm
because
difference
it's
not
part of
between
talking,
your property.
Mike.
Mike,
So,
I'm not
Mike,
talking
don't
about
mix
the
it
main
up. There's
street.
a
We will
difference
be talking
between
about the main
walkway
street.
and sidewalk.
Hold on. Say that again. Sorry.
There's a difference between walkway and sidewalk. We're talking about sidewalk, where the public walk.
Yes, where the public walks. Okay.
It
Yeah.
might be on your property, but you are responsible for it.
Well, let's not make this
Is it
argument.
always the case? Is it always the case? It's your property. Is it always the case that your sidewalk is part of your property?
It's part of your property, yeah. It's right in front of you, but it's for the public use.
yeah, for the public
Yeah, the
view, but
sidewalk.
it is is regarded as part of your property too. You have to clear it during the snow. Whenever it's snow, you have
But
to clear it.
it's not always the case. It's your
So,
property. It's just right in front. You cannot be own everything. Sometimes property are divided. There's a point that sometimes there's a dispute between even two neighbors. There's a demarcation that you can say who owns it. I mean, you have to go to the
yes,
county
you
record
are
and
right. You are right on
okay.
that.
So
Yeah,
it's not always the case that you own everything that
yeah.
surrounds your house,
So
including the sidewalk.
as the homeowner, you must know your line of demarcation
both in the front, back, side, so that you know what you are responsible to take care of, because if you don't know, if you anything happen, you'll be held responsible by the city. That
Exactly, and
this
that's my point. Anything
yeah
within your demarcation, you'll be
yeah
held responsible.
you'll be
But
held
anything
responsible by the
beyond your
city.
demarcation, you are not responsible.
You are not responsible.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So you must really know as the homeowner that okay, this is my this is my own territory in the front, side, and back. So you must know so that you know how to take care of it, and anything happen, you can know how to defend yourself. That no, this is not part of my property. This is belong to the city, or this is this is part of the neighbor's territory. So it's it's a very tough. Some states are very very tough. Do you know that in New York you cannot even send your tenant out anyhow if your
No,
tenant did not
it's,
pay
it's
you?
everywhere. Yeah. I mean, there's rules. There's
So if your tenant does not pay you, you have to go to court, and the court will not send that tenant out. They will look at his condition. If he doesn't have job, they will say, okay, you still have to keep him there. Maybe they might say, okay, for the next 6 months, and that next 6 months, he have to go to court again if his
no.
situation does not improve.
Everything has to go.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Let me.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm checking
But
something here. One
in
second.
my own state, you will not last more than 1 month or 2 months. You will be kicked out. The court will just grant it. You cannot pay. You believe it's a business, it's your house. You are paying your mortgage, and one of your tenants is not paying. The court doesn't want to listen to that tenant. What happened to you? You break your neck, or you have a back ache, or you do surgery. No, you gotta go. Go look for somewhere to go. The court will just rule in favor of the landlord, and if you don't pack your load, they will throw it on the street.
Baba
Yeah.
Jale,
Okay.
They will
One
throw it
second.
out.
One second. Let
Government
me
is
read
wicked.
something.
sorry, friends, that I just want to compare with here. That means the people here are enjoying. If you default in your rent payment, the landlord can only have maybe €5 or at worst €10 upon it. And if you continue to not to pay, then they have to take you to debt collector and then take you to court, and then they now negotiate how much you can pay for those ones you have default. So the landlord cannot just send you packing, just go away like that. No, it's not done.
No. What
The
I'm saying here, look, let me tell you. In New York, if you don't pay your rent, the landlord cannot send you out. The landlord will take you to court, and the worst that is going to happen is that the court will rule in favor of the tenant. What I mean by rule in favor is that they might say, okay, this guy having situation, he cannot pay now.
No,
We don't want
I
him
mean
to.
the second
Yeah.
statement you said in your own state.
Oh yeah,
That
in my own state,
yeah.
once you miss 1 month payment, the best. I mean, if you are lucky, they will give you another 1 month. If the judge is very kind to you, it will give you another 1 month for you, to
I
find
think
your
the
way.
reason why they
To
make the
find
law
your
like
way.
that,
If
the
you
reason
they,
why they
they
make the law
it
like
will
Okay.
rule. It will rule that look, they are giving you additional 15 days. If
no,
you
not
cannot
your
make that payment, or 1 month, if you cannot pay that payment, your this thing should be thrown into the street.
no. Here they will just add €5 upon your last
That's
default.
America. That's another. You see, everything. The law it
Capitalism is
differs from
Well,
state to state.
Europe is socialist. Now you guys are
It-
socialist country. America is
it-
capitalist. You're on your own.
America
Okay.
is yeah. So
Let me give an example here. So I have this. It doesn't apply to everywhere, obviously. It's that both sidewalks and curbs fall under the public ownership, managed by the local municipalities. Yet, unkept of the area, including the sidewalk, the landscape space between the sidewalk and road, and the stretch from the property to line to the curb is the responsibility of the property owner located adjacent to these spaces. As I explained earlier, that the sidewalk doesn't always is not always the responsibility or owned by the homeowner. It says right here it's managed by local municipalities, but it is the responsibility of the homeowner. Okay, if that sidewalk or the curb is adjacent to your home, you don't own it. It's your responsibility to make sure it's free of debris and dangerous materials. Plain and simple. Obviously, I'm reading from a city code in one of the cities. It doesn't apply everywhere.
Which city is that?
Do your own Google search.
You are reading something to us, and I can't even tell us what you are reading to us now. You can't Google what you are reading. I'm supposed to go, I should go and find what you are reading, right? I have a
No,
thought what you are reading in
it's
front
just
of me.
one of the many states. It just I don't know what I'm
What's
seeing.
the
I'm
name?
seeing
Where are you
Illinois,
reading from?
Ohio,
What you
New
are reading?
Jersey. I'm seeing a bunch of states that came up here. So, but the point here is that it's we don't have to argue about it. It's not universal. We know clearly that state law differs from one state to another. Just even adjacent states.
You read something to us now. We're asking you which city it is. Did you say Newark, New Jersey?
No, I'm just telling you the states that show up at the top of what I read. In fact, I see in California, in Texas, in Illinois, Ohio, New Jersey, bunches. So it's just an example. It's just an example. Just like as I said, it doesn't apply to everywhere, obviously. So, and the point here is that we don't have to argue about it because state laws vary. Even city laws. Forget about state laws. Within a state, if you go from one state to another state, the laws are different. The codes are different for building. So that's the way it is in America. It's just what it is.
Okay, Mr. Prince Daddy. What's your other new name, sir?
How what?
I said, what's that your new name? What they call you now?
But boy, yeah.
Mr. Boy, we hear you.
Thanks to Ajale Coco. Yeah, thanks to Ajale Coco.
What was I was in and out of the show earlier. You guys had some there was some interesting conversation you guys were having earlier on the show during one man show. You guys should be Thomas, are you there? You guys have to be careful when people like Joel come here and start making up another person that does the uptown. They just make up something that's not out of nowhere. I'm telling you guys, and you guys will believe it. Joel came here and said one every line. He said somebody said the plane should crash. And you guys are asking to post which Nigerian will say that. Because they are wearing good now, you now say plane should crash. No, you guys should know no one will say that or anything like that. Man. He just made that shit up now.
Well, see, that's the thing. He probably didn't make it up. He
made it up, dude.
It's
hold on. It's probably something that was said by their side. They like to push propaganda out there.
It's propaganda that was which Yoruba person we say Onyema plane should crash because he chose to wear shagu. You know now no one will say that stuff. Come on now.
I can't vouch for that. I can't vouch for that.
There are some things that are reasonable. Who is so bitter? And another thing, who will be so bitter over dressing that will be saying, "Oh, the plane should crash"?
Well, the same people that want Tinubu to fail.
Person or not now, we won't care about that to that extent. That they will say, "Come on now."
Well, the same people like rational mind that wants Tinubu to fail. So what difference does it make?
Yeah, we understand. It's only people obedient-minded people that will obedient-minded kind of people that will say things like that. But which normal which because he's accusing the people he's accusing of saying something like that is like a average Yoruba person or not. What would be so? What would make anybody be so bitter that Onyema choose to wear Ziagu? And another thing you guys are not even wary of is that no one is actually out there complaining about that. it was one year Igbo girl like that looked like Tony Nadi that came up with that stuff like they are complaining that he's wearing they'll make up something that no one is saying, She made up that stuff now that people are complaining, and no one is complaining. No one cares about
I
the
believe that.
They just made it up just to create and they are
Yes.
hating on us, they hate us. It was a made up stuff. There was no one out there talking about that thing. Any Southwest person or Northern person that was talking about their wearing Ishagu, they don't care. Just like one man said,
I
"Oh,
agree with
look
that.
at me, look at me. Oh, why are you looking at me? Look at me, look at me. Why are you looking at me?" That's the game that's going on now.
I believe that. I don't think it's just a made up story. I don't know
It was
why
made
we're
up.
even talking about it.
I was
It
searching for
doesn't.
looking for the Southwest person or Northern person that's complaining about it. I didn't see it. The only people I saw talking about it were just the typical IPOB Southeasterners making video. They are complaining that we wear Isiagu. They are hating on man because I didn't see any Yoruba person or Northern making video about they are wearing Isiagu. Oh, we got problem with that too. No one is talking about it. It's just
That's garbage, man. See,
yeah, it was
Airpeace
just
it's a fine airline. They have a great operation. Oyema, I think it's a great business guy. So I've flown Airpeace before. I'll fly it again. So this Isiago or whatever
everybody like
they're talking
Oyema.
about is totally relevant.
Everybody know the guy's a good. Why would anyone be, now to the point they will say, "Oh, his plane should crash," because come on now. Oh, if you are listening, come on, stop that now.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I thought this thing went out.
I won't be surprised. I mean, I know I can't think like that, but I can't doubt if someone does that. I'll be sincere with you. I mean, I'm not saying anybody said it, but I won't be surprised.
See, in today's world, man, people that spend a lot of time on this social media and all these things, it's just there to generate, all kinds of shenanigans. Some things
You're
were
right.
never said. Some things were just made up. What I call made up reality, false reality. It just put everything out there so people can talk and just go back and forth and generate, I don't know, likes and all these things. It's most of them are just trashy talks. They have no base. It doesn't have any value. I'm not sure why either wear traditional Igbo attire should be a big deal. I mean, maybe, and come tomorrow, the same airline is more likely to even put people to wear Yoruba and Hausa attire to fly. But everything's about making it tribal and ethnic, and it's just tiring. Well, not for me really, because I don't pay too much attention to this trash. To me, it's a non-topic.
I mean, the only reason I will not be surprised is because, I mean, during the election, I don't want to name the platform, but there was a platform where they sat down and they call it a prayer session, but it was actually a cursing session, and they were cursing Tinubu and whoever is surrounds him plus their children. They want them to cry.
But it's something you hear from the obedient side now. But what Joy is saying is that some Southwesterners,
He didn't say
right?
Southwesterners,
No,
so you
no,
just
that's what he's
we know,
accusing.
no, we know what he no 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 we know what he meant, but he never mentioned Southwesterners.
Uh,
No,
wait, who's Joy accusing of saying they're angry that?
No, no, he never mentioned name, never mentioned the tribe.
No, I didn't think he mentioned. No, no, I
No,
gotta
he
go.
didn't
Who is
mention.
Joy? Okay, okay.
Biggie, sorry, me not doing so now. Wow, I
I,
didn't
we
I
can
know.
agree that we know his
Wait,
intention, but he never mentioned
I
it.
didn't say he mentioned that. I didn't say he mentioned Southwestern. But the question
Yeah.
I'm asking you is, who is he accusing of
being
almost
anti-Southeast.
cry. Only I almost cry. Only I cry when I saw some people.
No. Who's he accusing of being anti-Southeast?
I don't know.
Exactly.
He didn't
We're
mention
way between
names.
the line now. What is he accusing
He
of
didn't
BDS?
mention names, so we cannot really say much.
So we all know what he's talking about now.
Ẹni tọ́rọ̀ bá jọ
He
tiẹ̀
said they
ẹni
are
tọ́rọ̀ bá
anti-his
jọ
people.
tiẹ̀ ní kó mu.
I can't believe.
I mean, even look at us on this platform. Everybody was, we are so happy for Oyema. We are praising him.
Exactly.
I don't know which people that I don't know, man. I don't know what
That's what I'm saying. Now I don't know any. Even the people that are that have issue with Southeast, we know who we have issue with now. It's usually like maybe Kanu, Ekpa, or Anesi, but nobody in Nigeria have issue with Onyema. Like I mean, why would anybody have issue with Onyema? The guy's a good guy now. This is a guy that doesn't employ everybody, fly place to South Africa to bring all Nigerians. Everybody in Nigeria love Onyema.
Everybody love it, yeah. Even what do you call it? Oyema himself is even thanking this aviation and particularly the what do you call aviation minister for Keyamo for giving a very strong support for him to secure that routes, London routes and stuff like that. You know, so I don't know.
You guys know Joel was full of crap, man. He just made that shit up, man. Come on.
I think sometimes
it's possible, Mike.
No, the guy is projecting. Yeah, Babajale Gogo. I know Yoruba people and I know Northerners. No, Babajale Gogo. I know what Yoruba people and Northerners are capable of, and I know what I literally know everyone. Like I know Southwesterners don't misplace their issue towards a people. If we're gonna Southwesterners will not say a decent Southeasterners and say because we have issue with obedience. When I hate this guy here, come on now.
So Mike, I think
to the extent that they will say his plane should crash because what did he do? That's one characteristic of Southwestern people now or Northerners. I mean, come on now. It's the kind of behavior you get from obedience. They are the only people that do things like that now.
It was quite mad, and I think some Southeasterners sometimes they see themselves maybe better off than the other tribe of Nigeria, because the other major tribe they don't normally blow their trumpet. The Hausa people, to me, they are the richest in Nigeria, but they will never blow their trumpet. They will never say we have all the money or something like that.
They don't brag about Dangote now. You see nothing else bragging about Dangote.
An average Yoruba rich man will never brag about his wealth also. Even if he's super rich, they will never brag it. Look at Otedola. He's a billionaire, but he's live a simple life. And I've met a lot of rich people. I know about Tudeko very well and where he built his house in Nigeria. He's a simple man. Come and look at his mansion. You will never see it anywhere all over the globe or something like that. And so many Yoruba people that they are very humble with their wealth. But some of these guys I'm not saying all, I say some of them, they see this thing as we're the best. It's like they don't want our people to progress or something like that. That is the way they are looking at it, without knowing that the people that will get on the plane for Allen Oyema are all Nigerian, irrespective of their major tribe they come from. It's not Nigeria that will support him. If he gets to London 7 days in 1 week, are they only the Eastern people that will be there? So sometimes you just let that kind of people be, because nothing you can do. Because when he started, he yelled a lot and he was very, very hungry at the end of the day. And what can you do? So
sometimes I think it's just projection. Sometimes some of this behavior I think it's projection.
Apart from projection, the perception is also there. Anything that happened to them is that they want to prosecute them. They don't like them because they are from that side of the country. They don't want them to prosper. But whereas they are the luckiest Nigeria, to be frank. They are everywhere in Nigeria doing their business. People allow them. And although their place is small, but would they allow other people to trade in their own vicinity?
And that London route, Is it not Yoruba people that
It's
have
everybody
created?
now. You be going, I'm praying
Yeah,
for the
no,
guy
some
to
of
start
my
Not
doing
friends
Yoruba
it.
that
is trying to say that Yoruba have more people in London than
no,
any other tribe in Nigeria.
ṣé
It's
kò
true
ṣe
now.
Yorùbá ló ní London ni?
Yoruba in London now.
Eh, so who are the people that going to be
But
patronizing?
when Joe said that, so I was shocked. The rest of you kept quiet. It's like, you guys should have
Ah,
corrected him. Like, come on,
no,
don't
Mike,
say that
not be
kind of thing.
everything you go argue for now.
No, it's not argument,
Benny,
but no. There's some things you don't allow people to. I mean, that's a
He didn't bring
serious
it out
accusation.
direct. He didn't bring it out direct. So there's no
Eh?
point. Ọlẹ́lẹ́fọ́ mi ò ṣe torí àkìtàn. Ta ló béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀?
Boaz, man. I mean, well,
See,
anyway.
Mike, the point is that
The fact of the matter is, do you know how many people that are not intelligent that will believe him? Like, oh, that's true. If, they will
Mike,
hear things that they will believe it. They're wrong with it.
Mike, you are not
Mike,
You have to debunk
it
those kind
came.
You are
of
not
things.
determined for those ones. Though.
Like it came with facts. It came to present a fact that others on the platform did not have, so nobody could counter him or argue against them, right? In which a lot of them do. Many times it's a made-up story. They bring out like made-up story. There's no fact to it, no base to it. But people can't
Exactly.
counter because they think they have facts on their side, so they're not prepared for them. It's the tactics that they use.
There's no way you can verify, so they will just make it up. And sometimes some things are more like, okay, it's
That's
possible,
another
but
way
there are
of
some that it's just impossible.
formula.
No, the moment he said it, I just know it's a lie. Yeah, the moment he said it, I just know that was a pure lie. Like, I just knew it, because definitely I know the character of Southwesterners and Northerners. They will not wish a plane to crash when they know there are people in that plane. And also, the fact that Oyema is not somebody that anybody hates. It's not someone anybody hates like that.
Mike,
I just know it's on
you can't be
character.
too confident.
And personally, and that's why I say it's the projection, because it's the kind of behavior that usually comes from that side. You guys, let me give examples. Someone might say you want people to buy. They are the one that will pay for someone to buy. So a projection is like someone that project their own character onto other people. It's like a thief, for example. When it's in a room, we assume everybody in that room is also a thief. You understand? You start suspecting everybody to be a thief because that's his character. Someone that will do something, he will assume the others are the same way. So if it's something that you see that normally exhibit from that side, so they are assuming everybody else is like that. Like, come on, So that's what I'm saying. Oh, these guys are a lot of times it's just the projection. They're projecting their own things that they would do to other people. They're projecting onto other people. Like, oh, this is what I would do to you. So you must be doing it to me. Then that's why they always suspect that. Oh, you are targeting me, because they know that's the kind of thing they would do to other people. So it's.
Mike, do you know the irony of it? If you are on TikTok, come and see how many Yoruba TikTokers that are putting it. They are so happy. We are going to eat fufu, amala, or something like that. And some of them that were probably on that flight, they also show their food. There's one particular Yoruba woman. He was just pressing her. She was quite happy, elated, pressing the guy, showed the flight where he has his fufu, and also show another British airline where they are giving their stupid food, and also get a lot of money.
Do you know when Dangote started building this refinery in the southwest? A lot of we Yoruba were celebrating it, like, wow, this guy, we don't see it as, oh, this northern guy is, doing something in our region. But the people are saying that we always go against Dangote, just attacking the guy. It's people from that part of the country. Like, I'm like, dude, what business does Dangote have with you people now? They will be accusing the guy. Oh, the government, they are the one giving him. Dude, why? And then they sound like that. To me, that's envy. That's jealousy. But then they don't really want to pick to say other people are jealous of them. So I'm like, it sounds like you're jealous of Dangote. Even Yorubas that is doing business in their land, they are not mad. They are not complaining. We are not complaining that this northern guy is the richest man in our land. We are not complaining about Dangote being, but they'll be the one to complain.
The Dangote we are talking about today, since yesterday they started lifting diesel and aviation fuel from its refinery. So that will save us a lot of forex. So that is the beauty of it. In next few months, they started lifting petrol, PMS. So that is the beauty of it.
It's good for everybody. That's what I see. Like, what can everybody benefits.
And the people that are working in that plant are not only Yoruba. They are Hausa, Igbo, and other tribe of Nigeria working in the plant. Nigerians is like, you don't see, for example, who lost out? Is it not Ondo State? He want to put it there. They gang up. They say they don't want.
Mike,
And
Pansat, everybody they lie. Why you not bring Pansat on?
no.
Everybody
Just
they lie.
forget about that one. That one is a case not. Okay.
That one I dey attack Dangote pass. I go say Dangote na bandits.
It's on the comment
I
section.
don't know if
People
Dangote do the
lying.
guy. Dangote is a friend of everybody. I don't even understand it. And that's what I'm saying by projection. Because why would you see Dangote is a friend of everybody? So you shouldn't have reason to dislike Dangote. So now Oyema as a friend of everybody. Now they're assuming that we just hate Oyema for no reason. So that's their own character that they are projecting on us. You understand? Because they are the type that will hate somebody that's just a friend of everybody because it's not from their ethnic group and it's successful. So now they're thinking everybody else think like them. So they're thinking we're all hating Oyema because he's a successful man and it's not from our ethnic group. That's what I mean by projection. Because when you made that statement, I'm like, are you kidding me? A Yoruba person, I can't even think of any Yoruba person that will hate Oyema. Talk less of wishing his plane to crash. I can't think of it because the guy is such a decent human being. And Yoruba, we are not known to just dislike someone that's good, for because his tribe is different. Come on now. I know my people, I know Yoruba people very well. Even me, as much as I have issue with their ethnic group, they are individual I would never hate. Like someone like Onyema, I mean, people like that, I love those kind of human beings because they are good people. So, this I don't know, man. And that's always frustrating me with that side of, they have some characters that just, he just came and told a blatant lie. Like some
Mike,
evil.
Mike, let me tell you one thing. There's this my grandmother saying. They always say, ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ ní àtijọ́ tóun ti gbọ́gbọ́n àtijọ́ yẹn ò ti sí problem mọ́. You see, there are some people you don't just argue because sincerely, their mind is blocked and locked and you can never win that conversation. You end up cursing and abusing and that's going to be what's going to end it. So I don't bother wasting my time arguing with them.
You are right. Just exactly, they say 20 million Nigerians out of school. How many of them are even going to the primary school? How many of the people in Nigeria, I mean, small children, 6 to 12, are they even up to 50 million together? So sometimes you wonder how they get all these figures or something like that. So you are right. The best thing is that some people just let them be. But sometimes you just wonder that with your exposure and everything, some people came to the platform and started teaching out unnecessarily. The way they talk about economy, the way they just look at it from. Do you know during that time that the dollar was 2,000? Some of them was yelling, "If you get to 2,500, it's like this." I said, come on, they are putting a lot of policy in place, and if this started germinating, the dollar will continue to fall. I deliberately did not come to that because they don't understand the economic outlook. They don't understand most of the policy. Now that
I have a friend here in the US who is a professional that was praying for the dollar to get to 5,000. To tell you people's mindsets, they are praying for dollar to get to 5,000. Of what benefits?
That's why the other day, like a few days ago, when I was listening, when I was like, Tinubu must fail. You want him to fail. He will fail, must fail. I'm like, guy, you want Nigeria to fail? Come on now. You hate that man to that extent that you just want every one of us to suffer. So you want the guy to pie, the country to pie with him.
For example, look at people like Rational Mind. Look at the way he was so fixated. And to God continued to elevate that man. He cannot win the election, he won. They cannot win the Court of Appeal, he won. The Supreme Court, he won. The economy is in shambles. Look at it, we are talking about it. Look at it, dollar, blah, 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 blah.
Simba, we are still waiting for the 2,700 FBI pages.
Yes, so many things God is continuing to come up with. How can you so hate people like that, for God's sake? And you are also a human being. You are head of the family also. And when you talk here, you say your daughter 26 years, so you're already a grandpa. Is that to me? I won't allow my child to get married.
No. Let's not go that route.
No, I don't want to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. But sometimes I just wonder the hatred he has for Tinubu. And I noticed that one when I started coming to this platform. And I fought with him. Why should you hate people like this? You can hate his policy or something like that. And even as a Yoruba man, there are some people who cannot just talk rubbish to. If you cannot say that, because that man, no matter what, is older than you, and then you just call him because he's your president, just call him anything you like, anything he does is rubbish and and if you listen to this kind of people, and they continue to demarket Nigeria everywhere, they are the one demarketing Nigeria online. They even left Nigeria to go to America all over the world to complain to the president. Who cares about your country? America have their own problem. So at the end of the day, what did they get in return? It's a lie. He didn't go to that university. He's not a chartered accountant. It's not this. He does not work for movie. It's all a lie. This is too much, man. This is the person. If you work for a multinational corporation like Mube or the rest, you are made all your life. If that is a good reference anywhere you go. And see the way they know that 2.4 billion out of the money they are claiming from backlog is a scam. They consulted Deloitte to do that job for them and everything. And now the central bank and EFCC are now saying, if you think that 2.4 billion that is not that was on claim, that they cannot claim it very well, if you think the government has to change it, come to EFCC. Nobody will show up. Go and write it down. Because it's all scam. We are just deceiving ourselves.
Even though they know Tinubu is trying, but they just don't want anything to come out, any good thing to come out of his own regime. They don't.
They are thinking in their mind is that if he did not perform, then in 2027 there will now be president. That is a big laugh. The Hausa will just allow Southwest 4 years and Southeast 4 years, and then later they will now take it back. Sometimes I don't understand how people just think.
You see, when you talk about politics, I think most people are just they are Gen Zs. They might not be Gen Z as in age wise, but when it comes to politics, they are Gen Zs. They think what is going to happen is what they are thinking in their head, and they don't know that it's like a game of chess. It doesn't happen the way you are looking at it.
Yesterday, just see the way some people are arguing about the coastal highway. It's not that Jude. I don't even know why it comes there sometimes. It's not beneficial. How do you expand how do you open up a country? Is it not through infrastructure development? If you talk about all these big countries like America and the rest, they open up their country. You can travel by road through super highway to one state to another state. You can do business easily.
Is anybody reading the comment section?
No, I don't need to
talking to you guys.
Don't even trouble yourself about that one.
Passat. About the truth about it is, I'm at a point where I don't take them serious anymore. Because if you are taking them serious, I think you just be hurting yourself. Yes. Because whatever they have in their head, you cannot change it. It's fixed.
You know what? If they push it, they're going to push it. They will push it to the extent that I don't know, anything can happen. Let them send
do you know that when you repeat lie over and over and over again, it becomes the truth?
It start becoming
exactly. So that's why it's dangerous when you say deep lie, flourish. It's very dangerous, and unfortunately, that's what we, especially we Southwesterners, we are good at that. Where we just ignore some things. We believe we have this philosophy that you just ignore things, and sometimes they blackmail us to the point where there's some stereotype about us that so many people believe. Stereotype. Why? Because for so long, we never countered it. We never say we debunk it with the truth. We just left it alone. Like a lot of stories they even told their own kids they grew up with. The story flew around. Even me growing up, I used to hear those stories how Yoruba betrayed them in the world. And sometimes as a kid, I was believing it because I didn't hear our people counter it. It was when I became an adult that I did my own research and found out that so all these things I was hearing was a bunch of lies. I almost blame my father. Like, what did my dad? So my father was hearing these things. He didn't even tell me. So okay, all these things I'm hearing from all over the place about Nigeria, about ourselves. It's a bunch of lies, you know. So sometimes I understand what you're saying. You ignore people, but sometimes it's dangerous, man. Sometimes you have to throw it when someone is lying. You have to throw the truth out there because you don't know the kind of damage they can do with that lie and those propaganda.
Yeah,
So
but luckily for me, I have mentors and I have older brother that will to tell me the story very well. So if you don't listen, you will think it's Awolowo that caused the war. You will think it's Awolowo that made them lose the war. You will think it's Awolowo that helped the federal government to let them kick 2 or 3 million people out. And people died on both sides, okay? Not only their side. So the propaganda of last election, look at the way they do it, and some Yoruba people fell for it. Tinubu is so sick, he's going to die soon. He's so corrupt, he stole all the money of Lagos State. So many stuff like that, and unfortunately,
I had my
do very well. So,
one of my niece. She was telling me she was regurgitating those things, and she was arguing with me. Like Tinubu, this one, our Yoruba people, we did evil to them. I'm like, where's this girl learn this? So all our friends, that's what she was hearing, you know. But I had to like, and the rest of my family, elders, they just kept quiet. I like this girl to believe these things. I had to sit her down and start telling her like, look, no, don't listen. You can't be believing what you are hearing. She's a Yoruba person, though. She's believing those things, like those stories she's hearing from obedience, even about her own ethnic group. And she was even getting mad about at her own people. So, boys, I disagree with you. You can't just ignore things, man, because your own children, they will buy it, man. They will believe it because there's no alternative, you know. So that propaganda is dangerous. You have to do something, and that's the problem with Nigerian government. They are ignoring all this propaganda. Instead, the approach Nigerian government is taking, they are doing arrest. And like for example, you have no business arresting Nnamdi Kanu the first time. I'm not talking about when he started breaking the law. The very first time the guy came out, he wasn't breaking law. He was just preaching propaganda. All the Nigerian state have to do is just present their own facts, and that's it. But they didn't do that. They kept quiet and they started arresting. I'm like, that's not where you do things now. In America, people do propaganda against the government. The government, they will be their own propaganda machine. They will destroy you. You understand? When you go out there and start talking anti-government, even a political party, they will go and fund their own propagandists to use his own propaganda to counter your own, and they will destroy your image. They will even bring out some people to accuse you of some things they didn't do. They will finish you, man. Because America, just start speaking against government or challenging go and speak against the Jews. You will see the kind of people they will want to go after you. Like they will destroy your image. They won't spend the ladies you slept with before. They will pay those ladies to go out and say you raped them. The government get power now. So I'm like, why can't Nigerian government just counter the guy propaganda with their own propaganda? Why do you have to be arresting the guy and be doing all this muscle? I'm like, you guys are dumb, man. I mean, so
it's just like the way they fight wildfire. They start a bigger fire. No, that's the truth. No, no, no. Yeah, that's the way they fight all those wildfire. If you have to combat it, you have to start a bigger fire somewhere to conquer it. It's fire for fire.
yeah, you to me, I'm just always looking, even in Nigerian stuff, I'm like, why are you guys always
But
using guns
Mike,
and
let me tell you the reason why I try not to engage with them. You see, um, when you start the arguments, you'll be going fine. They are going to they are going to turn the arguments into a tribal issue. But the moment you go that route with them, then they label you.
yeah, that's what they do. Yeah.
Yeah, so me, I don't like that because I have a lot
It's
of
like
people
a
that,
pig inviting you to come and wrestle with him in the mud.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
have
the
a
game.
lot of friends. I have a lot of friends that are Igbos and they are my people, Southeasterners.
But they play that
They
game
are
with
not
Yorubas because
they are
no,
not
bros, they only play that game with Yoruba people because they know nothing has no send to whether you label them whatever. They know Yoruba people always want to
they don't even get they
portray
no go
this,
even get
portray
that
themselves
no
to
they
be
no go
these
even
clean
get
people.
that chance. No, they no go even get that chance to follow Northern and talk reach that level.
Exactly, because those are ready for you, but they know Yoruba people always want to paint, always want to present themselves to be. No, I'm innocent. Oh, I'm clean. Oh.
Na Alhaji Shehu you go follow talk that one. We go tell you say shege down broba.
That black emotional, that blackmailing thing they do in Yoruba people because they know that you people always want to prove that you're innocent. Oh, you're clean. Oh, you're the good person. They do blackmailing you,
Me,
they
I'm
invite you
not
to
a
the argument,
regular Yoruba person.
so they can drag you to the mud.
They just don't want
Let's not go into the mud now. Make all of us stay mud now. You go wake up. More.
Anytime where they come, now then go first talk, then go call Agbado, then go call this. The moment you call them obedient, they start crying. You want to insult other people, but you don't want to be insulted. How does that work? It doesn't work that way. If you are ready to give, you must. If you are ready to give out, you must be ready to receive.
Actually, it was not that. It was that rational mind. He called all of us any name.
Do you know when Rational Minds did that, when I got back at him, I'm not talking about recently, in the past, when the guy was coming, I started like just insulting everybody. When I started him back, when they cried to one man and literally threatened that you no longer come in. Even when Emeka gave it to him, he went to cry to one man. I don't know why one man always come back to come and warn us like, hey, we offended Rational Mind. Yeah.
No,
Are you kidding me?
it was the way they portrayed him is like he's an elderly man, he's older. But when I started to
woman can call me like, I should take this, I should turn something rational. I'm like, dude, this guy that come here and insult everybody. Are you kidding me?
Rational Mind dàgbà jù kò lè ju wàsó lọ. Ó dàgbà jù kò lè ju 50. Ó dàgbà jù nìyẹn.
only to 50 no, ó dàgbà jù
50 wo ló ń jù
I
lọ.
don't I see Rational Mind. I don't think Rational Mind is more up to 24, man. I just can't believe it. I don't think so until I see his face. He keep telling me he's 50, but that level of reasoning, I'm sorry. I think the guy was like 19 or something.
The part me I don't like. The part me I don't like is it's kind of like arrogance and disrespect. Like sometimes he tries to portray Ajale Koko like his age mate. I don't know if anyone because me I'm a very good listener. When you are talking to me, I'm not just listening to what you are saying. I am listening to your tone. I am listening to how you are expressing it.
Yeah, I think so, because there was a time that he has a spat with me and he was trying to tell me, what do you mean? I can show you all my certificate, but I accuse him. How come you know every discipline? Today you are a lawyer, another day you are a doctor, another day you are an accountant. What exactly are you doing? You cannot tell me. I don't have any personal beef with him, but I don't like
ever since no. He doesn't really claim to be a lawyer. He just tell you he did law 101.
Yeah, is that not the case? When you talk about that, he said, when I was in Togo, when I was so many countries you have worked, you have this. How old then are you a Methuselah that you are touched
in 1976 when you are growing up? What do you mean? I wasn't on the panel that day. I'm like, in 1976 when you are growing up.
And he liked to this insult that is why
1976 loaded pe where ben.
So I call up I want to best or no more create one about the experience of life. I do be about to judge the Nigeria go. So sometimes, but that is just the past. People have to move on with their life no matter what. But what I always say is that I like what Nigerians are doing now, holding your governor accountable. That is the watchword. So hold them accountable. They are the ones that are closer to the people. Oh, because president, governor is in your state now. Hold him is collecting money. What about the idea they are generating from himself? What are they using it for? That must be the watchword of every Nigerian. Improve your state. I hope they can pass that state police law before the end of the year. So every state can have their own. Even they have already given the state, because they are in charge of forest guard. You have forest guard now. Equip them. Go ahead.
With Didn't Abiola own this airline called, I think, Concord Airline, I believe? Something like that.
Yes, he owned Concord Airline. You are right.
This master there that's talking like this is the first time someone owned an airline in Nigeria. I'm like, come on, man. Nobody was bragging back then about. I mean, what the heck? Oh my God.
Pastor in Bumilo comment section. Speaking is the only Nigerian that has something awful to say about Oyema today. Did I even talk about Oyema?
That's what they do now. That's how you only
See,
began to now. Nobody is saying anything about Yema. It was that one girl that went online. That yellow girl that looked like she's always posting. She every day now the girl just talking about they're after Indigo, they're after Indigo. Eh, all of a sudden, when Oyema do that, she's the first that went online saying they are not complaining. They are saying when Isiagu, nobody's saying anything to be alone. They just turn it into they create something that didn't
If
exist.
you look at what people are talking about, Nigerians are happy because it slashed the money, and second, they can eat their local delicacy when on that flight. They were so excited about all those kind of things. If this is just a uniform, okay, so who cares about it? Even they are showcasing their
You notice this is it now what's that channel, that refined channel,
Arise.
Arise. If you notice, maybe they are the owner. I don't know who's the owner of that channel, sef. Because they were the one pushing that thing too. They too came out like, people worry about Ishagu, this and that. I'm like, dude, who's the person worried about Ishagu? Okay, present the person that said anything about Ishagu. It's like they are the one that even interview one young. I'm like, it's like that channel helped them to promote that bullshit, man.
Yeah,
That black thing.
I think they are in opposition. Okay, I think
But that doesn't sound like opposition. That's more like ethnic opposition. Like it's like,
it's like
why?
that.
But South people are also obedient now. There are many.
That station, it's unbelievable. Sometimes what they
They help them promote all that stuff. Even when remember they were interviewing one young, the guy would just send a bunch of goddamn rubbish, and the interviewer just allow you to spit it all out. So it's very obvious that whoever owned that channel,
they were paid. But they were paid to do all that.
they didn't even challenge the guy. Counter like, hey, Mr. Wanyan, you are kind of pushing ethnic division here or something. They just allow you to split the whole thing. Everybody hates it, consume it. Nigerian youth, children consume that rubbish, that propaganda. I'm like, what kind of country is this? I mean, what kind of station is that? I mean, like, so it could be that maybe it's one of those.
But don't forget that Abatichu is a failed politician now. He contested one time. He wanted to be something.
It was under PD in what's his name administration now.
He wanted to become a vice president or something. I mean, so what do you expect from such people? I call them bitter souls. They are bitter.
They are bitter souls.
I don't know if you ever met someone that is bitter. You see the way they talk.
Mike, what did the Indigo do you, Mike? What did the Indigo do you? We could not forgive them now. Mike, the drop. Guys. Mike, it will come back. It will come back. Yeah.
Mike,
I
don't know.
Mike, what did the Indigo do you? What did Indigo do you?
You say
what did Igbo do you? They collect your wife.
Igbo no do anything, no, but me, I just don't like the way they. I don't like their agenda.
I think Mike is just one of
no,
the
it's not.
that cannot take.
No, that's some behavior. Just have to, you have to correct, man. Just,
Passat is coming from you for you.
No, the
It's right
thing
down.
is,
The
the thing
comment
is this.
section is firing.
Thomas, you never see me go. See, first of all, when people say I'm in, no, you're not gonna see. I don't worry about what they are saying in their space or what they are. I just watch it. I ignore. I move on my life. But now, if you now come to a platform like this, you want to do the same thing, I will let you. I will challenge you now. And I don't know why you guys just, I mean, come on. I mean, if they want to do it in their little room, yeah, that's fine. Or they are create their own little platform and doing their propaganda there. But you don't come where I stand. And if you're doing propaganda in front of me, I think I'll be looking. I'll just say, okay, let you, I will correct you, man. I will tell you the truth, man. No, can't come to my, you can't come to my face and be telling me propaganda. That means I'll be doing yes, sir.
Mike, do
You
you know that a battle is difficult to win when there is enemy within?
Of
I think
course,
that's it. That's it about
Difficult
me.
to
that's the
win.
I
saboteur
will
now.
not tell. I will.
Those are the saboteurs.
Imagine
You
irú
can't miss it.
Judah ọmọ Cameroon tí president ẹ̀ wà ní care home ní Switzerland àbẹ̀mbẹ̀ kan kí ẹ náà máa sọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà káwọn kan dẹ̀ máa praise ẹ̀. Hey, you are talking, yeah, let him talk, let him talk.
No,
Ẹni tí ò tí tún lé ẹ̀ ṣe.
do you know that's why we are different. We take divergence opinion, but people are here to tackle him. They always tackle him every time. They will put him in his
No,
place.
opinion here. Me, I don't believe in that kind of an opinion. If you want to talk about my family, you bring your own family to on board. Let's shovel it.
Oh, well, Yoruba, we are liberal now. Liberal, Oh, but even Jude will not go to Ipobian platform and talk shit about Nigeria. I will be there.
Them,
They will lead him to the cross.
if them born and well, make it go WN. Make it go talk about Nigeria for WN. Oh my word,
Just what I know. Everybody respect yourself. Don't disrespect others. Respect yourself. If you respect yourself, you will not.
If you are
Yeah, you will
disrespecting
not
my
disrespect.
country, you are disrespecting me. I don't care
Yeah,
if you are.
you are. You are disrespecting. So
If you
people can't take
disrespect
it
my
lightly.
president, you are disrespecting me, and I will give it to you, woto.
Yes, but some people don't care. When their candidate don't win, so now. I don't need to go
There's
that
nothing
side
wrong
again.
if you insult my president and I insult your father. There's nothing wrong in it.
Yeah, so it's up to you.
It's
Nigerians
not
to
up to me.
decide what to do.
Some of us will defend it too.
No, some people, so Yoruba people, almost all of you now liberal now. Let's leave them.
I'm not liberal.
Let's leave them. Our family Ajale Koko niyen. Let them talk. Let's leave them. Let's leave them. Leave them all the time. Yeah. I know you guys don't take that lightly. It's still there's no how or you can see the guy the other day. We were telling him to talk about his country. He can't even say anything. He was just going dilly-dallying, dodging. Yeah, he can because he doesn't have a substantial anything here to talk about the country. Even their country is even worse than Nigeria. Their president has been governing them for decades. Decades. Yes. Judy is here to tackle you guys. We will tackle you guys now. Yeah. Judy is here. Yeah, he's here. Yeah, he's on the screen. So you guys,
so these
you go
guys
here
are
with
speaking Yoruba. They think I don't understand Yoruba. Kelo shele. Boys,
we are not speaking Yoruba now. Now English we dey speak now.
Kelo so.
Ọmọ gbọ́ Yorùbá ó gbèké. Ọmọ Yorùbá
Na
Yorùbá ó
Yoruba
gbèké.
be now. Omo na Yoruba be Omo, these guys, man. So I shouldn't speak about Nigeria because I'm Bakassi.
Judah,
Are you guys kidding me?
Today, it confirmed that you never live in Cameroon. All your life you have been living in Nigeria. There is no
did you confirm it or who confirmed it?
There is no way you can speak like that. if you have lived your life in Cameroon. You are a liar. Tell us the truth. You are double-faced Nigerian.
So you guys speak Yoruba, say I come on this panel speaking as if I wouldn't understand. Come on, man. So I shouldn't talk about Nigeria.
I'm telling you, so you are just like a
who you
spy,
have now?
right? You think we will not get you, okay? So you say now. So tell us, which part of Lagos did you grow up in?
Remy, na Jegule Pikin Bio.
Are you sure?
Na Jegule na. Kunku Michael.
Okoko Michael.
Michael. Coco Michael.
Mamu, what is Okoko Michael? But I'm sure for you to speak Yoruba like that, it clearly shows that you probably grew up in Nigeria. Even that.
More. I was just eating my amala when you guys come, and then I was like, man, waiting the happen. You know, this guy will say I'm coming here to disrespect Nigeria. Man, I love amala so much, man. I don't understand that one. I'm not be Yoruba, I be your guy. Those. Oh, really? Jai. Anyhow it be, man. Anyhow it be. You see, I come here and talk down on almost. So if I've been Bakassi, I shouldn't talk about Nigeria, boss Biggie. Is that what you mean? Or just because I'm African, I shouldn't talk about Nigeria? I mean, what the heck? Let's forget Yoruba. There are people on the panel that don't understand it, you know.
They can understand Yoruba.
More. Yeah, Charlie, you know, let me go to Biggie, man. Biggie, what's up, man? How far? Waiting the happen. How you be? How your side? I come on the panel, you stay quiet. No this guy. Bros, how far now?
Okay, go ahead.
Now waiting concern me, concern you.
It's okay.
I say now waiting concern me. I'm on boss.
Go ahead, speak whatever you want to speak.
Yeah, so with my boss, I come on the panel, you got scared already. No be Fulani.
I said go ahead and speak on the topic they are discussing.
No be Fulani, I'll bring come on. No be Fulani, I'll bring come now.
Speak about Port Bias. Let's hear about Port Bias. What's the update?
Even Thomas know that when I come on the panel, everybody comes. A lot of people show up. You know,
That should be a good thing. To you. Tell us about Port Bias.
Why should I tell you about Paul Biya when your president Obasanjo OBJ sold us to Paul Biya and took a lot of money and put it in his personal pocket? Yeah, OBJ guy, yeah, Yoruba Zilot from Ogun State. Omo, let's go that route. Sold us to Paul Biya for personal gains. You know, but I'm happy that we are not now in Nigeria. At least we control our own oil in Bakassi. You know, we do our own things. Our family members are actually striving nice, you know, enjoying the free fishing that they are getting from the Cameroon government. You know, at least, you know, we are better people now. And that's why you see everybody want to split from Nigeria. You know, the Oduduwas, the Biafras, the Fulanis, all this, you know. Now we don't face that stuff. We don't have Fulani headsmen flooding into Bakassi. We don't have that stuff. You know, now the Kwara State has been taken over by Fulani. I heard that they are descending into Oyo and Ogun State soon. Lagos will soon be engulfed by Fulani people. They no go reach Bakassi now.
Okay, thank you. Now tell us the rundown of Cameroon too. Like you run down.
Man, Remy, Me and you were talking about that coastal road. Let me tell you, that coastal road is a scam. It will never come to a limelight.
I'm
You
not
know,
interested.
by 5 years from now, I'll be asking you about that coastal road. Waiting not happen. Waiting like Sokoto or like Maduguri Cross River Railway. That nothing has come on. You know. So all this stuff is just talking. My brother Ikene will tell you that all these things is talking. Nothing is happening. You know, big talk. You know, people coming, the same people that have been governors for years, they turn into senators, turn into governors, turn into this one. The same people. You know, I see that country, Nigeria, crumbling. You know, if care is not taken. You know, and
I beg,
yeah.
keep quiet.
I'm telling you for a fact, you say keep quiet. See the level of insecurity
why
now.
I will not say you should keep quiet. Why can you be wishing the country should come? Go and tell your
Yeah,
Cameroon.
but see the level of insecurity. Even the border countries like Cameroon is suffering of Boko Haram.
And tell your Cameroon to crumble like you are already crumbling.
No, because I was telling you that the coastal road is not a priority project. I did not say the project should not continue, but it's not a priority project. Insecurity is priority. You see how Boko Haram is infiltrating into Cameroon is because Nigeria is not taking care of Boko Haram. You know, kidnappings all over the place. We see herdsmen running down from Benue State into Cameroon, Taraba State, and all these places. You know, that is a big issue. This is what Nigerians should be talking about, tackling insecurity than focusing on building a coastal road, which has no impact at this point in time. Come on, man. Come on. Yeah, I mean, that project is a misplaced priority. That's what I said. It's not, it doesn't mean it's not important. It's important, but it's a misplaced priority, not at this point in time. You know, focus on starvation and hunger, insecurity, currency inflation, all these things, man. You know, not building a gigantic project that at the end of the year, it will cost you a lot of money, you know. I mean, even Mr. Thomas that live in Australia, he will tell you that there are certain places in Australia that the government wants to build road linking one desertic land from, you know, maybe Perth all the way to Sydney. But they cannot do it because it's not a priority project. They are still allowing people to fly from one city in Australia to another, you know. But building a gigantic road, 10-lane road, come on, man. Why people are starving, insecurity, all these things, currency inflation, you know. Yeah. Yeah, we just wish better for Nigeria.
But Judy, even though you are, I understand what you're saying, but do you know Ukraine? They're about to go to election. Despite the fact they are fighting war.
Yeah, but
their
I mean,
lives
should
are not
election?
there. Yeah, Ukraine, for that matter, that they are fighting full-fledged war. They still want to go to election because Zelensky, his time is going to end.
Remy, war does not stop people going to election. We just saw Vladimir Putin just came out of election. Russia just came out of election. Ukraine is going into election. Even when the United States was in the Cold War, they also went to election. Now, that does not stop a democratic rule in that country. But election is something that must happen. You cannot compare election to a project. It makes no sense. I mean, come on. Look, there are certain things that the United States can do for their citizens, but they cannot do it. It's not that it's not important, but is it of like, say, let's go in it? No, because this project that me and you are talking about right now, this 10-lane road, Thomas, me and you know that this project will not come to a limelight within 5 years. Or more, if it come, I can bring you $10,000 and send it to you in Australia and say yes. But 5 years from now, you guys will be talking about the same project. You see how Cameroon guy come here, everybody shut up, everybody won. They know the feet talk. Now when people they know they're on this platform like Pansat, me, everybody come here, come. Oh, this Cameroon guy. Oh, this Igbo guy. You know,
So hello,
when big guys come on this panel, now everybody go into their wings and they all stay quiet.
hello. Do you think everybody? Do you think someone send you message? You must be crazy. Instead
I'll
of
see
you to
this
talk about
Ghanaian.
your Cameroon,
Almost
instead of
shut
you
up,
to talk
bro.
about your Cameroon, you'll be talking about Nigeria, idiot. IPOB. You are a full IPOB member, idiot. Do you think people send you?
Thomas,
You
I've
must be
not been
mad.
insulting people now. This guy come here just
You
to
are
insult. If
crazy.
not
I
me
can
insult, you they put me for background.
I don't have time. I don't have time for you. You're
My
saying
guy, what is
Nigeria.
your IQ?
You can't talk.
What is your IQ? Your intelligence
My IQ
proficiency.
is
What is your IQ? Let's go from
you
there.
must be
I mean,
you must be mad. I am a Yoruba man. You must be mad.
hey,
You don't know
yo,
what
bad
you are
guy,
saying.
from your accent, I mean, the way you speak, your pattern of English language is so slow and
Yeah,
slurred.
definitely. Yeah. I don't speak good English. I speak a lot of Yoruba. Okay, you must be crazy if
Wow.
you don't know.
And then you wanna
You must be
go
crazy.
one on one with somebody
You
who is
must be
educated.
stupid.
Come on, man.
It's those people that allow you to talk about
Ganil,
Nigeria.
My guy,
That you
stay quiet. I did not
Ganil,
insult
don't
anybody
insult
on this
him.
panel. Stop being a mumuga. I did not insult anybody on the panel.
anytime you see anything good about Nigeria, you will not say
There's
that. You'll
nothing
be
good
praying.
about that
You'll
country.
be
That
praying for.
country is in chaos, kidnapping everywhere. Who be this guy? Come on.
Yeah,
Are
have
you
they
living in
kidnapped your
Nigeria as
family?
we speak?
Have they kidnapped your family? Have they kidnapped your
Almost,
family? You should
slow
know what
down
you're
now.
talking. Have they kidnapped your family? What are you doing in
Almost stay
Nigeria?
quiet. Nothing is in the
what?
hidden. Nothing is in the
Sit down.
hidden. Few days ago,
What the
almost how
fuck?
many people got kidnapped in what state was it?
Yes,
Kaduna.
Hello. It's your IPOP people that is kidnapping people in Kaduna. If you don't know, you are the one
Almost
killing
shut up
people in
now.
Nigeria. You are a
Almost
madman.
stay
You must be
quiet. Stay
crazy.
quiet. Now
Ganil,
you are the one that is madman. I did not insult you now.
Is this people?
Yeah, I did not insult you. I say you're a bad guy. You should learn how to approach people now.
Your brain is
Ganil, take
upside
it
down.
easy.
If I should see you one on one, you will not say this nonsense you are saying.
Almost shut up now. I've seen your type so many where I've seen. I live in United States. Come and look for me. I've lived in places where there are more even radical people than you now. Who is scared of you?
Come and look for you? How should I come and look
Almost
for
who
a
is scared of
madman
you now?
IPOB like you?
Mr. Thomas, send this guy on the back chat now. This guy come here and insulting Judy.
Thomas, can you moderate the
Judy is crazy. Judy is mad.
No, you are the one that is crazy now. You come on the panel and insulting Judy. I did not insult anybody now.
No. I have to insult you because I'm in Nigeria, okay?
Oh, sure. Come on. So what? Who gives an F if you're in Nigeria? Come on, slow down now.
You are a Cameroonian. Go back to your Cameroon and talk
Slow
about
down now.
your president.
So what? Who you have?
So
who you have?
You're so stupid.
Nigeria. You know you are the stupid guy now.
Nigeria help me. Nigeria help me. Nigeria help me. Nigeria help me.
I don't want to use big word on you, man. I mean, you look like a rank and fight, so I shouldn't be exchanging words with you. Anyway.
Hello. Your brain is not working. Use any word you like.
No, it's your brain that is not working now. Come on. I mean, from the level of the intelligence that I'm speaking.
Do you think I care about you people?
Mr. Thomas, I did not insult this guy now. This guy come in and start insulting me.
Ganil. No. Let him speak.
Yeah, you can't
now.
be mentioning Nigeria, Yoruba, and everything, and somebody will be quiet. I can't be quiet. My body doesn't
stay quiet now. I did not insult you. You should have come in and speak in a good manner and approach me well.
You are crazy. What do you want me to say with you? I'm in Nigeria. You are not
crazy now. I live in United States. If I was crazy, I wouldn't be in this country. You shut up. I live in United States, man. You are the crazy one. Come on, man.
Yeah, then go
crazy.
Back to your Cameroon,
just because they have a different point of view makes no sense.
You go to every platform promoting chaos in Nigeria, and now you come here and say,
this platform is an African platform. It's not a Nigerian platform. If you want to create your own platform, go and create your own platform and focus on Nigerian issue. This platform is an African platform.
It's nothing like Africa. It's Nigeria.
Who said that? Are you the creator of this platform? Are you the creator of this platform?
Wait, let me ask you one question. What's your business about the project Nigeria is doing?
What you
Are
mean?
they
What's
doing
my
the
business?
coastal?
What
Yeah, are they
do you
doing the
actually know
project?
who? Do you actually know me? Do you actually know
I
my
don't know.
parents? Do you actually know where I'm from?
Your parents, you are son of a,
Chill
you are
now.
an IPOB.
Thomas, who is this guy, man?
Thomas.
Who is this guy? Yoruba,
You are
I
IPOB.
don't want to say you're Yoruba zealot, but come
You
on,
are
man.
IPOB.
Thomas, I think
You
you
are
should move it
IPOB
towards them.
terrorists. You are IPOB terrorists.
That's
Wow.
that's
Wow.
no now. Don't let us do that now. Yeah,
So
let's
anybody
let's focus on the
that talks anything is an IPOB terrorist in Nigeria now. Wow. Omo. So if you
nah,
don't toe the line, if you are not a supporter of Tinubu, Mr. Thomas, if you are not a supporter of Tinubu, if you are not a supporter of anything that is happening in Nigeria, you are an IPOB terrorist. Is that how it is, Mr. Thomas?
No, now. No, you are not a terrorist. I'm like call you a terrorist. No,
If you are a terror, it's a terrorist. If you are not a
no,
terrorist, you won't be going. You won't
no.
be going against everything is good in Nigeria. You won't be going everything good in Nigeria. You are a full terrorist,
No,
full one. There's
Ganil,
nothing you can do.
we have to leave room for
No. You
Wait,
don't
don't
leave
leave room
room
for
for
someone
somebody
that only
who is
comes
not
here
in
to do is
Nigeria.
just to
You don't
rubbish
leave.
Nigeria.
You don't
You
leave room
cannot
for
leave room
somebody
for
who's not in
such person.
Nigeria to tell Nigeria to be rubbishing all the what our government is doing. Tinubu is trying his best. You must be mad.
It's rather unfortunate that I've listened to Nigerian talk down more than the way I do, but because they are Nigerians, they have the right to. And because this guy is claiming I'm Cameroonian, I don't have the right to. Come on, man. Come on. Who is this guy, man? Just
Okay.
because
Do you
you are
have
Yoruba
rights?
doesn't give you you are Yoruba doesn't give you ample right to talk on Nigeria. Likewise, me, I have the right to just like you, man.
No. If you want to talk about Nigeria, you talk about Nigeria. You don't talk down about Nigeria. If you talk down about Nigeria, that means you don't know what you are saying. You are insane for talking down about Nigeria. Nigeria is a lovely country. It's the best
Mr.
country in
Thomas, give me
Africa.
one-on-one. Let me ask this guy about Nigerian history. Let me see if he knows
Thomas
about
is going to
Nigerian
get
history.
rowdy. Don't do that.
No, he's not gonna get
Thomas is
rowdy.
going to
Come
get.
on, I live in America. I know how to talk low
When I'm
when
not
it comes to not being rowdy.
mad, I will talk
This
about Nigeria with you. When I'm
this
not
Ghanaian
mad,
you guys should be the one
when I'm
in a
not
cage.
mad, I will
Mr.
talk about
Ghanaian,
Nigeria with you.
as a Nigerian, let me ask you about Nigerian history. When did Nigerian when was there a plebiscite in Nigeria?
You see what you are talking? Why should you ask me about Nigeria? You are a mad person from Cameroon, IPOB, Bakassi. You don't know anything about Nigeria. You know all the bad thing in Nigeria, okay? And you are the one doing all the bad thing. Do you think we don't know? We know
Mr.
everything that's
Thomas,
happening
how
in
come
Nigeria.
this guy cannot flow in actual English that everybody is using in Nigeria to go to school? The way he's
I speak
kind of
Yoruba.
telling you slow.
I speak
I mean,
Yoruba.
but
I'm forcing myself to speak.
Yoruba is not a national language in Nigeria, as we know.
You
It's
are
English.
crazy.
It's the
You
official
are mad.
language.
I'm
When
speaking
you go to
Yoruba.
school,
I'm forcing myself to speak English with you. Okay?
but
If you
your
don't know, I'm
English is
forcing
as
myself.
dumb. Your English is as low as a rank and file. I mean, it's of no substance. You know.
That's true. Because I'm a full-blooded Yoruba. That's true. You're right. But I can still understand you and I can still communicate with you. You must be crazy.
But I don't understand
Okay?
you. I probably need to polish your level of education,
You don't
or
need to
maybe
understand. You don't need to understand me. My people understand me, and I talk to my children at home. I don't talk to
Okay, but
people that
Nigeria
doesn't
is
have
not only
brain.
Yoruba.
You leave your
Nigeria is not a Yoruba country. You know that. There are so
but
many
are you
tribes in
part of?
Nigeria.
No, wait. Let me ask you. Are you part of us? Are you
What
part
you
of
mean?
us?
Am I
No.
part of you?
You are
When
not
you say us,
Nigeria.
who is us? When you
Are
say
you
us, who is
Nigeria?
us?
Are you Nigerian?
I'm a Bakassian. Do you know do you know where Bakassian is?
You see, your brain is gone. I asked you. You say I'm a Bakassi. Is Bakassi Nigeria? Bakassi is Cameroon. Okay. If you don't know, I'll tell
This
you.
guy does not know. Thomas, we shouldn't be bringing rank and file people on the chat. A guy that does
What
not know
about you?
about history. cannot be on this
What
panel.
about?
I've asked
Let me
him
tell
what
you
is
something.
plebiscite in Nigeria. He doesn't know anything. All what he knows is Yoruba
I can't
history.
talk about
You
I
cannot
can't.
be a
Yes,
Nigerian and you don't know Nigerian history. All what you know is Yoruba this, Yoruba that. Yoruba. Come on, man. Come on. I mean, maybe you should be talking to Boy
let
Biggie. I
me
shouldn't be talking with you. Who's this guy,
let me
man?
tell you. Let me tell you something. Yeah, you see all this nonsense. You come to every platform to take down about Nigeria. It's just these people. It's people. Some people that is giving you chance to talk. I will never entertain you at all. You will never come to any platform and talk down about Nigeria. I am in Nigeria and I love my president.
Omo,
He's
I don't give
brilliant.
you. You are claiming to be Yoruba guy. You don't know how many tribes are in Nigeria. So I mean, you have no right to tell me I'm not a Nigerian or not. So stay on your lane, man.
You are a Cameroonian, so you should stay on your lane. Leave Nigeria
This
alone.
this
Let us
this
do
this
our thing.
platform is not a Nigerian platform. It's an African platform, and we come here to
Okay,
exercise our right as
okay,
Africans.
it's Africa.
If you want to
It's
be, if
okay.
you want to create your own Yoruba platform, go create your own Yoruba platform and stop other people from coming on your platform. But this is not
Okay,
your platform. As long as this is not your platform, I will come in and exercise my right to speak. That's it.
This is Nigeria.
You have no
This is
right to say
Nigerian
who
platform.
comes on this panel or who doesn't come on this panel. You have no right.
This is Nigeria. This is Nigeria platform. Okay. If you
This is
don't know,
not a
let me talk.
Nigerian platform. This is an African platform.
Leave this one.
And that is why this platform has been linked. And this is why this platform has been linked to other African panels.
This is
You
Nigerian
know,
platform. Okay. You should understand that. And stop
oh
coming
man, come
here
on, man.
to
Come on.
talk
Yeah, I mean,
down about Nigeria.
I mean,
You crazy
look,
idiot.
man. Look. In America, I don't speak. In America, I don't speak to your type. The way you speak, I wouldn't even be. Me and you even wouldn't be crossing lane in America. You know, I mean, it's rather unfortunate that we come on these panels and we meet rank and five people, and they think they can flow with us, you know, because we are on this platform. Come on, man.
You think me too?
Come
I
on.
will speak with you when I see people like you. Do you
Oh,
think
come on,
so?
man.
Do you think so? That means
It's rather
your sense
unfortunate.
is not working. Your sense is not working fine. If it's working fine, you will know the kind of person I
It's
am.
rather unfortunate. Who be this guy?
If you see me, you will never stay where I am.
Who be
If you
this guy?
see me,
Maybe
if you see me, you will
Pansat
never
needs to come
stay
on
where
this
I
panel
am.
and handle you, man. Maybe
Who is
Pansat needs to
Pasat?
come on this panel and
Who is
handle you.
Pasat? Your
You know.
IPOB member. Who is Pasat? Your IPOB member. Your terrorist
That's
member.
enough. No. Ganu, no, let us call him terrorist now. So let us call him terrorist. He hasn't kidnapped anybody. No.
Thomas, this your guy. I don't understand now. Just because.
But
Oh man.
Judy, if we were to give
Federal government of Nigeria prescribe IPOB as terrorists. Any member of IPOB is terrorist. This guy is IPOB member. Is a terrorist.
how do you know he's a IPOB member? Do you know? No.
Because I'm not supporting Tidumbu. Because I'm not supporting any Yoruba person in power.
You don't have to support Tinubu. You don't have to support Tinubu. You are not in Nigeria. You are not.
So any person that is not in Nigeria is an IPOB member.
No, you are an IPOB
So
member. I know you.
I'm not from Nigeria. How am I an IPOB member?
Yeah, because you said you are from Bakassi. Part of you.
So Bakassi now is IPOB.
Some of you are the one disturbing Cameroon as well.
Thomas, you brought a lunatic on the panel, Thomas. This guy should have been on the back chat. Apart from you about town or state, he doesn't know nothing out of Nigeria. If you ask this guy about Taraba State, how many cities are in Taraba? He wouldn't even tell you any. Come on, man. Nigeria is not only a Yoruba land. Nigeria, you have 36 states in Nigeria. I can give you 36 and give you their capital cities and tell you who the governors are in those states. But this Mumu guy cannot tell you anything.
You must be mad for doing that. Let me tell you something.
Wow. Ask me a question. Ask me a question. Let me say I must be mad. You are the one that is mad because you don't even know the history of Nigeria. You don't even know the plebiscite. You don't even know about Northern Cameroon that joined Nigeria. You don't even know about British Southern Cameroon. You don't know nothing about British Northern Cameroon, Adamawa State, and all these places. You are a mumu guy, man. Let me tell you for that matter. You don't know nothing
Let me,
about Nigerian history.
let me tell you something. Yeah, if you can wait, I'll tell you. I know I'm in Nigeria and I know all my Nigerian people. IPOB is not Nigeria. IPOB is Biafra, and you are from Abasonia. Okay, I know all Nigeria, and I know my Nigerian people. You are terrorists, IPOB. Okay, so that's just the fact. I'll just
my guy, leave this platform, man. But like I was saying, that course there,
It's because of
Ghanaian.
you I came to this. It's because of you I came in. I've never
But
come
you
to
have
this
to come
platform
now.
before.
You have to
But when
come
I
because
see
when I come on the panel, I don't beat
when I
around the bush. You have to come.
when I see mad people like you talking down about Nigeria, I will come in.
As
Okay?
a man, you wouldn't have come on the panel now to engage with a man. A person that engaged with a man is also a man. Didn't they tell you
No,
that in
no, no.
college? Or maybe you did not go to school.
Because my people there, they were laughing with you when you are talking your
I
nonsense.
mean, if they are laughing with a madman, then you are also a madman for engaging with a madman. Thomas, am I right or not?
Do you see me laughing with you? Do you see me laughing
but you are
with you?
engaging with me.
Something's wrong with you. I
That's
don't have.
no. Nobody is mad. Both of you are not mad, my brother. Don't let us fight. We are in East Africa now. This one is from Amazonia.
I came
This one,
exactly.
we are one brother. We are one now. We don't need to fight. We
The
don't need to
guy think
Ghanaian.
because I'm
We don't need to
criticizing
fight.
Nigeria is like Cameroon is better. Cameroon is not better. Africa is in a shit hole, deep hole. We all know that. Come on, man. We act like this and that. And this is it. Tomasi, you in Australia, you have met a lot of African people. Are those people not your brothers over there in Australia?
We call ourselves brothers and sisters. That's what we don't even call ourselves by name. We call ourselves brothers and sisters.
I mean, when I came to United States, the black people that I met, I could not even find any Cameroonian. I mean, we were like, oh, my best guy here is from Gambia. I've never met a Gambia person in Africa. But when I came to United States, the Africans that I met, we are all like this. We are in a union. When I went to college, they had an African union. It was just full of African people. We all had the same problems. We are all going through the same route. We are from Africa. When it comes to sport, we talk about sport. When it comes to failure, we all talk about failures. When it comes to sick presidents in Africa, we all make fun of them. Mugabe, Paul Biya, all these guys. I mean, if this guy joined our union, I think he will probably collapse. He will not stay in a minute. Because in platforms that have been the way they talk down about Nigeria, maybe you will not stay one night. Maybe you will collapse, man. As if all African countries are not going through the same problem. As if Nigeria is like United States. Come on, we know that Africa, there's no Africa apart from South Africa that looks probably little clean. There's no African country that can brag of like having 24/7 solution in the problems that they have. None. Come on, man. I mean, we are not talking down. We are just exercising
Also,
what is not going on.
you are not even exonerating Cameroon. You always put everybody in one box. That Africa needs to wake up. We need to wake up, man. Yeah.
Exactly.
We need to wake up. Yeah.
If Nigeria
I
is
also,
good today,
yeah.
if Nigeria is good today, come on. Other countries in Africa we look up to Nigeria. Nigeria should have been that
Yeah.
country where they say it's
It will
protecting all
cascade.
black countries
It will
around the world.
cascade. Yeah. It will cascade to all the African countries, most especially the West
Exactly.
African countries. Yeah.
I mean,
I've
you
heard
have
this
countries
many
like
times.
United States. You have countries like United States that they protect other countries around the world. Like, see, Ukraine, United States is calling them out. If Nigeria was a powerful country, they will have called what is happening in Haiti, in the Caribbeans, in this. Calling the Europeans out. Don't do this to this country. Don't do this to this African country. Don't do this. But people want to come on the panel. Oh, I'm a Nigerian. Oh, you are not Nigerian. Oh, don't tell me about this. Oh, as if you know everything about Nigeria. There are certain places in Nigeria that I know that this guy does not know. Me being from Ambazonia, how you call it. There are places in Taraba, in Cross River, in Benue State, in Maduguri, Borno, that I'm versed with. That you as a Nigerian does not know about that history. I mean, people think Nigeria is just being from Lagos State, you know.
No. We don't need to fight. We
Yeah,
are
I mean,
one,
the guy
my
calling
brother.
me terrorist, Mr. Thomas, the guy calling me terrorist because we don't share the same point view. That is one thing
No.
about Africa. I
No.
mean,
You are not a terrorist. How can you be a terrorist? Terrorists don't speak
just
in the
because
public. No.
just
You
because
are
I
not a
don't share the
terrorist.
same point of view with him, you know. I mean, we have 10 people with so many names. Oh, this person does not support Tinubu. Oh, he's a Fulani. Oh, he does not support me. Oh, he's an IPOB terrorist. Oh, he is not from here. Oh, he is this person. Oh, come on. When is Africa ever going to unite and say we are the same people? The
No.
same
We are
problem
the
that
same
we are
kind of.
facing.
No. I don't even count us as. I will not deceive you, my brother. All blacks I see here, bro. Those you see. How do you know? I say it's my brother. We have the same skin. This is my brother. This is my sister. I don't even ask where you come from. Are you from Rwanda? Are you from I'll call you brothers. I'll call you sister. That's why I call that is my own life. I call them brothers and sisters. I say, why are
Tomasi,
you calling
we
them
get
brothers? Yeah.
Tomasi, these border countries were put to us by the Europeans before colonization. I mean, people were crossing. We have kingdoms that separated. That we have when they talk of Usman Danford, Modibo Adama. Adama was the guy that founded Adamawa State. As we speak today, there's a region in Cameroon called Adamawa. There's a state in Nigeria called Adamawa. These people are the same
Yeah.
people. The king of that land in Adamawa State his father came from Cameroon. Even Atiku Abubakar, go on Wikipedia. It shows you that he was born in Cameroon when that part of Adamawa State in Nigeria
Of
was
course
called Cameroon.
we know that. We know he said it by himself. We know that.
I mean,
They are descendants from Cameroonian.
and then you have this
And
Ganiyu guy. I mean, come on. We shouldn't be having rank and fights. People that does not know history, only know about Yoruba and doesn't know anything about Africa. Coming out here and ridiculing people, man. It's quite unfortunate. I mean, come on. We should move past that by 21st century. Come on, man. I mean,
Jude, what cool your temper now. What is your problem now?
no,
Calm down.
Simba, I cannot cool my temper when you have a guy coming here and calling me IPOB terrorist because I don't have the same point view, you know.
And you to stop
Point of view like
criticizing Nigeria to face your Cameroon. What is your problem?
we are the same people now. My local language that I speak is spoken
What they used to tell you now.
in
They say you should see your own problem and solve it, and helping some other
the
people to
same
solve their
problem that
problem.
your country have is the same problem that I have. The same problem that you guys have not solved is the same problem that we have not solved in Cameroon. It's all the same issue now.
No, my Ghanaian, man. No, my
Simba,
Ghanaian.
it never exonerates even Cameroon. Anytime you speak, he puts all of us in one box. Yeah.
No, let me. It's an African problem. It's not even Nigeria, Cameroon. It's an African problem. It's an African problem.
Exactly. When you guys talk of governors,
Do you watch this lady? This lady that was riding bicycle all over the place, motorbike.
All over the place. Yeah.
If you follow this lady, you see Itchy Boot. Yes, if you look at the terrain, if you look at everywhere when she went to in Africa, there's no difference from it. Just at least I follow her from when she came to West Africa, when she entered Cameroon, when she entered the Central African Republic,
back to Cameroon, back to
Congo to Zambia, Angola, Madagascar. It's just
Madagascar. And you see, Simba, look at it. See how a white lady could cross African border so easy, but an African person cannot cross into Benin Republic, into Cameroon easy, into Chad, into Congo.
And you can see what we are doing to ourselves now. You see what we are doing to ourselves. An American can come to Africa without a visa, but if me want to go to to Angola now. They be asking me to bring visa.
No. They will check your pants. They will check your pants.
They might even put you in jail. I heard that there are a lot of Nigerians in jail in Ethiopia because of whatsoever. Look at what when the war was happening in Sudan. The Nigerians were trying to cross into Ethiopia. Ethiopia refused to take them in. Come on.
It's
How can this be
what we are
happening to
doing.
us, Africa, man?
What we are doing to ourselves is even more than what the Oyibo did to us.
No, let me tell you, Oyinbo people did not do anything to us. Is what we did everything to ourselves. They did not do anything to us. Believe me, whatever they have done to us was because of
They left.
we actually contributed to it. We allowed them.
Yes. Our hobbies, our leaders, they contributed to everything that happened to us. If then they resist them, then my brother, they said for one gun, he will just give them like 30 slaves. Take them for one gun. Mirror, just a mirror.
Oh
Can you
man.
see a mirror?
Is it
You
not? Let me
just
tell
say,
you,
take anything you want to take.
Thomas, it has not stopped. Oh. There was a day I was coming from Nigeria. I passed through Addis Ababa through Ethiopia Airline. I had it, my transit was from Addis Ababa to Riyadh. That plane that I took from Addis Ababa to was filled with ladies, girls coming to do housemaid job in Saudi Arabia. Filled to the brim. Ethiopian girls. You understand?
How did they get visa? They will get visa, Sha. Yeah. They will
No,
get
they
one
recruit them
of
now.
them.
They have a
recruit
recruitment company that are recruiting them to come and do such
Oh
things.
God. And
You
if they
understand? So what?
finish with army, they will sleep with them, they will mess them up. Oh my God.
I spoke with a Kenyan. He said their government, African government, connives with Saudi Arabia. They plan these laborers.
Not only Saudi Arabia, Middle Eastern country. Even
Exactly. They said
I told you about my experience. Now I was in the airport in Lagos. A lady was sitting beside me. I just look at her boarding pass. I saw Iraq. I look at the lady. I said, "What are you going to do in Iraq?"
Iraq.
Believe me. And she was very happy. She was taking pictures, calling family. I asked her, I said, "Do you know where you are going?"
Iraq. How did you get visa
Baghdad.
to Iraq?
She said she spent 1 million naira. That was 2002. That she spent 1 million naira on the people to get that visa. To go and
To
what is
Iraq.
she going to do? They said, as at that time, when I calculated the money that they said they would be paying, that would be like 150K. As at that time, Nigerian money. And I asked her, I said, you call yourself a graduate and you're going to do this kind of job. So you think that you cannot work and get 150K in Nigeria, even less than that. Is it not better for you with your dignity?
Yeah, but when they go to Iraq, most of them are trying to get into Kuwait because Kuwait is a little bit safer. And Kuwait has the strongest currency in the world.
But it's not easy. Let me tell you, these people cannot cross anywhere. Because the Middle Eastern country, they have very strict immigration rule. You understand? And then these people, by the time they get there, they seize their passport.
Oh wow.
Yes, now they will seize their passport. Only when they are going back, they want to go back, and that's when they will give them their passport back now. So, and then the people that are recruiting them, are they not Africans? Are they not our
They
people?
are Africans now. Yep. So we should blame ourselves for all what is happening in Africa.
Today, if you have been watching me, I don't blame anybody for our own prejudice. I've been
Exactly.
taking responsibility.
You are the same like me. You know, the Europeans came and gone. How come we have not been able to have open
We can't
border?
even keep on blaming people for your own problem.
Exactly.
At some point, people will say, take care of your staff. Man up. Man up.
Yeah. I once asked an African guy, I say, if a white guy pays you money to go and kill your parents and you go and do that act, who are you gonna blame? Are you gonna blame the white man for giving you money, or you gonna blame yourself for doing the act?
for
Yeah, I
doing
mean,
that.
yeah. So we Africans, I mean, the white man control us. Yeah, they did. But why you let yourself to be controlled? So take responsibility of it and change your life. They have gone for over 60 years, and we are still on the same spot. We cannot govern our own countries. You know, Southeastern Asian countries that had independence similar to us, they were colonized. You know, Malaysia, Singapore, all these Vietnam. These countries are far better off right now. You go to Malaysia, you think you are in United States. The road infrastructure, skyscrapers, you know, I mean, come on. The road pavement, linings, man. I mean, it's rather unfortunate, man, that we are still on the same spot, marking time and say, oh, we just gained independence 60. What is 60 years? Before 60 years, when you existing, before 60 years, Africans were up, the people were living on that continent. It's not like you take your time from independence. No, people were living there. Yeah.
Guys, we have to go. I have to go to some meetings there. Thank you, everyone. Judy, you are not a
No
terrorist.
problem, man.
Yeah, no, I'm very sorry for that. Yeah,
Oh,
thank you,
no
everyone.
problem.
Yeah, Simba, thank
Thank you
you.
too.
Ganil, everyone, thank you so much, guys. You guys.
All right. Thanks, man. Have a good day.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.